Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki. She's a bit shy. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. So some quick math for y'all. If you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. Got a big panel tonight, some big guests. So for the sake of a smooth stream tonight, we've boosted the read and TTS Triggers. Donations and super chats $10 and up will be displayed in stream overlay. Donations and super chats $100 and up will be read/answered. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. See the description for all triggers and full details. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. You can also gift memberships live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab, guys. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. Quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. Stuff you can wear to not be naked. Don't be a criminal. Get some merch. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara. If you're interested in sponsoring the podcast, you can also DM us here or send me an email, brian@whatever.com. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. It's the pressing issue of our time. Just 10,000 labiaplasties a year in the United States. It's really just a tragedy. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a clips channel. Link is in the description. Go subscribe. Without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, occupation, and where you're from. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Rosie Jean. I go by Quirky Love Rose on the internet. I am 32, just had my birthday a couple weeks ago. I am a full-time patient care advocate for a specialty pharmacy specializing in oncology, as well as a part-time vlogger on YouTube and just on social media hanging out.
Okay, welcome. What about you?
Hi, my name is Farha Khalidi. I'm 24 years old. I'm a content creator on TikTok and Instagram, but my best content is on OnlyFans.com.
Hi.
Haram!
Age? Sorry, I missed that.
24.
24? Okay, my bad. Go ahead.
Misty Marie. I just had a birthday too. And I'm an actress plus model. And what else was the question?
Name, age, occupation, and location. Where are you from?
Oh, I'm from Seattle, but I reside in LA.
Okay, all right.
Hello, my name is Kimberly. I'm 22 years old. I'm a caregiver/babysitter.
Can I have you tilt your mic down a bit? There you go.
I'm a caregiver/babysitter.
Sorry, age?
22.
22, okay.
And I'm from Indio, by Coachella.
Okay, very cool.
My name is Madison. I'm 19 years old. I'm from San Diego, California. I'm a full-time student at Santa Barbara City College studying business. I work for the Whatever podcast, and I'm a host at a bar.
The Q-Pill, 30 years old, behavioral scientist, certified relationship coach, YouTuber, influencer, book author.
Mason Gregoire, as always, primarily a Christ follower. I am a mechanical engineer, content creator, competitive powerlifter, 27 years old.
All right, welcome.
Name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible. So I guess I'm mostly a content creator now. I also work kind of in the same type of field, except in robotics. I'm 39 years old, happily married.
All right, welcome everybody. So we're gonna go around the table once more. What's everybody's current relationship status? So are you currently single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex, cold harem? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
All right, so I am currently single by choice. I've been single for 2 years. After exiting an 8-year-long relationship I spent the majority of my 20s in. And so I've just been choosing my own healing over relationships, and I've been almost 2 years free of dating apps.
2 years free of dating apps. And your most recent relationship was the 8-year one, is that
Yes.
correct? And that ended, did you say, how long ago?
So
2 years, 3 years?
We ended. It ended a couple times, but it ended. It ended about June 2021, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, I had to think.
So
about
what, that's 2.5 years ago?
that. Roughly, yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay. Cool. By the way, do you want to do your reveal
My
thing?
reveal?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't
I'll
know,
just
they
move on
wanted to be
Stevie
extra.
Wonder. Here we go. Take the hat off. Thanks. My face.
Yay! Do you want to pop your glasses
that
off
moment.
too?
Oh yeah.
I don't know. They had this coordinated thing going on here.
Oh,
They
yeah.
wanted to do a.
That's what it was. They called me Stevie Wonder last time because I wore a hat.
I was like,
and
I'll wear my
glasses last
sunglasses
time.
in solidarity.
It's a
So I've revealed
sunglasses
myself.
solidarity. There you go.
Yes.
Farha, why don't you take off yours while they're.
No, it's okay.
They're not corrected, right? They're just like you
They're
could.
very real.
There's no lens, right?
So I'm single. I've been single for about 1.5 years.
just
um,
fucking.
I'm single.
You curve that answer, or curve that question.
I'm single and fabstinent. My longest relationship was 3 years, and I've been single for 1.5 years.
Single and
Abstinent?
fabstinent.
Abstinent, like fabulously abstinent, yeah.
Okay, good times.
I am also single. I've been single for about 4 years now. My longest relationship was probably off and on like 6-7 years.
Okay. All right.
Oh, I'm single. I've been single for 1.5 years, and my longest relationship was 2 years.
So you said single for 1.5 years, longest relationship 2 years?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I am not single. I'm in a relationship. My current one is my longest relationship. It's been about 1 year and 3 months.
Okay.
I'm single as in not married. I actively date. Longest relationship was 3 years.
Wait, didn't you have like a main chick last time you were on? Is that
Mm-hmm.
still involved with her? Or?
Yep.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yep.
All right.
Ride or die.
Ride or die.
Mason, what about you?
Currently single. Longest relationship, 1 year. Yeah.
Any lady friends sliding into the DMs after your last appearance?
A few, just
Okay.
a couple.
And want to educate, I suppose, the panel and the people that are watching who aren't familiar with you. Tell us a little details about your situation.
Little details about my situation. Yeah, so I'm a virgin. I'm sure that's what Brian's trying to get out here. Yeah, it's for religious reasons. Well, I mean, as a Christian, it's something I'm convicted of. I mean, the Bible speaks on it all the time. So that's the stance I take on that, and I take it seriously.
And more so that you're waiting till marriage.
Yes,
too.
I'm also waiting till marriage.
Yeah, that's more so what I was.
Exactly. There you go. Yeah, okay.
Cool. Andrew, what about you?
I've been married for a long time.
Okay, long time.
Long time.
Gotcha. All right, cool. So, where do we begin? First, I just wanted to say this panel is a little somewhat impromptu. We had 3 other people that were scheduled to be on, but they canceled a couple hours before the show. So, unfortunately,
I got a statement from Gabby too, by the way. She's got a text if you want me to read it for you.
There's a statement.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's not against you. It's just like her current dating situation, and
Oh.
yeah.
What do you mean? What?
I
I
was
thought
just
it was an apology statement. I might accept.
Oh,
I might
maybe.
accept an apology statement, but not
She
certainly
might.
not a here are my DMs
She's
are open
working.
statement.
She had to work. She got booked on a paid gig. Paid.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
That's fucking bullshit. That's bullshit.
She works. She's modeling for Nike now.
Yeah, but we scheduled this with her like a month ago.
The way
Plus,
it
plus,
works,
not
though.
only because she was going to be the ride for somebody else, she didn't come either.
No, I think I was gonna be the ride for that other person. I think she just kind of got the other girl, maybe got nervous. I don't really know what happened with that because they were gonna ride with me.
Oh, they were going to ride with you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting so many different. I know the viewers probably are not privy to what's going on here.
Oh, I don't know.
But she said that she was going to ride with Gabby, so I'm getting very different stories from from everybody.
Maybe I don't know.
So, and you know what's crazy? That girl that was going to come with you, Shannon, she asked specifically for me to make
Shannon.
this panel. So,
Interesting.
because we were going to do
I
a
didn't know
like a
that Shannon
plus
was
size
gonna
panel.
that she was going to do it. She didn't tell me she was going to. I was going to come with Gabby.
No, I mean, we're pretty thorough with our reminders and check-ins, and we
She
sent her
got
the.
booked last minute. Sometimes that can happen when you're
Well, yeah,
on
but
film.
what Shannon said. Shannon told me that she. Are you friends with Shannon?
Mm-hmm. But she didn't tell me that she had booked this with you.
Shannon told me that she wasn't comfortable coming with you.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I'll literally read you the messages. So somebody, I believe you, frankly, but I think Shannon is lying.
I don't.
Gabby told me she had an emergency, but you're telling me she had a booked.
Oh, is
a
Shannon
booked-
the other girl that was supposed to come? I don't know her. That's probably why.
Oh, I thought you did know Shannon.
No, I was just going to be the bride. She was like, "Oh, it's my friend." So
Oh,
that could be.
Okay, everything's changing.
I thought you were talking about a different Shannon. I didn't know that the other girl's name was Shannon.
Wait,
as well.
hold on. Let me just let me look at. Hold on, I'm just curious. I'm gonna look. Yeah, Shannon.
Well,
in
I mean,
any
she did
case,
have
everything.
an emergency. She had to
She had to.
She had to go make
that's
money,
something.
right? That was
Yeah,
the emergency.
she had.
Exactly,
She told
yeah.
me she had an emergency, but she got a paid gig. But then that domino effect resulted in, and then we had another person flake. So it's just.
That's okay. There was people that flaked last time too, and it turned out really good.
Did it though?
Yeah, I liked it.
Did it though?
I liked it.
All right. Well, it is what it is. We're gonna run with it. Okay, so it kind of throws my notes that I prepared all because I spent 3 hours yesterday. In any case, we're doing it live, folks. Okay, so where do we begin? Question. So this originally was going to be a plus size panel. So I want to ask the plus size women here: would you date a plus size man? Starting with you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe I should. I don't know if you.
I would.
You date
I
women,
mean,
you
I
date-
I do have a limit, just not out of like not finding people of certain sizes attractive, but just frankly logistically, like because I'm not just fat. I'm like fat, and I'm very aware of that. And I just feel like I don't know. I just feel like it's. Sometimes more like the aspects of dating make it more difficult.
You're saying like if the other person was
It's like
was,
also-
was too heavy, there would actually be logistical problems.
Yeah, I mean,
Are we
like,
talking like?
like sexually? Yes.
Sexual
Yeah, I mean,
intercourse.
like I'm just gonna keep it 100. You know
Keep
what
it
I mean?
100.
Like
We
it's just-
appreciate
that.
we appreciate
right, That's
that.
exactly what it is. So it's not.
Based.
So it's like.
why if the
I mean,
car's
like
too
dad
big, you can't
bods
get
are
in the
awesome.
garage,
Like
right?
plus size
Yeah.
guys are great, but like once you
Makes
get to a
sense.
certain point, like if I lost more weight and I was dating someone
Yeah.
who was heavier, then it would probably not be as difficult.
Yeah. Could I have you tilt your microphone down just a tad? Perfect.
Like that.
That's perfect. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Have you run into logistical problems like that before?
I mean, not that I can think of. I mean,
I-
I
is
have
it-
a pretty
it's-
great sex life when I'm having one. I'm just currently not.
Is it theoretical logistical problems like you suspect, like speculative? You haven't tried it with like a really big guy, but you
just assume
anticipate.
it.
I
Do you
mean-
anticipate that there would be?
I mean, basically, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So then, the guy you were in an 8-year relationship, was he more like a dad bod type guy?
I
or was he?
mean, there were points in our relationship where he was working out and
Yeah.
he was in shape,
I
and
see.
then points where he had more of a dad bod. Yeah, I mean.
Okay.
I don't really. I mean, I'm also like bisexual, like queer. So,
Okay.
for me, in the aspects of dating,
Yeah.
the attraction's important, but I have many different types, and I'm not.
Gotcha.
I'm very non-judgmental and open-minded. So.
Would you
know.
have the same logistical issues if it was a girl?
I mean, probably not.
No.
Huh. Wait. So, I guess to answer the original question though, would you date a plus size guy also, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would just like, cause like in the like categories, there's like different categories for plus
Yeah.
size people, and what I'm considered is like a super fat, and so
Okay.
when I'm just a lot heavier. And
What are the just because I'm curious and I don't know, what are the different categories? Is it actually?
it's like
is there-
mid-size, and there's like something in between super fat and mid-size, and I just can't remember what it is. And then above that is infinity fat, and
Infinity
that's like
fat.
within the fat acceptance
Wait,
spaces.
infinity.
Infinity fat, yeah.
Infinity fat. I've never. Has
fat.
anybody else heard? I've never heard.
No,
this.
wait.
That's
wait.
a new
You're not
term
saying
for me.
infinity. You're saying
No,
Infinity.
infinity fat.
Infinity.
Infinite.
No, infinity fat.
Infinity.
fat.
Infinity.
Wait, what is infinity?
Someone who's above a 6X.
Wait,
what?
infinity.
Infinity fat.
A
Infinity.
6X.
like at that point, it's
Oh,
just
okay.
stretch clothes.
So is that like an American 6X or is that like a Japanese 6X?
There's fategories.
Japanese 6X.
Yeah.
Dude, Japanese 6X.
There's fat.
Exactly, fair enough. Yeah.
Fat, is that what they're called? Fat? I just Googled it.
Yeah.
And I searched
That's like the terminology within fat acceptance movements. Yeah,
Damn.
I've recently been
Oh.
speaking out against my experiences in them. I
Interesting.
was a part of body positivity spaces since like 2013.
Yeah.
And I had a TikTok that I was a part of from another podcast interview I did that went really viral, and that experience was crazy. But that was like that interview happened right before I did a collaboration with Obese to Beast, and like right before I really I've been on this trajectory of a healing journey, like mental health wise, and now I'm like working a lot more on my physical health. I'm from my highest, I'm down like I think 60 or 80 pounds.
Okay.
And actually like I'm documenting all of this on my YouTube, but I
nice.
just got approved for Mounjaro, and I'm like starting that process. And I left the fat acceptance movements like officially a couple months back because
Oh, you left
yeah.
the fat acceptance movement.
Yeah, like
What
because
is
there's a lot of problematic aspects to it, but it did a lot of good for me in other parts of my life, and like learning to love myself and accept myself because you have to be your own best friend, you know.
So you're trying to do you have a goal weight in mind, or
Not really. My
Just
goal is
trying
to
to
go
get-
horseback riding and ride roller coasters. That's my goal.
okay, what's the tip? Does anybody know the
I think the typical.
horseback? Is there,
I don't know horseback. I think it's like probably around 250.
250, I think
think
so,
it's
yeah.
250. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I pulled it up here. The categories, not.
That's what they're called.
That's
Yeah,
what it's called.
it's not
Okay.
rude.
Yeah, just.
And I mean,
maybe,
I prefer.
I don't want to get canceled by
I prefer
YouTube.
the term fat versus bullshit like chubby and fluffy and shit like that.
Oh, that's
And
kind
I
of
like
based.
being called chubby
You do?
respectfully.
Okay. Yeah,
Oh,
respectfully.
okay, all right.
But that's the thing, is
Respectfully.
it's per person. You know what I mean? So hey.
Per person.
I'm
yes,
chubby like
per
Winnie the
person.
Pooh.
But also, look at me. I'm not chubby.
So, and I
You
pulled.
know what I mean?
I pulled up the for the fat spectrum. There's small fats, mid fats,
Yeah.
large fats, super fats, and infinity fats.
Yes.
Wow.
Interesting. Okay.
Yes.
Is there incentives to stay in those categories?
Is it like
Maybe
weight?
if you're talking to a feeder.
What's a feeder?
Someone who will pay you to eat. They think it's hot and they try to get you to eat and they like give you money for it.
Yeah, I'm an XOF model.
Oh.
I left.
What does that mean?
I used to be on OnlyFans, and I was
XOF.
I used to be in those spaces online.
Oh, I thought about
Farha collab in the works.
Yeah, let's do it.
She does that.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, I think I've actually seen your TikToks. Like I said, you look familiar, and then when you said, I was like, oh yeah, I think I've seen you on my For You
What
page.
was the TikTok that you said went viral for
On
you?
the We're All in the Same podcast?
Was it about the incel
Actually,
topic,
the
or
one
was
that
there
went
another?
viral was me talking about being groomed into feederism by my stalker.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, that's a whole thing.
Um,
But and the big misconception on the internet is that that's what I blame my weight gain on, which it wasn't. I joined when I was already where they pretty much want you to be.
I don't have. We had another clip from you pulled up, but we don't have the one about the feeder thing.
Okay.
So if you want,
Yeah.
how long's that TikTok?
It should be only a minute.
It's a minute.
Yeah,
Do you
it's
want to
it's the
just
one.
do you want to just tell us basically what you say in the TikTok?
Oh man, it's been a while since I've watched it, but I basically just talked about, like, I just basically explained what feederism is, and
Okay.
actually, more specifically, death feederism, which was like the hyperfixation of my stalker.
Maybe we just pull up the TikTok.
Yeah,
What
We're
should
All
we-
Insane is like her TikTok name.
What should we? Oh, wait, she posted it on her TikTok.
Yeah, that's what
Nick,
went viral.
if you're able to look that up for us, it's called "We're All Insane."
Yes, her name is
TikTok?
Devora, by the way. She's amazing. She
Okay.
gives people platforms to like discuss on their like more serious topics. Like it's
Yeah,
pretty heavy.
Seemed like a good.
And
I watched some of it. It
Yeah,
seems like
she
a
just
good
kind of
show.
sits back and lets you talk. And
Is she in
it's-
LA?
No, Maryland,
Oh,
actually.
she's in Maryland. Okay.
Yeah.
Out in the sticks.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I flew up there for that, and it was a really great experience.
Awesome.
She's so warm and welcoming. I love her.
Gotcha. While
Yeah.
Nick gets that pulled up.
Yeah.
Oh, you think you got it?
The Incel one or the other one?
I'm pretty sure it's this one.
Okay. Hi, my name is Rosie, and I was groomed into feederism. Feederism is a kink, like a sexual kink regarding feeding someone generally for the purpose of them being fat or gaining weight. There's a big umbrella when it comes to feederism. And the thing about this guy is I think he was into what's called death feederism, and death feederism is what it sounds like. It's feeding someone to the point of getting so fat and so big that they die.
That's...
Is that like the movie Seven?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, where did you see that at? Where's Seven? Where can you watch that?
Yeah, that's.
Brad Pitt, I think.
It's a deep
And, like,
cut.
There was a scene in the movie where they made a. It was like serial killer guy made him made a dude eat himself to death.
I mean, that's the, like...
That's incredible.
That's like the torturous, like,
movie.
darkest, like, twistedest version
Yeah.
of
Oh, yeah.
the most dramatized
That's a
version,
little
because-
bit extreme.
Right, and that's the point. Like, death feederism is the most extreme version of it, but really it's like the accumulation of like what the smaller parts of it that seem more innocent, more incestuous.
And
like,
that was the relation, your 8-year? Was that your...
no.
Oh, okay,
No,
okay.
I had a stalker. It was the same timeline, and it's a long story. I won't be bothering getting into here because I'd be dominating conversation, but...
I just have one question. How do you know the difference between the person who wants you to die from feederism and the regular feederism? Doesn't it seem like they all would want you to die?
That's a great question, and yes and no.
Yeah.
Because most of them just don't care about whether or not you're going to die because they're getting the rocks off. So that's not an aspect to them. Some of them are turned on by the extremity and the, I guess the
It's got to be
allure.
control of some sort.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, what a lot of people present it as is like, it's like being nurtured and cared for, but what it is it's actually like the toxic version of that, because the real incentive is there's aspects of it where and it's not, I'm not speaking for everyone, because some people, especially in the community, hate me because I talk about my experiences and how I really feel about it now since I've left it. But they like worst parts within that sphere, it's like trying to hold someone down or because of society's perception of women's bodies, they see it as like like other men won't find her attractive. It's like, you know, the incentive of being immobilized or whatever is like about control. And that's for the worst and the darkest parts of it. But unfortunately, it's very prevalent in like the communities. I'm not going to say the name of the website for several reasons, but there's a specific website where like you really see it in extremity, and the community within feederism allows people to really just kind of sit in their like, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, it flew out of my head, but basically like,
Well, I have a question for you.
Sorry, I lost my train of
no,
thought.
it's totally fine. So, how you said the guy who was trying to feed you to the point where you could potentially croak.
Well, what I said was.
Did you date that guy,
No,
or
so
he was like?
my stalker. So I met them.
Oh.
I met my ex and my stalker within 3 days of each other.
Okay.
We met offline, and I really quickly realized I wasn't into the other guy, and wanted to start dating the other guy.
Yeah.
He blackmailed me. He basically made it to where like I couldn't remove him from my socials, or he showed me like his abilities to clone phone
fucked up.
numbers, like hack people. Like, it was insane stuff. And so I'm just giving you the really brief version because I don't.
How
wanna
long ago
talk
was
forever.
this?
So I met them I think at some point in 2012, 2013, and I met them separately, and I was and it was basically one of those things where I was just like talking to people to potentially date, and
Said it's a stalker?
I picked who I wanted to date who wasn't the stalker. And then the stalker, I mean, in 2021 was when he like hacked my Cash App and cloned my phone number and did a whole bunch of stuff because he played the long game. When I finally blocked him, that's when he kept his word to me.
Is he still?
I scared him off because I got background checks, I got his information. The police didn't
Okay.
help me, so I let him know I was going to blow his life up
Damn.
if he didn't leave me alone.
Well, sorry to hear you went through that. That's
Yeah.
How
But-
was he?
so-
How was he grooming you into feederism?
I'm going to be careful what I say because of how the topics go. I talk about this in detail on that podcast, but essentially, in the coercion of things that happened, I was forced to meet him in person when I didn't want to because I had family in a city where he lived.
Okay.
And if I didn't, things were going to transpire.
Yeah, we don't need to go
but anyway,
further into that.
Basically, exactly.
Okay,
So,
all
but
right.
that scenario had something happen related to the topic.
Sure.
And then in the conversations where I was forced to talk to him and I knew that I could not talk to him, he continued those conversations and the negging and several other things. And the man knew
Yeah.
I was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we can definitely try to revisit it. I just want to get Misty in here. So would you date a plus size guy?
I have once.
Okay. Are you attracted to plus size guys?
I'm attracted to intelligent guys who have active lifestyles, who will treat me like a princess.
Doesn't really answer the question though.
Yeah, because
but-
I don't really believe that it's gonna be like, you know, like
Well,
I
do you
could say
remember
no,
last-
and then someone could
Okay.
like change my mind, and so then I was wrong.
Well, do you remember, like, for example, last episode we had, I forgot her name. What was her name? The girl that was sitting there. Do you recall?
I'm not the name girl, but she was really sweet.
Yeah, sweet girl. But she said and
That she doesn't.
she was also plus size, and she's like not attracted to overweight plus size guys. So
Yeah, what she was talking about was more of a self-esteem issue. She said she didn't want to be like that, so she thought that was going to lift her up and like make her something.
Yeah.
For me, I don't know. I just
When you say you could change your mind, doesn't that infer that right now, though, you wouldn't?
It would depend on the person. It really would. It would depend on the person. The dates that I've gone on recently haven't been.
So, like, if it was just in a vacuum, just their looks. So, I mean, obviously, if you meet somebody online, you're probably going to, like, ask them a couple questions to figure out, do I like this person?
Yeah.
But so, I guess just looks-wise, would you be attracted to someone who's plus
It really
size?
would depend. It really, really would depend. It really would. Generally, I'm attracted to like athletic toward built. My exes have all been pretty athletic, and the guys I'm talking to now are athletic. So, but that's also because I was an athlete growing up, and so I was always very active. I was also chubby then, but so that's just part of my lifestyle. So I think that's probably what I'm around, like what I see at the gym or.
So I guess it would have to be like, so I just tell me if this is a fair assumption. So you probably say that you're not inherently attracted to plus size guys, but you would be attracted to the other things that they would be able to offer. So like say
It would depend though. It really would
Yeah,
depend.
so,
Because
okay.
there's plus size men that are really, really attractive.
Well, can
So
I take a stab at this maybe? So, assume that you had two men, and they all had the same personality traits that you just loved, but one was super fit and one was not, right? If you had to choose one of those, even though their personality traits you loved them the same, which one would you choose?
Who has the bigger? Who's got the bigger?
Okay, they have the same size dick.
I guess the one who could go longer.
No, okay,
What?
but they both go the same length.
Well, then I guess it wouldn't matter. Can I have them both?
No, you just get one. Which one would you pick?
I don't know that I would. I don't know. Like that's for me. That's the what ifs are so crazy. But like, I don't know. Like right, because I'd have to have it happen. And like, in what world would that happen?
Well, I mean, it doesn't need to map onto
But that
reality.
you're
It's
asking me a
it's
what if,
just-
and so my
it's
what
just
if is like,
testing-
I couldn't
It's just
tell you.
testing the preference, right?
Yeah. So, but I couldn't tell you. Like, I would really, it would have to happen for me to be like, yes, for sure. Because life, and I'm a strict believer in like universe and everything happens for a reason, has so many times shown me the exact opposite of something I thought that I'm not going to claim to be like, oh, no, not this. So, I mean, and to be fair, I mean, I've also changed men's mind about they don't want to date a plus girl and they're like, but I'm into you. So I don't know, you love those looks, Brian. I don't know.
I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, so the answer sounds like a no.
You can call
You're
it what
not
you want to
into-
call it. I'm not into it. It depends.
Avoiding saying no.
Are you on dating apps?
I am on dating apps.
So the people that you're swiping right on, would you say that they're
I would
a
say
little
I'm
more
looking
fit
at how
than-
tall they are, what is their job, and what is their like pictures showing. I've swiped yes to
Plus
both.
size.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially if they look like, if they say things that are gonna make me like feel good, like, you know, I'm a nice guy. I don't know what they would say, but something something that would make me be like, oh, he seems cool.
She got a paid gig. She got a paid gig, and she knows it hours before the show. Sorry, I'm just still caught up on that.
Inspector Gadget over here.
Like, wouldn't you? And she got a paid gig on a Sunday?
I know that she loves
What?
you so much, though.
Sorry, I'm just salty about this.
I'm still confused about the
Inspector Gadget. Yeah, that got me.
Because he's trying to like make his wheels turn to try to figure something out. You guys never watched Inspector Gadget?
No, I
Wouldn't
watched
you
Inspector
know
Gadget.
in advance if there's a paid gig?
So-
And how many
Yeah.
gigs are on like
Inspectors
Sundays?
figuring it out.
Like,
Okay.
oh, man.
I would say like Sherlock Holmes.
Okay,
Right.
that would have been cool too.
There you go, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, usually like
There
you'd
you
say
go.
Inspector Gadget because there's gadgets involved.
Exactly, because
Did-
like
did
arm
you-
pops off.
did
and
you get
something
the
else.
answer?
That comes to my mind.
Wait, so were you your answer to the would you date a plus size guy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And fuck it, we'll just ask the whole table. Would you date a plus size guy?
Yes.
Okay.
I
Is there any room for you to? Is it too tight?
We
or-
are super
Yeah.
tight.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Just go ahead.
I have like a limit. Like I like dad bods.
Okay.
I like dad bods.
You like dad bods?
Yeah.
All right.
Truthfully, no.
What if? So you're currently dating Frankie, right? What if Frankie just like
I would
went
never.
to
I
Chowtown and
would,
just?
I would never let him get to that point.
What if he? What do you mean? Frankie's a GIGACHAD alpha male.
I would motivate him
What do
to
you
go to
mean you
the
wouldn't
gym
let
and
him
work
get
on
to the
his
point?
body.
He's just like, I don't care what you have to say, Madison.
But he does
I'm gonna
care
eat
what I
Chick-fil-A
say.
every day. Frankie, are you listening? Bro, just start eating a bunch of pizza. No, I'm kidding. But like, what if Frankie just started putting down the pizzas?
I feel like
I would
Frankie's
still
going to
date
get
him,
kicked to
but
the
still,
curb.
I would never
Probably,
let
yeah,
him
Frankie's
get to
gone.
that
What do you
point.
mean,
Frankie's
let
done.
him? What if he just did?
Yeah.
What if he just started?
I'm the person that feeds him. I'm the
You f-
person that cooks for
You-
him.
you cook for
so
him?
Okay, okay.
I'm not gonna.
Oh yeah, you guys live together, right?
Yeah.
What if he was like behind your back when you went to work? He like had a bunch of snacks
Yeah.
and shit, and you didn't know about it.
Exactly.
He does eat a lot. He just has an issue with gaining a lot of weight. So it's not even like I have to
I
worry
could put him
about
on
it.
my diet,
There you go. Yeah.
which I'm getting. I'm
You
getting
guys
a little
would get
chubby.
along very well.
I'm getting a little chubby, but
can chat
okay,
about
all
it.
right. So, but if he got what? Let's say just he happened to, you know,
He had like some storage unit somewhere,
Over-
and during the day he
overnight
would just run to the
obesity.
storage unit and
Okay,
chow
that's
down.
fair. Yeah, maybe. I would think about it.
okay, all right. What? And asking the men here, would you guys date a plus size woman? No. No, Jaquan? No.
Nor?
Never. What about a thick girl?
Depends on how you
Let's-
define thick.
Thick is very different from
It-
plus
it- it-
size.
yeah, it depends on how you define thick.
Okay.
I mean, I like a good waist to hip ratio. I like a little bit of, I like thick thighs, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
I need a little bit of recoil, but not.
Recoil.
Yeah, I need a little bit of recoil.
Okay.
I need a little bit of recoil back shots. Got to look crazy. But in terms of like the midsection, like arm flap, things like that, I'm not attracted to that. So.
Okay. Mason, what about you?
Yeah. Yeah. I probably wouldn't. I mean, like,
What if she was
Yeah.
What if she was like a Christian virgin though?
well,
Is that change anything?
That's what the other girl was last time.
She.
She was a virgin, remember?
Yeah.
And she was Christian.
plus size.
Same
So-
thing.
Oh, so this would have been perfect.
a match made in heaven.
Yeah, facts.
No, so like, I don't know. The way I kind of look at it. So, I mean, gluttony in the Bible is defined as a sin, and it's not just like, it's not gluttony just in the sense of eating a ton of food. It's like also partaking in other things too much. So, but it can pertain to food. So, in that sense, it would be like, so you have the sin of gluttony, but then you take it all the way to its final stage, which is being overweight. So I would say it's a heart issue, but also it is like an illness or disease. So like there are mental things that play into being overweight. that have to be taken into account. It's not just as simple as eat less and exercise more. I mean, it is as simple as that, but it's not as simple as that. Because if you did those things, you would lose weight, but at the same time, you have to take into account the psychological effects. So I understand that. But then, so I see it as like a sin issue. I also have a pretty active lifestyle. I want someone to be able to do stuff with me. Someone who takes care of their body, that's a high priority for them, because it's a high priority for me. It's also just what I find attractive. So it's just all of those things kind of put together. That's
So
my
if they had
reasoning
like
why.
some sort of illness that predisposes them to be obese, so they're not sinning, they're not being gluttonous, maybe they consume less calories than you, would you take that into account, or are you still just not attracted to it?
So, okay, what? It's impossible to be in a caloric deficit and gain weight. So if they're eating in a caloric deficit, it is a physical impossibility to gain weight. So
Is that true? I'm pretty sure you could just have a super low metabolism.
that's
then
just
that
true.
would be-
PCOS.
Well, so that's caloric deficit means that you are eating less than your body is using. So you in order to be in a caloric deficit, you have to be using more than you're consuming. It's like it's like saying that if I put less gas in my car than it needs to actually make a trip, that it could make that trip. That's impossible.
Yeah,
Right,
so
so
it
maybe
wouldn't
they're not
matter.
in a caloric deficit, but they're also not being gluttonous, is my point.
Well, so if they are overweight and say they're just in a maintenance stage, like they're maintaining their weight, but if they are overweight, it's also in the Bible we're called to steward things well, steward things wisely, our health as well as our finances, all of our resources, whatever. So I want them to steward their health well as well. So if there are plenty of negatives to being overweight in the area of health, and I would want them to work with me so that we can hopefully get that down. Because I want them to be around with me for a very long time. I want them to see our grandkids, maybe great grandkids. That'd be pretty sweet. But yeah, I think being overweight would limit their ability to do so.
Okay, so you'd feel like equal repulsion to someone who's also like unhealthily underweight.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, and if you were married to a woman and she birthed your child and then, she had some trouble pushing off the weight afterwards, would you be lenient with her?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean,
But would you consider her gluttonous for maybe like spending a few years, I don't know, just enjoying her mommy weight?
well, so I don't know. Well, if she's, I would want her to probably maintain her active lifestyle. So there's a lot of research that's been done into people or women who have, as they're pregnant, studies into is it safe for them to exercise while pregnant. I know in the powerlifting world, so squat, bench, and deadlift, it is perfectly safe to maintain your habits in the gym as long as there's no discomfort. Like if it's painful, okay, maybe we'll change the exercise selection. But it's safe to maintain physical activity while pregnant, and then afterward, of course, I'm not gonna dump my wife if she gains a little weight after she's pregnant. I'm gonna try to work with her on that. Because I love her more than just her physical appearance.
And I appreciate you saying the aspect about the, it being
Yes.
mental and not just down to caloric, because that's the mechanics of it, but
Exactly.
the entire encompassing issue, especially, for me specifically, it is far more complicated than just eating less.
Yeah.
Because I have multiple eating disorders, I have multiple chronic illnesses and invisible disability. I'm considered disabled with the diagnoses that I have, and that's not my weight. Outside of my weight, I'm disabled.
Yeah.
And
Whale
hold
underscore
on,
whale
just one
underscore
sec.
whale donated
What?
$200.
Oh.
My sprinkler goes like this.
That's really funny.
Comes
what a
back
great
like
use of
this.
$200.
Thank you. Thank you. That's good.
$200
Make it longer next time.
just to say
Make
that.
it do a beat so we can rap to it.
Whale, whale, whale.
All right, we have
cube.
Brady Beard here. Brian, I don't even know what to say. LOL, you've really outdone yourself with this panel. From Maddie to the left, it's nice to see you all. Based, Christ is Lord. Okay,
Christ is
all
Lord.
right, there
Let's
you have
go.
it. Thank you. Whoops, hold on just one sec. Well, you're married, so I don't know if it's fair.
No, that's
to-
fine. I'll speak to it. My wife put on some weight after she's had many children. So, yeah, she put on some weight. Took her a few years to burn it off. Now, I might just have different preferences because I didn't know. I just didn't even really notice it very much. That's just me personally, right? But it could be that frog in the boiler effect where just because it happened gradually over time, I just didn't really pay much attention to it. But then she burned most of it off. So, you know,
There
I
you
just
go.
didn't think much about it, honestly.
There you go, folks.
Are
Okay.
you the same, just out of curiosity, as you were? Are you the same as you
Yeah,
were?
I haven't really fluctuated much in weight my whole life.
Okay.
Not much.
How about you, Brian? Would you date a plus-sized lady? Would you date a plus-sized woman?
If they have a big labia.
Plus size labia.
The biggest one you've ever seen.
Facts.
The biggest one I've ever seen.
Like, yeah.
How plus size are we talking here?
Do all plus-size women have plus-size ladies?
No, that's not a thing.
No, that's not how that works.
That's like asking about a guy's being.
You know, if the labia's
You know, sometimes it's not the
labia's
same.
good, maybe I you know, give it a chance. You know.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gotta be the.
You changed your tune a little from last time. Last time you
What?
were like, hell no, we won't go.
I mean, I'm still pretty much on that.
Oh,
though,
well,
but
I don't know. That's not what the people just heard.
Am I being a hypocrite? I don't know. Not a hypocrite, but who knows? You threw in the caveat of she has, like, for example, if she was also like a billionaire and she's like, Brian, let me just retire
It's
you and
Oprah.
marry you without a prenup, I might have to go for
You
it.
might.
I
You'd be
might
like,
have to
yes,
go.
mommy, take me. Stop
Who,
it.
Oprah?
Any billionaire. Are you kidding?
What's the lifestyle like?
You got to wear a collar and be on your knees.
Gotta uphold my. Whoa, okay, no. I ain't doing no.
You're not
I-
going to do that? That's
For a
the
billionaire?
thing you won't do for your
For a billionaire?
Yeah.
Nah.
He's got
I
pride.
Can't, I can't, like, be a what's that called? A sub or whatever?
I don't
No,
know.
I couldn't be a sub.
Maybe you're just,
for
I don't know.
that. I don't know, chat. Would you guys do it? Would you like? Let's say you run into a billionaire woman who will retire you. So let's say you're a bricklayer making, I don't know, $70,000 a year. I don't know, maybe more, maybe less. And you don't have to do that back-breaking work anymore. But
No.
she wants to 3 times a week walk you around a collar on the around the house.
That's
I
going to be a
think-
yes for me.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay.
What did you say you were into last time? What if it's shorter Asian? You said short, chubby Asian ladies. You said you kind of like.
I could see.
With a big labia, I think she's gonna walk you like a
little
dog.
chubby. I can do a little chubby, but like I don't know if I could date. No hate or anything. Just my personal preference. I don't think I could date like a plus size woman. A little belly fat, that's okay. A little chubby, yeah. I can do it. I don't know why I'm talking like Tony Soprano now, but
That's how Inspector Gadget talks.
Exactly. Exactly.
I like
Yes.
Inspector Gadget. It's my kind of go-to. You're right.
Oh, there's
It
no
should've been
hate on
Sherlock
Inspector
Holmes.
Gadget.
wait, are you a singer?
Oh,
Do you do
God, it
singing?
sounds like I do, but no.
Oh, okay.
I can like hum pretty
I was
fiercely.
gonna see if you could sing the Inspector Gadget theme
Do
song.
do 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 do. Inspector Gadget. Do 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 do.
Nice.
Okay, no one's
I can
there.
already tell that I don't like you.
Okay.
I like
just kidding,
you.
just
I
kidding.
missed the whole Go Gadget Go part.
Go Gadget, go. Oh,
Good
no,
times.
you don't have
Wait. Oh, okay. We got so okay. We got single relationship, and then single. Okay. So you said you've been single for 2 years, correct?
Yes, about so.
Okay. And by choice.
Mm-hmm.
By choice. You said you used to do OF. Are you still doing it or not?
I used to do it.
Used to
Well,
do it.
I used to. So before I actually made an OF,
Yeah.
I did like. I've always compared it to like the high-end escorting version of virtual content creation, where
Yeah.
I just kept like a Google Drive, and I would only sell privately through me for like, I wouldn't go below a certain monetary number. Like you had to spend minimum this much, and you would get what you paid for. But I didn't have streaming services like OF or any clip sites because I had some issues with people on the internet in the past, and so I just felt safer, even though it's technically not. But I did eventually create an OF, and then not long after that, I left because I left those communities like entirely.
Right. Well, so you've been single by choice for 2 years, but in that 2 year period, I mean, have you been, maybe you didn't have a boyfriend, but were you dating, any situationships, friends with benefits, anything like that, or no?
I mean, I have like a couple like
You got a roster?
long-standing like situationships if they come to like fly to see me.
Okay.
And it's like one of them I saw like in February just because life's busy. You know, they have like a high-paying like important job, so
Yeah.
I used to see them like more regularly, but eventually just kind of like fizzled out
yeah.
because I used to also live closer to them,
Right.
so that changed things too.
Okay, so you it sounds like you have currently a couple ongoing.
Yeah, like if we talk, we
situationships,
talk, and
right.
like with still good terms. And
Yeah.
In the past, you know, couple years especially, I've just been more hyper focused on myself, and like I want to have like a long-standing committed relationship. That's my goal,
Yeah.
whatever that looks like. And I also have just kind of realized that like the frivolous dating, the like dating app games, the meeting for coffee, and like going on dates every other week, life is just not what I want. I want something a lot more like real and emotion based, and the current dating field and dating game just grosses me out, and it's just something that I don't want to put a ton of energy into, and it's just like people like playing games or whatever. You know
Yeah.
how it is.
I know how it is.
Yeah.
I know how it is.
If you've ever been on a dating app, you know what it's like. They've commodified love.
You got Bumble,
Yeah.
Hinge, all these apps. Farmers Only, Christian Mingle, these apps. You know, maybe have you tried that one, Mason? So, when's the last time you were on a date? Recently? Any recent, prospects, or not so much?
Not recent,
Not
but
recent.
I did go on dates like once I moved to Florida. So I moved to Florida
When was
in
that?
October of 2021.
Okay.
And so my initial thought process was kind of like getting under someone to get over them, and I did that for
Oh.
like a month or two, and then I was like, I'm out. This is dumb.
You were
like
get under
get
someone?
under someone to get over them.
Oh,
yeah,
I
like
like
I had
that.
that
Okay.
mindset, and then
Yeah.
I realized that like that's not healthy.
And you said that lasted for like a month period?
Month to couple months, like, because I was like on Facebook dating
yeah.
and Bumble specifically.
And so how frequently were you going on dates during that period?
Sometimes it was like 2 a weekend, sometimes it was like every other week. It just kind of depends.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I was working a part-time job at that point because I was still kind of recovering from some stuff.
Yeah.
I like took a break from working for a little bit.
And so how long, so you said you were going on a couple dates. You said get under someone to get over someone. So we're talking kind of like just casual hookups type stuff.
Well, like the first couple times, yes. Like, because the first guy I met up with, he had a really weird name. His name, I don't want to say it, but it was
Say it.
it was Fish.
Fish.
His name was Fish.
Fish.
Dead ass.
Like
His legal name?
Like the animal.
His legal
Fish.
name.
Legal name
I
is
mean,
Fish?
did I ask for an
Okay,
ID?
fair
No.
enough. Yeah.
But that he went by Fish.
He
And
went
I
by
was like,
Fish.
yeah, like it's just Fish.
And he
Was he
reeled him in.
pescatarian by chance?
We didn't get to know each other that well.
never know.
I was still emotionally very unavailable at that point. So
Pescatarians don't eat fish, right?
Yeah, you're
yeah,
right.
that's correct.
Vegetarians
That is
only
that's,
eat
that's the
fish.
correct.
Oh, they
Only
eat
fish.
Vegetarian.
Only
He's a
Oh.
Seventh-day
No
Adventist.
Okay.
Yes.
Wait, so question for the ladies related to fish here. If you were dating a guy named Fish, would that make dirty talk a little difficult? Oh, Fish.
Yes.
Feels so good.
No, by the time that's happening, I probably like you a lot. I'm probably used to your weird name, so I'm probably gonna have fun with it.
If I was dating a girl named Fish, I would have to change her name. I'd have to call her like F Dog.
Is that
That
better?
would be better.
That's yeah.
Like,
I think it would be better.
why?
Oh, F dog's better than O fish?
I don't know. Okay, I didn't think it through. I didn't fully think it through. Wait, so okay, the first guy was named Fish, and Any other situations? No?
I think the most, and this is just thinking this isn't even when I was dating in Georgia, but because my ex and I, we broke up for 9 months, like 4 or 5 years into the relationship, and that was a time. Yeah. But in Florida, I think the most notable date, because like I went on like a couple ones, like did dinner dates, whatever, especially like, because like my first couple dates, I was just kind of like I said, that was my mentality, and then I was like, I'm out, and then I started trying to do like more like structured dating,
like
and then,
actually trying to find something serious.
Yeah, and then I was like, oh, I'm not ready, so that's when I backed out. I was like, because I'm not wasting my time. You backed out
totally.
Yeah, that's when I quit dating apps. It's been about a year, at least a year and a half. I just one day out of the blue decided to quit dating apps, and I didn't even realize that I was going to make it a thing for a couple months. So I don't remember the exact pinpointed time. Right. But I know it for sure a year and a half. And but the other one was when I went out with a guy with one leg.
Damn.
Yeah. Dating in Florida is weird.
Amputee.
Yeah. Dating in Florida is weird. That's the problem. It's where I live, and that was another reason why I was like, I'm out.
Where are you meeting guys if you're not using dating apps?
At the time, I was using them, and those were my stories before I quit, because I decided I didn't just quit dating apps. I quit dating, period. And I did some like light talking phases, but nothing stuck. And I've only been like feeling like in the past couple months that I might even be ready to start dating again. I've been flirting with the idea of downloading the apps again, but I just haven't like launched.
During your get under someone phase, how many people did you get under?
In Florida, a couple.
A couple.
One leg guy was one of them?
Yes.
You got under one leg guy?
We'll talk about logistics.
Well, yeah, did that create logistical problems?
Actually, it made it easier.
Oh, easier. I could kind of see that.
Me too.
I can kind of...
It's one less limb.
Yeah, but how did he get leverage?
There's ways.
When there's a will, there's a way.
He just crawled on top of you?
When there's a will, there's a way.
He has a, what's it called? A prosthetic
leg?
Yeah. Right?
No, he didn't.
No, she mean like one leg.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean at least during he didn't.
Wait, so not 2 legs then?
I would date an amputee.
I mean, me too. That's what I'm saying. It was chill.
It's easier for us.
Again, I was just so emotionally like not available.
Have you been with?
No, I'm just saying, like in hypothetically,
like
speaking,
logistically.
No, it's easier for us. Yeah.
To date an amputee than amputee date.
Yeah, because I would go for a double amputee.
Oh my god.
Whoa, Nick. Jesus Christ, this guy's gonna get me fucking canceled over. It's not even on the show. Okay.
Like, would it have to be a configuration though? Could it be like both arms or both legs, or does it have to be one leg and one arm?
I'd want double leg.
That's what he was meaning.
I'd want double leg amputee. Okay, do you object to my sexual preferences? Hello? Really?
Not at all. Go for the gold.
Please don't discriminate against people who are disabled.
Would never begin. Not even with you, Brian.
Ableism.
That's very ableist of you to...
Ladies, he's screaming your name. If you have missing 2 legs, Brian wants you.
Yeah, I'll accept one missing leg because I'm a nice guy.
Yeah, it's only because you'll be under 4 feet.
2.
I'd prefer 2 missing legs. But I'll do.
So that should.
No, I would. For one.
So she can't run away, Brian. I couldn't help it. He set me up for that one, man.
Good talk. Wait. So okay. Now right now you're not dating at all. Pretty much, you're just kind of doing your own thing.
Well, like I said, I've been like before you reached out.
Yeah.
I started like about a month prior. I was like thinking about it, realizing I feel like I'm ready, but I've just been like dealing with a lot of other stuff, and I've other things that are higher priority to me, and I'm really kind of subscribed to the belief that like what's meant to be will be, and I'm not trying to force anything. I'm not desperate for a relationship. I would much rather be single and die alone than be in an unfulfilled, unhappy, or abusive relationship. And so for me, it's like the right person, the right connection will come if it's meant to be. And
I feel like you've got Riz. So like if
thank you.
If you wanted to, do you think you could like pretty quickly like get a new guy?
I know that if I didn't give a shit about the quality of the relationship, I could get a boyfriend in 5 seconds.
In 5 seconds, yeah.
I do. And people, if you want to think I'm delusional,
no,
I mean, not you, just people.
People
like,
in
if
general.
people in general want to think I'm delusional, I know that they're wrong and they live in a very like binary understanding of love and attraction, and they're not willing to see things like outside of a different perspective. So people who are like committed to misunderstanding me or the plus love experience, I have no interest in debating the validity of my right to have love and
Did you
relationships.
After you've had some viral moments recently, did you get a lot of people DMing you like with a romantic interest, like they slid into the DMs?
Not to sound cocky, but that's something that continually happens, and so I just don't take it seriously unless I think it's like, because I have standards, I have things that I want and things that are important to me, and like attraction is important, and also just other certain things. So I believe that both people should mutually be super excited to be together, and if that's not there, then I'm not interested.
I see. And you mentioned you've got standards. Do you consider yourself picky?
Yes and no. I feel like I just know what I want, and I'm not going to settle for something that I find boring or uninteresting or not the right fit.
Yeah. And you mentioned you kind of know what you're looking for. You've got standards. So I'm just curious, like, kind of what are your standards? What are you looking for? And we're going to go around the table for everybody on this. What are you looking for? What are your standards? If there's any, like, trying to think of the term here, must-haves, you know. Some people have the bare minimums, you know, height-wise, income, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Personality traits.
For me, personality traits are the biggest. For me, it's like I want us to have similar moral compasses.
Okay.
I'm an ex-Mormon, so I'm not really interested in being with someone who's like super religious of any capacity, because, and like that's like, I respect other people's beliefs, but my lived experience, I think that would be difficult for like a committed relationship.
So when you say moral compass, you mean a lack of moral compass?
No, I mean, I'm a very spiritual person, and I have my own...
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it as an insult.
I know.
If you bring up, you say person X was hyper religious, right?
So yeah.
So you don't want that quality. So if that's not the quality that you want, then it seems like you're looking for an absence of okay. So what would be the morals you're talking about?
What I'm looking for is someone who has a moral compass that's driven by the desire to do good and be good without needing someone telling them to be that way. Because you can be an atheist and be the most kind, philanthropic person, but that does not mean that you can be hyper-religious and not be evil.
Yeah, I agree, but does that mean you're looking for an atheist?
No, I mean just someone who's not hyper-religious. If they're Christian, but they're not hyper-religious, I would be fine with that. They were spiritual, they were Jewish, they were atheist, agnostic.
When you say this, sorry to just kind of want to dive in on this a little bit. When you say not hyper-religious, what does that mean? Like they don't go to church every Sunday?
Fanatical, or I mean, if they went to church every Sunday but they weren't trying to convert me, that'd be fine, as long as I wasn't forced to go to church. Like, so to me, it's just...
So what it is you don't want a partner to move their morality towards you. That's the preference.
Expect me to align with their religious beliefs, because I believe religious beliefs and moralities do not have to be intrinsically tied, even if they are for a lot of people.
Okay, so you're not looking really for a person who shares your morals, but just a person who won't force their morals on you.
Correct, but I would want them to have a certain level of...
Right, but just like not a serial killer or that type of thing.
But
right?
I'm just not necessarily like boxed in on like they need to be Christian, they need to be this, they need to, you know.
What about height?
I mean, I have a preference.
Sure.
But...
Well, how tall are you? What's your preference?
I prefer, like, you know, I'm 5'6", so 6 and up is like perfect, but I dated someone for a really long time who was 5'9". That was great for me.
Okay.
But yeah, just a little bit taller than me is my bare minimum preference. But I would date someone if everything else was perfect and they were shorter than me. Like being short's not a deal breaker.
Okay. Farha, what about you? What you're looking for?
I don't care too much about height, build, or physique. I do want someone with super high sexual discipline, so a guy who has a low body count, preferably, since I am waiting to marry. And I'd prefer a guy, or no, this is a deal breaker. I wouldn't date a guy who would...
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200. When the only thing you can bring to a relationship is being fat, selling your fatness online, and ebbing on disability, how much of a moral compass can you possibly have?
If you think my fatness is a negative quality, that's not my problem. I'm not here to please anybody. I'm here to be me, share my story. I am employed, I do a lot, and I'm disabled. And if you're disabled and unemployed, that's okay too. The bottom line is, what I choose to do with myself and my interactions with other people defines who I am. And I really I am not interested in people who are committed and misunderstanding me.
Yeah. All right. We'll come back to you, Farha. Also, let's let's avoid any sort of name calling if we can with the chat and the TTS guys. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, high sexual discipline. I wouldn't date a guy who watches porn or goes to strip clubs or anything like that. And ideally...
Wait, you wouldn't date a guy who watches porn?
Nope.
But you
Yep.
do OF?
Yep.
Is that a...
Seems like maybe a double standard.
Is it a double?
No, it's not. I could be a college professor but not date students. I could work at a soup kitchen and not date a homeless guy. Just because I monetize off a demographic doesn't mean I have to date them.
Well, let's get into this
Let's
a
get
little,
into
shall
it.
we? So
Yeah.
let's start with, why do you prefer that they not watch porn?
Because it affects pair bonding, it desensitizes you to your partner, it can lead to erectile dysfunction, all those things.
If you were responsible for causing those things in a man, would you be doing an immoral action?
Potentially.
And are you
I don't think-
participating in doing those immoral actions to men?
No, just because I think maybe you're less of a good romantic partner, that doesn't mean you're less of a moral person.
No, that's not my question.
So just because I don't think you would be a good husband for me doesn't mean I'm deeming you degenerate or a bad person.
Back up. You just said that all of those are bad qualities. That you said that
not objectively
if
bad.
You were,
for me personally, what I'm looking for is pair bonding. Okay, finish.
You said that a person who was causing those problems in men would be doing something immoral.
No, I didn't say that.
So is it if a person's contributing to causing that in men, are they doing something immoral?
So if I'm a lesbian and I only want to date women,
don't ask me a question. Don't ask me a question.
No,
answer
listen.
my question.
No, I'm explaining to you.
Listen.
Listen.
Don't ask me.
Is this
a question.
inconsistent? I'm going to ask you a question. If I'm a lesbian
answer
and I only want to
question.
date women,
as soon as
but
you
I make
answer my question,
OnlyFans
I'll answer your
content for
question.
men, is that inconsistent?
Answer my
I
question.
think she's trying to.
No, she's asking me a
No,
question.
he's evading my point because
Asking
it
a
debunks
question
this whole
is not
thing.
answering my question. Then I'll answer
your question. Has no bearing on this discussion.
Then answer it.
What was your question?
Okay, one more time, since you tried everything to avoid it. If you contribute to those same problems that are against your preference in a mate, okay, those same issues, are you doing something immoral?
Nope.
No.
Same way, like I just said, if I'm a lesbian who puts out pornographic content for men to consume, it's not inconsistent or wrong for me to only date women. I can have a preference for someone while monetizing off an entirely different demographic. That doesn't mean I'm doing something wrong.
So...
Am I doing something wrong for indulging straight men if I only want to date women?
I think you are. I think
that makes no
that
sense.
you're creating a contribution towards the immorality, and you know it's immoral because
but I don't think it's immoral to be heterosexual, and I'd be indulging heterosexuality while personally being homosexual.
Your preference alone is against it. Why is your preference against it? Isn't there an implication
why would
there?
sexual orientation be against it? No, answer my question. Why is it if I was a lesbian and I want to date women, but I put out pornographic content that indulges heterosexual men, is that inconsistent, or am I contributing to a problem?
Well, all of that, literally all of that would be immoral. I would say that that's still an immoral thing, whether or not
it is,
you're
but
being
not for the reason that you
whether or not
discerned
you're
it to
being
be.
inconsistent there. I didn't make an inconsistency argument. I asked you about whether or not it's moral.
You said if I don't want to date a certain pool that I'm contributing to, does that mean I'm creating a problem?
Yeah, no, I'm just asking, is it immoral for you to contribute to that at all?
No.
It's not.
It's not immoral for me to contribute to traits which I personally would not date.
No, that's not my question. My question is it immoral for you to be contributing towards those traits like the negative side effects in men? Is that immoral to do?
No, because not everyone has the same goals as I do. Not everyone's waiting to have sex until they're married. Some people view sex and relationships completely disparately than I do.
So, but why wouldn't you? Those are all negative side effects. You'd agree with that, right?
It depends. Some people, I know a lot of women who don't want to get married. I know a lot of men who don't want to get married either.
The side effects of like ED, things like this.
Well, that side effect doesn't happen to everybody either.
I'm not saying it does.
I think it depends. If certain men want to live a hedonistic lifestyle, I'm not going to deem them immoral for it. I think people have totally different purposes and goals.
Again.
It was, and I answered it.
My question specifically was, if you contribute towards that, that's harmful, isn't it? And isn't that the standard you use for morality?
It's not harmful if it's congruent to their goals. If their goal is to be a hedonist, then that's fine.
But their goal's
that's not my goal.
Okay, but here's the problem.
If their goal is to jack off to as many girls as possible before they die, they can go for it.
Because if it's hedonism, right, you still have a harm principle. So even if a person is doing a thing and they say, I'm going to do this thing because I don't care about the harm, you are still supposed to care about the harm that you cause, right?
No.
No? You're not?
Because they have a totally different moral rubric than I do. If their goal is to fuck as many girls as possible because they think that makes them more alpha or male, I wouldn't
cares
support
what their moral rubric is? You're the consequentialist.
What?
So you are supposed to care about the harm you do.
I'm not a consequentialist. We've been over this so many times.
Oh, what are you again?
I said I was a moral absolutist.
You're a moral absolutist.
Yeah. Probably more that than a utilitarian.
Is that
Why are you shaking your head?
You're not a subjectivist.
You're not. No, you're not a moral absolutist.
It's ridiculous.
I'm sorry, what is that?
It means like you're not necessarily looking at the consequence of an action to deem its morality. My point is people have totally different goals.
Okay. So is porn always wrong?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Is it always right?
No.
Well, they're not moral absolutists. If it was moral, if it was a moral absolute, it would either be always right or always wrong because it's absolute.
It varies.
Okay, give me an example of a moral absolute that's not yes or no, right or wrong.
I would love to. With porn, for example, porn will disaffect your relationship if one partner is okay with it and one is not. That will affect cheating and compatibility. If both partners are proponents of pornography consumption, that'll actually increase your sexual intimacy with each other.
What does that have to do with anything I just said?
My point is you're looking for like a black or white answer. Is porn
because
good or bad? And it depends on the parties consuming it.
What do you think absolute means? You don't know what absolute means?
I know what absolute means.
Well,
but
what is a moral absolutist?
I think you're intentionally being obtuse.
No, I think you're intentionally evading. What do you think absolute means?
No, answer my question.
What do you think absolute means?
Definite, finite.
Finite and definite at the same time?
At the same time.
That's what you think absolute means?
Absolute means definite.
What do you think a moral absolutist is?
It means you have certain moral principles that you think take precedence over the consequences of those actions, and you want to be a proponent for those moral principles even if there is an increase in harm over help.
Okay, so it's not about consequences.
What?
It's not about consequences for you at all.
It's not about consequences. It's about looking at the fact that people have different aims. If a certain man wants to prioritize his sexual pornography consumption over getting married because he personally doesn't think getting married is a net good for him, who am I to say that's wrong and I'm contributing to a problem?
But then, let me ask a single question, right? You would agree with me that the age of consent's arbitrary, right?
Would I agree with you that the age of is this TOS, Brian?
No. Okay, the AOC is arbitrary, right?
Is it arbitrary?
Yeah.
Not really.
Then give me the moral imperative for it real quick. The moral absolute statement for that.
The moral imperative would be that it's generally wrong to
it's generally wrong. It's not based on the consequence, though.
What?
It's not based on the consequence. This is an absolute. So why should the AOC absolutely be X age?
It's not. It varies
Why
by
should
state.
it be? You're a moral absolutist.
I don't even know if I would subscribe to that.
You wouldn't subscribe to your own worldview?
I don't even know if I would subscribe that there is a certain age of consent because it varies by state.
So you're not an absolutist then?
You're evading from my whole point.
You're not an absolutist?
You said that it's hypocritical and it's inconsistent and it's kind of immoral. I'm contributing to a moral problem to put out porn content.
His question was whether or not there was
you're
a
the one
contingency
who
between a
interrupted
double
me.
standard. I asked you about the morality of a thing.
Yes, and you said I'm
And
creating
you
a
say I'm a
problem by
moral
contributing to
absolutist.
traits that I personally would not date.
Yeah.
And
So
that's
now
completely
now I'm
analogous.
inside of your worldview, and
No,
now
but
I'm
why
trying to
won't you
figure out
address the
if
analogy
you're,
I created
because,
between that and me being
because
a
if the
lesbian and wanting to
foundation-
date women,
I'll explain it.
but not wanting to date
Guys,
straight
one
men?
at a time, one at a time,
Yeah, I can
please.
explain it. Because if the foundation of your worldview on its own is incorrect, then I don't care about the rest of what you even just had to say. If the foundation of what you're saying makes no sense at all,
It makes
then
perfect sense.
any claims that you make past that are not even relevant. So explain to me how you're moral. Tell me what a moral absolutist even is.
I don't even know what this has to do with anything. Your rebuttal
You're
to me
just running.
was that
Stop
because
running.
I don't want to date certain traits that I may contribute to, that I'm being hypocritical and I'm creating some moral problem. And then I give you a perfect analogy. If I was a homosexual woman and I dated women, but I contribute to indulging heterosexual male pornography consumption, is that wrong? And you have yet to address that point.
I don't need to.
Why can't you? Why can't you?
I'm going to explain it to you. If the underlying foundation for which that current worldview you just
You're saying
explained,
if I can't
stop
flesh
talking,
out a
Farha. It's my
perfect
turn, Farha. It's my
ethical
turn, Farha. It's my
rubric,
turn.
then it means that I'm being
My
hypocritical.
turn,
Let
Farha.
him talk,
Calm down.
let him
Stop
talk, and you go
spurging.
ahead.
Stop spurging and listen.
Let's not use that word. Let's not use that. It's probably
Okay.
probably TOS.
Spurging's
Probably.
not against TOS.
It's not?
No. So,
Okay.
You can tone police
so
me, I don't
listen,
care.
if you have a foundation for an ethical
avoid-
system,
we should
and then you
avoid
tell me a thing that you ought or ought not do, and I find out that your ethical system itself is inconsistent, you don't even know what it is, why would I ever listen to a word you had to say about ought, Farha?
Because this is your chronic evasion of every point. Is when I give you a perfect analogy and see, this will make you concede on your rebuttal, then you're like, oh, now explain to me from A, B to C your exact moral worldview.
Yeah. Why is that a problem?
Because then we're going to
question
go all the way
integrity of
backwards, and
your
you're like, let's
foundation.
talk about where rights come from. Let's talk about where duties come from. Let's talk about
Let's
obligations.
talk about the foundation of the things you believe. Isn't that crazy?
How was the universe started? Let's talk about that,
The
right?
fou-
That's your go-to all
Are
the
you
time.
going to answer to what a moral absolutist
Are you going to
is?
answer my initial question, which is why was that a false
I'll
analogy
just
between
concede
me
the
being a
whole
lesbian content
argument.
creator?
I'll just concede the whole argument there for the purpose of you
Don't
asking.
concede. Actually, give me an
of you
answer.
answering this question. I
No,
just
no.
conceded for the purpose of the argument.
no,
What's
not
a
for the
moral
purpose of the
absolutist?
argument.
What's a moral
Do you,
absolutist?
no.
I just conceded for the purpose of the argument.
Stop saying for the purpose of the
Why
argument.
not?
Genuinely.
I can't. I'm sorry. I can't test your consistency by conceding the argument just for the purpose of testing the worldview. That's not okay with Farha.
And you created a rebuttal, and then I gave a perfect rebuttal, and
Yeah,
now
and I'll
to
just
evade,
concede it for the
you're
sake
saying,
of
where'd your
argument.
rights come
Yeah, I'll
from?
just
Where do your
concede it
ethics
for the-
come
I'll
from?
just concede it for
What's
the
a
sake of
moral
argument.
absolutist? Just find
I'll
every word in the
just
dictionary for me.
concede it.
Enough for the sake of the argument.
just
I'm genuinely
conceding.
asking you, why is it a false analogy?
Yeah, I'm just conceding it for the sake of argument.
But
Now,
you
can
keep
we get
saying for the
back-
sake of the argument.
Can we get back to what you? Because I need
No,
to know.
I'm not interested in talking
You're
about
not
how
interested
the
in
world
talking
started.
about the foundations of your own ethical system.
Ethical system, we're talking about sexual and romantic preferences.
But why would I care what your preferences are if you can't give me any type of ID for why it's ethical or unethical?
So I should just never talk if I can't flesh out to you how the universe
You
started.
should never make an ought
where
claim.
rights come from.
You should never make an ought claim unless you can say you
You
ought
made
to
the
do
ought
this
claim.
based on
You
this
made the ought
moral
claim.
imperative.
Let him go. Let him talk. Go
You
ahead.
cannot say, Andrew, you ought to do this. And when I say, why ought I do that? You go, I don't fucking know, because I don't really feel like
That's
you
so
should.
funny because you're the one who made the ought claim.
I
I
didn't
said
make an
I
ought
wouldn't
claim.
date a guy who watches porn.
What ought claim did
and
I
then you
make?
said, then you ought not to contribute to that problem if you don't want to date a guy who
No,
watches
I asked
porn.
you if you should.
Yeah, so you created the ought claim.
No,
it's not about
I'm
should.
asking
I'm saying
you
my
from your
preference is
worldview.
completely
If you'd like to
consistent.
know my worldview,
I
yes, it's
don't
all
care.
total degeneracy. I hate it all. I think it's all immoral. What's a moral absolutist? Now, can you answer the question?
My point was
You're still not going to
me
answer the
saying
question.
that this creates
I
certain
just
traits.
answered
That doesn't
to
mean
your
I think it's
question.
morally wrong. Okay.
Answer the question. What's a moral absolutist?
A moral absolutist is someone who has certain moral principles that they think take priority over the consequences of those actions, and they think those should be honored with precedence over a utilitarian worldview.
So, why is it then that you're giving me an argument from the consequence?
How did I?
Because you're saying,
AB Check, thank you for the gift of 20 memberships. Go ahead, Andrew. You're saying?
okay. So what you're saying here is,
I didn't even give you a consequence.
you say pornography, not immoral, right?
Not necessarily, yeah.
Not necessarily. But if we try to discover why it's not, the reason that you say the reason it's not always immoral is because there's some consequences that I think are better than other consequences. That's why.
Even then, that has nothing to do with morality.
It would for an absolutist.
If I prefer a partner who's 6 foot over 5'10", and I'm preferring the consequence of their height, that doesn't mean I think 5'10" men are immoral.
Unless
Or
you're
there's
an
something morally wrong with being
but you,
short.
You wouldn't say, I'm a moral absolutist. I believe that this X thing is absolutely always immoral,
I'm
except
asking
in
you,
the case of the consequences.
why are we conflating romantic preferences with a moral rubric? Same way if I said...
Because it's an ought claim.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Same way if I said I prefer a tall guy over a short guy, that's not me saying, oh, then, you know, it's bad for me to contribute to something that decreases height in men.
Yeah, but that would be a preference. In this particular occasion, I'm not talking about a preference. I'm asking you about the morality of it.
We were talking a preference. Same way, again, if I could be indulging
heterosexual
men while being a lesbian. We can go back and forth.
Okay, fine. So we'll just do, you think it's moral because your preferences, and I think it's moral because my preferences, but you're a moral absolutist.
I didn't say moral. I literally said morality has no bearing on my romantic preferences in this instance. You're the one bringing up morality for no reason.
Then if we're just talking about preferences,
I can like a guy who's a certain race or a certain height, and that doesn't mean I'm claiming all other men are immoral.
Then Farha.
If I prefer women as a woman, am I calling men immoral?
If all we're talking about is I like water and you like lemons, right? Then why, if we're making the discussion about these things which are going on inside of consistency issues, things like this, like he was talking about, or you claiming you're a moral absolutist, things like this, we're now outside the realm of preference. We're now into the realm of Farha's worldview. So I'm trying to figure out
romantic preferences, and I'm saying, why does romantic preferences even fall within the worldview of morality?
Because what if you're romantic?
If I prefer a guy with a big dick over a small dick, does that mean I think guys with small dicks are immoral?
I'll tell you. Because what if you indulge in your preferences and they're actually against your own morality? Then are you doing something immoral by following that preference?
Right, and I'm saying I'm not deeming those guys who watch porn or go to strip clubs immoral. I'm saying for what I'm seeking in a romantic relationship, those are not traits that would be preferable to my goals.
Right, you're saying they're not immoral, and I'm trying to show you that I think you think that either A, you're right and they're not immoral and you're a consequentialist, or I
don't think it's immoral. I would be friends with guys who watch porn. If I actually thought it was immoral and I thought it was like akin to an actual moral wrongdoing, like murder or the R word, then I wouldn't be friends with those people. I wouldn't be friends with girls and guys who watch porn or go to the strip clubs.
How do you determine whether something's morally positive or negative?
It would be case by case. I can't flesh out a perfect moral system for you right now.
Would it be based on the consequences of that action?
I'm asking you, what does morality have to do with a romantic preference?
Don't.
So, okay,
hang on. No, listen, that's a bait and switch.
It's not. This whole question arose because he asked me my preferences.
When I ask you a question, you answer with a question. What he asked you specifically is, how do you know something you're doing is moral or immoral?
I don't know. I don't have a pure moral framework at this time.
So you're not a moral absolutist.
No shit.
I said I probably subscribe.
There you go. You're a consequentialist.
You're a consequentialist.
Because you say,
okay,
you took murder and you take all of these other things based on the consequences of what happens in that scenario. So murder. If someone commits murder, it's a negative.
I'm pretty sure moral absolutism is against murder.
Wait, Farha, just let him finish.
So if you commit murder, the consequence is negative because you take someone's life. You take human life. So that's a consequence. So you're looking at the consequence and you determine it's bad. You don't take. You're not pulling from objective standard. And you are taking your interpretation of the consequence and then conflating that with negativity.
If you think moral absolutists wouldn't object to murder, you're deranged.
Then tell us what your standard is.
For why someone should be against murder, that doesn't fit the consequential framework?
No. For your standard of what your morality is based on.
I don't even know why we're talking about morality.
I know that you don't know, but now
you're using this as an evasion because you don't want to concede on the point that my preference is completely
Here's what you're actually
consistent.
saying. You're not saying, I don't know why we're talking about morality. You're saying, I don't know the answer to your fucking question.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for what is your perfect moral framework.
So your moral framework is based on something you don't even know.
Don't even know.
Yeah, you don't even know.
No,
yeah, write 300 pages to flesh out their morality. They can't give you a 2-sentence quip on the whatever podcast.
They can.
You say the foundation.
No, because if I asked you, you'd probably say like, "Oh, I subscribe to Christianity," but then you'd probably have some exceptions to that.
And you could maybe flesh those out by giving me an internal critique, which I'm fine with because I follow Christian ethics, which is exactly what I'm doing to you.
So now, this pertains to my romantic preferences.
So you just told me, you said I have a worldview. I can't justify my worldview. I don't even know how I came to the worldview. I don't even know what my standard is for morality. But this thing over here, that's not immoral. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm saying, how does morality, can you explain to me why morality even pertains to this conversation of romantic preferences?
Because if we're talking about pornography, we're coming at it from two different standards. I'm saying that the standard is immoral. You're saying that the standard is moral. I'm saying I'm going to justify my morality. You say you can't justify your morality. I want people to listen to the guy who can justify their morality and not to the person who absolutely can't.
Here's my 2-sentence cute little answer. I think generally people should aim to self-actualize and genuinely they should seek to fulfill their autonomy. So if someone has a certain goal for themselves that generally is not harming someone else, and for instance, they want to fuck as many people as possible.
What
and
does
they're not creating other
self-actualize
harm.
mean?
Live up to their potential. I don't know if that's congruent with a Christian framework.
I don't even know what that means.
I mean, all this is consequence based. It's dependent upon the outcome.
That's not true.
It is though.
What is it dependent on?
consequentialist based. I think you can self-actualize and maybe have nothing to show for it at the end of the day. But I think absolutist would still look at the effort and the intention. That's literally what an absolutist is. They look at the intention behind the
You're just saying. You're just giving him preferences. You're just talking about the absence of negative outcomes. So I mean, it is consequentialism.
It doesn't make it a consequentialist just because it also happens to overlap with consequentialism.
I'm asking for the standard, and you're just giving us preferences.
Let me ask you, why is it that my romantic preference has anything to do with morality, or why is it inconsistent? I know it sounds bad to say I do OF, but I wouldn't date a guy who does X, Y, and Z, but genuinely flesh it out, because right now it just sounds like you guys have an unjustified visceral reaction to the fact that I sound like a hypocrite. But you can actually flesh it out.
Okay, so let me flesh it out for you one more
Flesh
time.
it out without just asking, give me a two-sentence moral framework.
I'm not even going to ask you a question. I'm just literally going to flesh it out for you.
If I ask you why you wore a blue shirt over red, and then you said I just prefer blue, would I say, okay, then it's immoral to wear red? Then why is mine not a preference?
You would have to make a justification for that.
What do you mean?
Unless you're saying that your entire moral framework is just a preference.
So if you were to say I look better in a blue shirt than a red shirt, and I were to say, then you're selfishly motivated. Why are you only interested in what you like? Maybe you should survey the panel.
You can make a good argument.
Find out what we prefer looking at. We're the one who's going to have to stare at you for 4 hours. But wouldn't you say that's kind of a weird rebuttal to why you chose a blue shirt over a red shirt?
Is that your argument?
I'm showing you how ridiculous you sound.
No, my argument's not ridiculous. What
it's
you're
completely
saying,
ridiculous.
Then stop talking. Let me make my argument. What you're saying is just a sequence of preferences. You're saying, Andrew, why did your preference to do this thing, which you have a preference to do, that nobody considers immoral, including you and I, why did you do that thing? I say, well, because it's a preference. You go, oh, okay, makes sense. It's a preference. All you're giving us right this second for the entire standard, for your entire morality, is your preference.
Not morality. I'm saying my romantic standards are more akin to why you chose a certain shirt over another.
Almost done.
You let these male guests blow vape, but if I talk for more than 2 seconds, then
seriously, she's been overtopped so many times.
It's so unfair.
Disrespectfully,
I didn't say it was unfair.
Always stops
It's
her
not
for you
unfair.
and never stops you guys for her ever.
Well, because this is with the male audience. Okay, continue.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what, Farha? I know I was just about to lay the entire groundwork for my epistemology, and you don't have any, but you go ahead. I'll chill out.
Is that what you think I was having a rebuttal to? I was saying the fact that he will always cut me off after 2 sentences, but let any male guest on this panel blow vape for like 3 minutes plus. Even if it's not related to the conversation, and I can never do that.
Nobody said
I'm not
anything.
picking a fight with you.
No. I equally. I make fair attempts to let everybody speak. You know,
I will pay someone to comb through this and create a chart of how much you interrupt.
You go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I was just talking with him.
Talking about dating preferences, I'm so lost.
But he knows that he can't let it slide if I'm an OF girl and I say I went to date a guy who watches porn, so he has to now try to dunk on me ethically, even though it doesn't pertain to ethics.
Let's continue on. So Andrew is making a point.
How does it not?
He got so angry.
How does it not? How does it not pertain to?
I'm chilling.
Yeah. How does it not pertain to ethics if you tell me that you're doing something that's unethical? It's like this.
I didn't say. Did I say unethical? Anywhere in my initial answer, did I say I wouldn't do it because watching porn is unethical?
Here's what your argument is. What your argument is, you go to me and you're like, "Hey, Andrew, I'm about to go commit murder." And then I go, wait, you can't do that, and here's why. And you're like, I didn't want to have a conversation about my ethical standards. I just wanted to tell you that I was going to go commit murder. That's your argument right now, Farha.
It's not. My argument is exactly akin to saying maybe I would wear a blue shirt over a red one. And I'm saying it's a preference.
No, I'm saying from my standpoint, you doing OnlyFans is immoral. You agree that that's true?
But that wasn't even the argument. If you want to discuss the morality of sex work, I'd love to get into that.
Did you say you were on OnlyFans?
Yes, but that wasn't your rebuttal
to
me. Your rebuttal to me was that I'm contributing to something wrong while not preferring in a partner. But the reason I wouldn't prefer those traits in a partner is not because I think it's immoral.
What did I tell you were contributing to?
I think it's because it would create a partner that wouldn't be as pair bonded to me. That was the whole point.
And what did I tell you? The point was of me saying, wait a second, you're contributing to X thing by being on OnlyFans, right?
Yes, I am contributing to X thing. That doesn't make X thing immoral because I wouldn't date or fuck X thing.
So now we can get into why X thing is immoral.
Let's do it, but then concede that doesn't mean I was calling X thing immoral.
I literally told you for the purpose of the argument, I'll concede it.
The argument.
Like, why won't you let it move on?
Because you didn't even address you were wrong. You created a rebuttal to what I was saying and then completely switched the topic.
And I'm still trying to get into the ethics of this thing.
But we can get into the ethics of
so
sex
are your
work
ethics
and
just a
OnlyFans.
preference?
I would love to.
Is it
I
just
would
a preference?
To.
Is it just a preference?
Is what a preference?
Is the fact that you say that OnlyFans is moral, the fact that you say like apparently I guess prostitution is
moral. When did we say moral?
Stop.
Okay.
Farha, I just let you talk, right? So are you saying that OnlyFans, you're making the claim OnlyFans moral, right?
No, I did not say that, and I know you know I didn't say that. I literally said we can discuss the morality of it. I was saying there's nothing
immoral.
Immoral?
As a moral absolutist, is it Immoral
I'm sorry,
or
is
moral?
there no such thing as moral neutrality, such as you wearing a flannel versus him wearing a leather
Yes.
jacket versus him wearing a
Yes,
hoodie?
you could say it's morally neutral. I'm fine with that too.
I would say it's morally neutral.
It's morally neutral.
Well, it depends case by case.
Is it absolutely morally neutral?
No, that's why I said case by case.
Are you absolutely sure?
Same way I could probably find a way to say maybe you wearing these certain shirts aren't exactly morally neutral because maybe a child sewed that shirt, and then we could get into it case by case, but generally I can say it's morally neutral for you to have different shirts that you're wearing. Is that fair?
Sure, it's morally neutral for me to have
Is it okay
a
for me to
certain shirt.
ask you to justify the morality of your shirt?
So hang on. So OnlyFans to you is just like me wearing a shirt. It's
I
morally
said
neutral.
it's case by case, same way exactly. I don't know. Maybe if you had a 4-year-old make that shirt for you
Agreed.
today, then we could get
Fair
into
enough.
it.
So we go into it's a case by case. So
Yes, it
inside
depends
of
on the model, the consumer, the
got
relationship
it.
status.
So inside of OnlyFans, how would you evaluate, absent bad consequences, the things inside of OnlyFans that you would consider moral or immoral?
Probably the ethics of sex work. So typical things like whether the model's being groomed into it, whether the consumer
Consequence. Next.
whether the consumer is honest with his romantic partner about it. That's not consequence.
Then why would you
That's not
value? Why would
consequence.
you value it absent negative consequence?
I think if you're looking at something like dishonesty and integrity, that if anything, that pertains more to moral absolutism than it does consequentialism.
Why would
because
it
if the
be-
partner doesn't
yeah.
find out, then technically that's fine by consequentialism because maybe he got to jack off to a model and keep his relationship
Really?
going. But I would still say that's wrong,
So it's okay.
even though he's lying to his wife
So
about
it's okay to tell a lie if it saves a life.
What?
Can you tell a lie if it saves a life?
I think it depends.
It depends on the consequences, Farha.
What?
It
No, it depends
No?
on the lie itself and the severity of the
Well,
lie.
no, okay.
Unrelated from consequence. You know you're pivoting. You know
I'm
it.
not. This is literally to your point. I'm testing your logic. So my logic is to say I think you're consequentialist. I think all the things you just named are consequence-based for negative outcomes.
No, it's literally not. I
Literally
literally
is,
said,
and
listen
this
to me.
is how I can demonstrate it for
Can
you.
you moderate a little bit?
This is how I can
I
demonstrate
just
it
kind
for
of,
you.
I'm more of a free flow kind of.
Yeah, this
Are
is.
you playing solitaire?
This is how I
No,
can
I'm not
demonstrate
playing
it.
solitaire.
This is how I can demonstrate it.
Okay, listen.
I know you
no,
just
no,
want to
before we
prattle.
change the topic,
Yeah.
Wait, okay, here.
Before-
Let's let Farha.
Thank you so
There you go,
much.
there you go. All
It's
right,
not like I
let's go ahead,
drove 2
say it.
hours for this. Okay.
all right.
Anyways,
It's not
as
like
I
I
was
flew
saying,
across
it's
country
not
for it.
consequent. I flew too, okay? It's not consequentialist because I was literally saying even if that man who's watching the OF content is lying to his wife, but it improves the status of his relationship because now he's more likely to have sexual intimacy with his wife, but he knows that he's transgressing his wife's sexual boundary. I still think that's wrong. So
That's
that's
a
100%.
consequence.
No, it's not.
It is.
No,
It is-
it's not because
it's a
that's
consequence
increasing
of
the
your
pleasure in
actions.
his relationship. That's moral absolutism, literally, because I'm still saying that's
Yeah,
a wrong
but
deed.
If it was reversed,
If it's reversed, then that completely changes the situation.
right now, because the consequence is reversed.
The consequences
I'm
change.
obtuse on purpose. I literally
I'm
said,
not.
even
No.
if it's a net good in terms of pleasure, because maybe his wife is now enjoying him more. She's like, wow, my husband's so happy lately and jolly and cheery, and he's more happy lately. Maybe now he can actually last longer in bed. If he's transgressing her boundary, I still think it's wrong to lie
Why?
about being subscribed to an OF. Because I'm, prioritizing honesty, integrity, honoring your vows over a consequentialist
Why?
hedonism.
Yeah, why?
Why?
Yeah.
I think that's the I think that's the dead end of moral absolutism is I'm valuing honesty and integrity.
Yeah, why?
Why? Because I think those are good traits.
I have a question.
So their preferences. So the entirety of
What?
Farah's worldview.
What are you talking
Listen,
about?
I'm going to explain.
I wanna hear what she has to
So this is really simple, really very simple. What you say is this: you say it bottoms out at moral absolute on truth and on this and on that things which you
On justice, integrity,
things
honesty.
that you prefer.
That is the weirdest evasion I've ever heard in my life.
Well, no. It's not the weirdest evasion because ultimately what he's trying to get to is saying that you are the one who's determining whether it's moral or immoral. It's a preference.
Based on a preference.
That doesn't make it consequentialist.
It does
No,
in
it
this case
doesn't.
because all of the things in which you value seem to be based around the consequences.
I literally said it's not. Even if it improves their relationship and makes it so that they don't get divorced and they have a happier marriage, I still think it's wrong
know
to
what?
transgress someone's boundary.
Fair enough. So then what we could say instead is this. Maybe you're right, and it's not that you always value the consequence. We would just say that the entirety of Farah's entire moral system comes from her preferences.
How is that a preference?
Because you said that moral absolutism bottoms out at truth and at these other values that you have, which you have a preference for.
Which I think most people have a preference for. The legal system, the courts, most moral
so whatever the
doctrines,
majority
most
of people think that's
most
what's moral.
politicians.
So the most people determine morality then? Whatever
No, I didn't
the
say
most
most
believe?
people. I said specifically the institutions which we've entrusted our justice and our legal systems with. That has nothing to do with most people. If anything, that's probably less people than the overall population.
It's dependent upon the majority of people believing that
I didn't say majority. I literally said it could be a minority, but we can look at the syllogisms of why they've arrived at this conclusion of why
Then tell me what they are.
good thing. I just love that we've detoured so much because this proves my point that it's not inconsistent for me to do OnlyFans because you've had to detour 30 times now.
Wait,
why is it important that she determines the morality of men that she wouldn't consider dating? That's what I don't understand about the entire premise of this conversation.
It matters
why is
because
it
the audience
her
wants him
responsibility to determine the morality of the men that she wouldn't consider dating, consuming the content that they would consume, regardless of how they got it? Is a consenting person creating the content. She runs her own business. She's ethically creating her own content.
Why is it ethical?
Because she's consenting to the creation of her content.
Why is that ethical?
Because that is less consumption happening of content that people are not consenting to making.
Yeah, but you just are repeating it, right? The consent is what makes it ethical. The problem is,
to me,
what I'm trying to do is get to the foundation of why you think things are ethical or unethical. That's the point. Why do you think things are ethical or unethical? Why?
Based on, that depends on the conversation.
No. Why do you think things are good or bad?
I don't do that off of any religious aspect.
Usually
I do
spiritual
that
people don't believe in good and
why
bad.
Do you think?
Usually we do positive and negative.
Based on basically the do no harm.
So you think that things are bad if they're harmful.
And harmful is subjective.
That's your principle.
Yes. Harmful is subjective. But for me, I make that determination based on my lived experience.
Okay. So what you're trying to avoid then, this is the principle we're just trying to get at, which Farha evaded a million times, is that for you, you're just looking at things through the outlook of you don't want there to be harm caused.
Correct. And and then of course, with any decision in any business, there are risks and of harm factor. You can be a CEO making $100,000 a year doing beyond unethical damage to the environment, to the society at large, to several factors, and not using sex to do so. So her doing that, there is no ethical consumption under capitalism, and there is no ethical...
There's no ethical consumption under capitalism.
Correct. There is no ethical consumption under capitalism.
Because that would mean that capitalism always does harm, right?
Not always.
Well, then it can't be no. Then it can't be no. You can't say there can be no ethical consumption and then say, but except for the times there can be.
Well, they both exist. So there are things that can be ethical and things that can't be, but you cannot experience consumption without there being unethical aspects that are outside of our control as an individual.
And those are immoral.
Okay.
Right?
Dependent, yeah.
Dependent on what? If it causes harm, it's immoral, right?
Yes, but
okay.
I lost track of what it was. Sorry.
So then every single time somebody does something which is harmful, it's immoral. We've established that, and you said that there's no chance they can never be ethical consumption ever, not even one case inside of capitalism. That means capitalism's always harmful, right?
See, well, you're trying to boil it down to white and black thinking.
Yeah.
And that's just not.
Yeah, it is.
The
it's
line,
either yes
the
or
path
no.
I'm trying to go down.
Subjective also.
Yeah.
Wait, are we talking about communism?
Well, it can't be subjective. It can't be subjective if you say all.
We could talk about.
No, but see,
it's not subjective when you say all.
Sex work is the commodification of sex. That is a part of capitalism. That was the point from which I was deriving from.
What was the point? What?
Yeah.
That sex work is the commodification of sex. The commodification aspect is what I was aligning with capitalism and making that statement.
So then sex work is immoral under capitalism.
I don't understand that line of logic.
You just said that it's sex work's a commodification under capitalism, and any type of transaction under capitalism is immoral.
It's not exclusive to capitalism.
So therefore, sex
not
work.
Exclusive to capitalism.
I didn't say. All I asked you was, so sex work in capitalism is always immoral.
No.
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 So then all things which are commodified and transactions made under capitalism are not immoral.
I'm on the side here. I don't moralize sex work.
So then there are transactions under a capitalist society which are moral.
Yeah.
Okay, but then why did you say that there can be no ethical transactions ever under communism?
That's what you said.
Or under capitalism? No, you said that.
No, I did not.
Okay, go ahead and repeat your spiel about communism again. Capitalism, sorry. There can be no what under capitalism?
Maybe there's a better way of phrasing it.
But
than
what did you
that
say,
phrase.
though? What did you say?
What the exact phrase I believe is there is no like when you're saying it's a simplified phrase. There is no ethical consumption under capitalism. That is what I said.
So then OnlyFans under capitalism is unethical.
Or morally neutral, which you keep forgetting exists.
But she can't. She said all transactions under capitalism are unethical. All of them. Every one of them.
She didn't say unethical. She said no ethical consumption. That's the least
Are you
morally
consuming OnlyFans?
Ethical.
Are you consuming OnlyFans? She said it was commodified. She said it's commodified. So if somebody's consuming OnlyFans, by her logic, it has to be unethical.
But she didn't say unethical. She said no ethical consumption. It could be morally neutral.
If somebody's consuming OnlyFans, that would be unethical.
Or ethically neutral.
It can't be ethically neutral if she says every single time.
She said
X
no
happens.
ethical, not unethical. Those are two different things.
Yes.
So everything under your worldview, then, when it comes to capitalism, is either immoral or morally neutral. There's no moral goods.
I'm sorry. Please repeat that question. I want to make sure I understood that.
Under capitalism, can you do anything that is a moral good?
I mean, yes, because I don't go into the absolutes.
Then now, right? Are you still going to make the claim, Farha, now that she said yes, you can at least do positive things, right? She did say that under her ethical system, repeat it again, I just want to make sure I get it right, so that I'm not straw manning you.
About the capitalism quote?
Yeah.
There is no ethical consumption under that's what you said.
There is no ethical consumption. That's what you said the first time.
And I may have misquoted the phrasing. Honestly, I'm dyslexic, so honestly, I could have misquoted what I meant to say. So so that's very plausible there, but.
Good talk.
Anyway.
Dating podcast, by the way.
Right.
Got into economics.
I think we were going around saying our preferences.
Yes, preferences.
That was about mine.
Thank you.
Love to get back to that.
Thank you, Farha.
Yeah.
So preferences.
I don't know if she finished. Did you finish?
Well. You sure you want
to finish?
I would love to have her finish just to be curious, not to have someone rebut off of her preference. That'd be
Thank
great.
you so much. Yeah, I think I pretty much detailed it already. I would like someone intelligent, someone who doesn't watch porn, doesn't go to strip clubs, and has super high sexual discipline.
Well, that's morally. Is my turn now?
Yeah.
Okay. Fun.
Yay.
I think that I'm probably also looking for someone who's got similar spiritual beliefs as me.
Which are?
I'm spiritual. I was raised Catholic, but I grew away from religion, just learning a lot of things and experiencing things. So someone who wasn't super locked into. She mentioned hyper religious. People here don't love that term. I don't mind that. But I don't want that either. I wouldn't actually.
And you said that you want an athletic guy. Do you want a tall guy?
I would like someone who likes to be athletic. Yeah,
tall guy?
Ideally, it'd be nicer for them to be. I like to wear heels a lot.
Okay.
So normally,
how tall are you?
I'm 5'7", 5'8" if I'm doing runway.
And so bare minimum height for a guy?
My first boyfriend was probably 5'7", but after that, it's been like 6 feet, 5'11", 5'10".
Okay. So would you say bare minimum is like 5'10"?
Ideally, 5'10" and taller. Like when I'm looking, I'm like, okay, yeah. Especially on dating sites because there's more to view and I can be a little bit more specific. I'll be like, okay, yeah.
And you prefer like guys with large peens? It sounded like that was a preference.
They prefer me, but I'm not mad at it.
Oh, they prefer you. Okay. All right.
There's like a mutual understanding there.
What about you?
For me, I think I would want someone that, because I don't go out to clubs. That's not like my thing. I get anxious and stuff. But I would want someone that would want to go out to the movies or to do arcades or something like that.
Okay. So like dates and stuff.
Yeah, but it's also something serious because I know a lot of people, like on dating apps, they say, oh, let's hang out and this and that, but they don't want to hang out. They just want to hang out to like
Have sex.
Yeah, basically. And like, I'm not trying to.
Wait, when's the last time you went to the club?
I don't go.
Oh, you don't go at all?
No,
Okay.
like the last time I went was a couple months ago, but that's because my friend invited me. But
Yeah.
I don't usually go out. Like,
Okay.
It's not my
Okay.
area.
Madison, I guess.
My preferences are someone who is very committed, honest, loyal. In a relationship, I feel like they have all my attention, so I want to have their attention as well. And I don't really like when people cheat. Doesn't mean my preference is for you not to cheat. Doesn't mean I'm going to contribute to cheating as well. But yeah.
I prefer a cute face, nice waist to hip ratio, emotionally stable. I can't do the highly neurotic women. They're crazy. I like this sweet, innocent, and introverted types. High in conscientiousness. I like a dutiful woman.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mason.
Yeah. So she has to be Christian, and not just by name. They actually have to live that out, and what that looks like is she has to subscribe to what the Bible says.
Is that a chino?
Huh?
A chino?
A chino?
Like a rhino, but like Christian in name only? Like, you know, like
Sure.
Republican in name? Never
Yeah, I
mind.
got you. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people will claim Christ but not live like it. Yeah. So I think there will be, as Jesus said, there will be many on that day that say, Lord, Lord, did we not do all these things in your name? And he said, depart from me, you practice lawlessness. And I never knew you. So it's somebody who loves the Lord, subscribes to what he says, and practices that. So that's got to be there. Other than that, she's got to be active. She's got to be marriage minded. So not sleeping around. I want her to save herself from marriage. If she had a past, I can work with that. Brian doesn't want me to lower my standards for that, but.
Yeah, I am your eternal wingman, Mason.
Exactly.
There's some women who've previously attempted to convince you to, date women who might not also be virgins.
Exactly.
They might be prostitutes even. That was a stretch, I feel like. But Mason.
Brian is my gatekeeper.
Any women out there, you want to get to Mason, you got to come through me.
Yeah.
Not like you don't have to like sleep.
Yeah,
that could come off a little weird.
Just like
that seems counterproductive.
That would be
just a little counterproductive.
Very counterproductive for Mason. But Mason, if you even come to me, you come to me with a woman who's not a virgin. You're
gonna sabotage it.
I'm gonna clam block.
All right.
Or is that? Cock block? I don't know what the term is.
Oh boy. But yeah, I want her to be like, I want her to desire to be a mother. I want to have a large family, so she's got to have a similar desire.
He's got some good things.
Yeah, I want her to support, not support me financially.
He said Christian.
Yeah.
Would you convert?
I need someone with I need somebody that actually has a basis for their moral standard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry, Farha.
Can't just be a preference you make.
Exactly. There's got to be some basis. But so I want someone to be able to build a home.
Got to build a home.
Yeah.
If you can't build a home, what you really got?
And
if you can't build a home. Is it going to be a townhome or a two-story? What?
I want to add a couple things. All you do is say big peen, and I didn't get to say anything about intelligence or like if they can afford.
You said if they could put it down good or something.
led by you, but like there's other things to have.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a big brain.
Big brain.
Yeah, be intelligent.
That's good. That's always good. All right. So what? I mean, you're married, of course, but before you met your wife, what were you looking for in a partner?
What's referred to as a unicorn. So I was looking for somebody who had.
Wait, isn't a unicorn a lesbian that's added into a couple?
Or a virgin, I think.
I just learned that.
Or it could be a mythical rare creature. Which one do you think I was referring?
Why do we have to sexualize unicorns?
Right, the mythical creature, right?
Yeah.
So anyway.
I mean, I really didn't know. I don't know you.
I get it. I just think, yeah. Anyway, so for me, my preference for a woman was somebody who prioritized duty over herself. And that's what the unicorn part is. I have, in most of my experience with women, is that they do not prioritize duty over their own self-interest.
Conscientiousness.
What is duty?
Yeah.
It would be a level of responsibility that you would move towards over whatever your personal preferences were.
Interesting. And you haven't been able to find women who do that? I feel like that's us.
I think you found one.
Other than my wife has always prioritized duty over her own preferences and what it is that she wants. And if we were to really get into it, right, like, you might disagree with what I'm saying. But if you want to get into it, I can explain to you and probably reduce for you how likely in your situation you don't really believe in duty or responsibility, but most of your preferences just revolve around your sense of self and what it is that you want.
I wouldn't argue with that. I'm single. But that's not how I function in a relationship.
Well, what are your duties in a relationship?
I guess it would depend on who my man is and what he's expecting. I would really like to get to know him and get to know what are the things that make him happy. But in general, I really like, you were talking about, I really like to cook for my man, like to have him a place that, you know, he likes to come home to, love to be like a space that could lift him up and lighten him if he's going through a hard time, be that person he can talk to and encourage him, rub him down, you know, if he wants breakfast 3 a.m. and we're tired, I'm still gonna do those kinds of things. That's what I see. And then I guess if he's got any particular things he wants and it's something that's feasible for me and I love him, I'm gonna try to do it, yeah.
Yeah, what about things that he might want you to do that you don't want to do?
Yeah, we tried everything once.
Yeah, well, no, I'm not talking about sexually.
I'm not either.
Yeah, so out in the world. So let's assume for a second that he tells you that he wants you to stop talking to your mother because it's causing a serious issue inside of your relationship.
Yeah.
And you think that you talking to your mother is not causing a serious relationship or an issue in your relationship. Would you defer to him?
Are we married?
Yeah.
I'm deferring to him. He's my husband.
Okay, always?
It's my husband. I mean, hopefully we're at the place where if I am his wife, we have a common understanding of communication, we respect each other. But yeah, I mean, he's the leader of the house.
Okay, and why do you think he's the leader of the house?
Hopefully because he's providing and protecting.
So what if he wasn't providing?
I wouldn't be in that situation, so I can't.
Well, you could be where you're with a man who can provide. Okay, but hang on, just hear me out.
Okay.
So he's providing for you for a few years, and then he's in a situation where through whatever means he can't provide for you anymore.
Yes.
You would not put yourself in that situation?
No, I mean, I'm already in that. Once I'm married, I plan to do what I can do to keep that together.
Yeah, okay, but what if he couldn't provide for you anymore?
Okay.
Would you still stay with him?
I would not be with a man who doesn't have the motivation to pick up. So if, he fell off for a little bit, I'm going to be right there to pick him up in any way, knowing that it's not going to be like that forever, because at the end of the day, I'm hoping to be able to carry children, and I won't be able to do both, provide and carry children.
Yeah, but what if he's maimed and he can't?
He's maimed and he can't. I guess that we'll handle that when it happens.
Yeah, but if he was maimed and he couldn't,
correct,
would you prioritize him over you?
I mean, I'd be taking care of him.
Where's he maimed?
Sickness and
Is it the
health.
penis?
Yeah, so he's maimed in a way.
What I'm
saying is that he's maimed in a way where he can no longer provide for you.
Yeah, that's the man. If I love him, like, obviously I love to the soul, so it wasn't about the physical, which is why he was trying to point out like this. But for me, there's more.
There's more. Okay, so you would stay with him even if he couldn't provide for you.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing though. I'm gonna be honest with you. If it was a situation where it changed who he was, and I'd mean like. Sometimes people will go through catastrophic events and who they are as a person completely changes. And I feel like there's definitely an amount of time that I would give to help that person. But if it eventually came back to something that would destroy me, I've been in situations where I did let it destroy me. I hope that I've grown right now to attract someone who wouldn't.
So your greater duty is to yourself?
I guess I'd depend on the situation.
Well, in this situation, you just said your greater duty is to you.
If it was something that was to destroy me, I don't know, because I just told you that I've let it destroy me in the past. So, I mean, I'd like to think that I've grown out of that, but maybe not.
But you just got done saying to me, to be perfectly honest with you, if I knew that this was something that was going to destroy me,
correct,
you're going to exit the situation, right?
And I also just stated to you that in the past, when I thought that I might have done that, I still let it destroy me. So I'm hoping that, yes, I would make that choice, but given my past history, that's not something that I would
When
do.
it destroyed you in the past, did you leave the situation?
He got another girl pregnant.
Did you leave the situation?
I mean, it was at that point, the girl's calling me, and I didn't have a choice. That's I'm just asking Those
if
are the
you left the situation, though.
I didn't have a choice.
Right. So based on the pattern of
when things destroy you, is
when
like your wife would, you leave her, you cheat on her, and she's still going to be like, I'm down?
I'm saying that your wife's greatest priority, as far as her duty goes, is obedience to her husband and taking care of her children and taking care of her family is the priority.
So your point right now is to prove that I would not be duty. I would not have
No,
duty.
it's not. I'm not saying that you wouldn't be dutiful. That's not really what my preference here is. What I'm saying is that the thing I look for is in a woman is somebody who has a greater duty to me than to her.
And I feel
that's why I think it's a unicorn.
I agree. And I think that the way that you know that is by being shown it, not by asking.
I don't know what that means. What do you mean?
I think that was pretty self-explanatory. The reason why you know that is because she's shown you that she's dutiful. You're asking me if I would be dutiful. Those are two different things. I can sit there and say one thing or the other, but my actions speak for me.
Okay, that's fair. So, I mean, within the confines of the point, though, I guess I'm just trying to kind of flesh out that's what I'm after, is a woman who prioritizes duty over self. And to me, there's just almost none of them who do that.
I feel like a lot of women I know, that is our biggest problem, is we put you guys before ourselves. And so it's interesting that you say that, and to each their own, but that's what I feel like I've encountered a lot with my dating
How are they
situation.
putting...
I don't know. I think, if you take just divorce statistics and the amount of, just cause divorces as opposed to no cause divorces. So just like preference, this person is not making me happy. The vast majority of divorces are happening by women because they're just not happy anymore.
Lack of commitment.
So it's lack of commitment. So it's, I would say that the evidence suggests otherwise, that most women don't want to be in a relationship because they're not happy. And they would rather prioritize their happiness over the health and growth of their family.
And
but
to
wouldn't
speak to
their
his
happiness
point,
contribute to the health and happiness of the family?
Hold on, and to speak to his point, you also said earlier somebody who treats you like a princess. That tells you that's what Andrew was referring to.
What is it? Because I didn't specify what that means. So what do you?
You didn't, and I wanted to ask you what that meant. But that statement in itself, somebody who treats me like a princess, as opposed to you saying a guy that I want to be a wife for, or
oh yeah, that was just a short and sweet thing. I didn't get to delve into anything specific. Yeah.
Okay, but that's what he's talking about though, with the dutifulness, and then with women talking about themselves. That statement is a selfish statement. It's a self-centered statement.
The statement is selfish, but it wasn't neglecting. It's like saying oh, Black Lives Matter to me. No other matters. No other things matter. It's like, no, I wasn't stating that I wouldn't treat someone like a king. It's just that I would like someone who also treats me like a princess.
She was making a comparison.
Wait, what are we talking about?
She was making a comparison.
To what?
She said something about Black Lives Matter.
You heard BLM and you perked up.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about my nonprofit organization, the Big Labia Matters. Speaking of, I think I should share my preferences and standards.
That was a good point, by the way.
Here, and I've written a bunch of notes because I don't want to forget, because it's a very long and exhaustive list of all the things that I want. So let's see here. First off, let's talk about race. Any race is fine, but slight preference for Asian women and white women. I'm just going to be honest. That's my preference. I don't know if you guys play World of Warcraft. There's best in slot. Okay, never mind. I probably shouldn't go
When you say white
there.
women, you mean white-looking women?
That's a good question.
What's the difference?
Well,
You're talking like Latina.
Well, I'm
like,
mixed,
like
and so I'm,
Hispanic.
my skin color is black. And
How do you
I'm a
identify?
black woman, and
How
my
do you
experience is
identify?
I identify as
Your
mixed.
experience as a white woman?
No, my experience is of a black woman, but being raised,
But you're
I
half.
was raised by a white woman, and I also understand that experience and what that is. And so I'm also, because I'm literally half, I'm also a white woman. Like I don't have the experience.
You throwing your hat into the ring here?
I mean, I'm just saying. I know people come at me that because I don't have that experience, but to an extent, I know the experience, but I don't have that myself.
I don't think he cares about the experience.
I would say it's looks.
But I'm saying
I'd say
what they
it's
look
looks.
like. Okay,
For
that's what I
primary
was
looks.
curious about.
Don't get me wrong.
He doesn't care about the heritage.
I'll date a black woman. I'll date a Latina woman. I'm just saying slight preference, ever so slight, very small preference. Petite, fun size, short women. The shorter the better.
What size is that? 5'4"?
That's too
5'4".
tall.
Is that tall?
It's a bit tall for me.
That's tall for you.
Her height needs to start with 4.
You did say you like little people.
How tall are you?
Little people.
He did say that last season. Last
6'1",
show,
6'1"-ish.
Yeah, well, you're not supposed to say that.
Yeah.
Wait, you actually? Are you
what?
serious?
Yeah, he does. He's
I
into it.
prefer the short women.
No, what she just said.
Yeah.
Oh, what did you say?
You said you like little people last season, last session,
I
whatever.
would. It's not so much that I
You said you had
would
a-
I get with a dwarf?
You said a
yes.
preference.
I would
There was a
get
preference
with a dwarf. I'll get with a dwarf.
You have a
If anybody-
preference for that?
A little bit.
It's not that I have I don't have a preference for dwarves. I'm saying I would date a woman who is a dwarf.
Oh, okay.
But I'll also date a woman who's got appropriate, like normal proportions, who's also like 4'5". What?
Okay.
Was it? There's like 4'9" women who are
I
just
just like when
short-
people say put this around normal.
normal.
It's the respect.
Well, no, but there's like if you can be short and considered legally a dwarf or
What are the
I don't know what
quotes?
Well, the general
Legally
term
I
for a
don't-
little person.
I don't know. Sometimes
What are you quoting?
I have what's
legal
that thing
dwarf.
that the guy from Back to the Future has?
Tourette's? I don't know.
Michael, what's his name?
Michael J. Fox.
Michael J. Fox. I think that's probably what's going on. I probably shouldn't joke about that, but okay.
Wait, what?
What? Don't worry about it. Is it? What is? Okay, never mind. So short women, natural body supremacist. And obviously, I care about hygiene and grooming, but strong preference for no plastic surgery, no makeup, no scents, perfumes. Yeah.
You know, I wonder that last part, because I heard you say that the last show.
Which one?
The no plastic surgery or anything.
Yeah.
Is that because you think that is a sign of vanity?
Yes. Well, there's a few reasons. But
You said
it's
you prefer it because of vanity, because you don't like the way it looks and feels.
Well, no, not vanity on his end.
No,
But-
I know.
But he's looking at it. Well,
that's
wait,
not
wait.
his
Can't we
reason.
apply your same double standard objection
go.
to
Here we go.
your double
you can,
standard
but I'm saying
here?
He's lying if he's saying that's
Right,
why.
wait.
If
No,
that's
we
the
can just
cardinal
apply
reason,
Farah's
that's
double
just-
standard
okay, let's hear it.
application here, right?
He's not attracted to women who get plastic surgery because of vanity. He just personally doesn't like the look because it's uncanny.
Well, no, he
there's
said that
a
it's
few reasons.
He said
There's a
vanity.
few reasons.
What are the reasons, Brian? Tell us all.
Oh man, okay. I mean, where do I even begin?
Well, don't tell it that one.
Purely aesthetic. So purely aesthetic. Wait, what?
You sounded like you were going to say a long story.
It's gonna be very long. I do think that somebody who's inclined to get plastic surgery that could be proxy for mental illness, and I don't really want to date somebody who's mentally ill. No offense or anything, but I'd rather.
So no women.
Is that a thing?
Just say no
Good
women.
one.
Wait, what?
Is there actually any correlation between cosmetic surgery and
Of
mental
course,
illness?
There is a little
Of
bit,
course,
yeah.
there's
Oh,
correlation.
okay.
Well, because
was
you're
just
essentially
asking.
suffering from body dysmorphia.
Yeah.
You're
In a
so
lot of aspects.
you're so unsatisfied and with your outward facing physical appearance that you're going to spend tens of thousands of dollars, that you're going to undergo anesthesia, which granted, most plastic surgeries occur without any issue. However, anytime you go under anesthesia, there is a risk of potential long-term damage or even death. So, to me, unless a surgery is absolutely medically indicated and necessary for you to simply go under the knife for purely cosmetic reasons, I think to me, would be evidence of body dysmorphia. Although I suppose you could argue that you might not be suffering from body dysmorphia, but a woman sees some sort of economic benefit for like, okay, if I get fake,
that's my
or if I get fake boobs, then that could help me in my career
Or, like,
doing
dating
OnlyFans,
pool.
or in dating too. She might not necessarily have body dysmorphia. She just might look at it from like, okay, this might help my odds.
So you wouldn't date someone with BD even if they didn't get cosmetic surgery, like they just had an ED, but we're all natural and stuff.
Had a what? Eating disorder?
Like body. Yeah, so you wouldn't date someone who has body dysmorphia but is all natural, for the same reason, because it's mentally ill.
Would I not?
Like they have body dysmorphia,
But they haven't
don't.
had plastic surgery.
I suppose it depends the severity of the impact on their day-to-day life. I mean, if they have it, but it's not otherwise interfering with their life or with the relationship, I don't think that necessarily would be an issue. Acted on, I think acted on mental illness by getting the plastic surgery, that would be.
But like, what about like an acted on ED? If this is TOS, you can tell me.
Eating disorder? I think it's fine to talk about that, I would assume.
Okay. I don't know.
So you mean like bulimia?
Yeah, is that acted on?
That, I mean, yeah,
Okay.
I would say
That's
that.
what I was asking.
I suppose that would be a red flag,
Okay.
because I feel like there's other things that are lingering in the shadows. Typically, I mean, like,
So when you're talking about the vanity portion, this was the question I was getting at earlier. I was curious about. Is it because you think that if they're prioritizing for vanity, that's a sign that they're not going to prioritize for you?
in the sense that it's very self-centered.
Mm-hmm.
I've never thought about it like that, but that's actually a good point. I like modest women, and so hyper focus on one's own appearance to the point that you're going to spend tens of thousands of dollars and undergo dangerous and unnecessary surgery. That's a hyper focus on one's own appearance.
It seems like that would be something that would lead them to prioritize maybe themselves.
Yes.
Over you, right?
Yeah, and just on its own, aside from whether they're prioritizing themselves or me, I just don't find it an attractive personality trait, just vanity. I prefer modesty. I much more prefer modesty, both in personality and in appearance. So
I have a question. Then
yeah.
I'm just out of curiosity.
Sure.
So it seems like you seem to deem that more so on the decision than anything. So if you met someone and got like semi into it, 3-6 months in, found out they had pretty invasive surgery but had supernatural results and you had no idea, would that impact your desire to stay in that relationship?
That's a good question. Well, I think I have fake titty vision, so.
Well, I mean,
It's been surprisingly accurate.
Is it the boob job that's the issue, or like rhinoplasty, jawline, chin implants,
Yeah.
fillers of all kinds? Like
I don't like any of it. Obviously, though, I would say there are some procedures that are more invasive than others,
Right.
and that tend to change.
But there are amazing
appearance.
plastic surgeons and new surgeries all the time. So, is it plastic surgery as the concept or the boob job?
Yeah, it's not.
Well,
I
I think it's everything.
I wouldn't even say. So, like, when you think about what he's saying, right? If you take a woman, let's say she was a bad burn victim, okay?
Right.
She goes she goes and gets your plastic surgery, right?
Right.
The reason he probably wouldn't mind that if like there was a burn on the arm and then skin grafts and all this and plastic surgery,
Right.
Because really he's prioritizing towards the vanity. It's like there's something here.
Right.
I don't prefer it. It looks fake. It is fake, but maybe it's sending off other signals at the same time.
And that's totally understandable. I guess like what I'm just curious about more than anything is if you're so focused on the like mental decision factor, which is valid. I think that's really valid. But if you're focused on that, then you find out it's something that isn't the boob job or a burn victim or an extremity, but it was just someone who simply was like, I don't like my chin. Here's a chin implant, but you can't tell because things like that can appear natural if done expertly.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think it's the degree. The one thing that would occur to me is, okay, well, I think both men and women will select partners to some degree perhaps to a great degree based on physical attractiveness. So there's a misrepresentation there. And obviously I think one of the reasons, whether this is something that's conscious or subconscious, the way in which we find people attractive, one of the things that's a thought process there is, what are our kids gonna look like? And
Absolutely.
so if there's some and I think there's been stories about this of people who've had excessive amounts of plastic surgery.
In Asia, there was a guy who sued his wife. Because of that.
I think there might have been a story that came out that was a hoax. But,
okay.
But it certainly could be the case that the woman's had so much plastic surgery that she's just moving in the world so deceptively that not only is it going to have an impact on your attractiveness to her, but if you're looking to have children with her, because why do we ultimately find physical beauty attractive? And I think aside from our own selfish reasons, from a physical attractiveness level, is we're going to have physically attractive children who will be more will maneuver through the world perhaps better if they're more physically attractive, and so
I definitely can see that, but I guess to go back to my original question, I was just curious, would that be a big like potential deal breaker or diversion in a relationship 3 to 6 months in? Because that's a very fragile time where there's emotional involvement, but there still can be fallout very frequently from those types of like missed signals. So would that be either hard deal breaker or potential deal breaker?
Well, the most egregious forms, they're probably not going to like that term, but the most egregious forms of plastic surgery, so I would say breast implants, BBL, and lipo.
Guys, I just saw one on TikTok where this guy got his knees and now he's taller. Just throwing that out there.
I don't think men should the
That's
height.
Yeah, but that's so when you're talking about offspring, like let's say I fall in love with this guy thinking he's 6 feet tall.
No, but I think
and then I get your type.
Wait, what?
Oh.
No, but if a woman objected to a man because women are attracted to tall men, they hope that their children are tall.
I don't think that I don't know if I would.
Oh, you wouldn't mind?
I mean, here's the thing.
I think men would
I'm not having to
ostracize
marry
him a lot
my
more than
kid, so
women
I don't
do.
know that I would care. Like
I
don't know.
would actually argue though that women, like if you found out a guy had, I think plastic surgery is far less accepted in men than it is in women. So, for example, there's obviously different cosmetic surgeries that men undergo, but like the one I could maybe think of is like, what if a guy, and it frankly doesn't look realistic at all, but they get the injections.
Their arms.
Synthol? What's it called, Mason? Do you know what it's called?
I don't know what it's called, but it's essentially oil.
They inject it into your biceps so your arms look bigger. There's also the thing.
Or just the implants. They've got actually implants.
Nasty.
Yeah, and there's this old, like 20-year-old MTV documentary where this guy was insecure about his calves.
Yeah,
and he got
I saw
calf
it.
implants.
I saw it.
I forgot what that show was called.
I can't remember what it was.
But I'm sure a lot of women would like clown on that. Like, you got fucking
I don't know
calf
that I would
implants.
clown it. I don't know that I would necessarily know when I saw it, but when I saw it, I would be like,
yeah, but to go back to your point, like the most egregious one. So for me, I think maybe there's a few.
The type of surgery seems to be a factor for you, which makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, if she had a deviated septum and got a rhinoplasty, first off, that would be medically indicated.
And that's not even on that table then, but yeah.
And that's a fairly, the shift, even if it's cosmetic rhinoplasty, the actual change in your physical appearance isn't that significant. But like when it comes to fake tits, BBL, lipo, I think it's probably in the order of BBL being the most invasive. That would be.
What about teeth?
Everyone's getting their teeth nowadays too.
Veneers?
Yeah.
I don't like veneers.
That would make me mad. I don't know about the knee thing so much, but if I don't know that you had and I didn't have that choice, I would want to know that.
Don't they have to grind your teeth down?
Sometimes
for
they do,
veneers?
sometimes they don't.
They have different ways of doing it, I believe.
Are you suggesting like braces or?
Oh. Wait, what? I don't know. But
I guess braces is kind of the same thing though, but you can't make them white when they're like not
white. I think braces is more akin to like getting a bone set, right?
I just don't think I would get in. I mean, I don't want to say it's 100% a deal breaker because, I mean, I would have to meet the woman and she's wonderful, but she had
like a
had or has fake breasts. But, I mean, I just think there's a lot of fish in the sea, and just somebody who has plastic surgery, it's a suboptimal dating choice.
Right.
It's not 100% a deal breaker, but like generally speaking, I certainly don't gravitate towards women with like BBLs and fake tits. Like I'd much prefer a girl who has like an A cup than like big fake titties. So
that's totally you're right. I guess I was just curious because you seemed to be really invested in the mental part of making that decision, and that And like I said, I can see the validity in that. I mean, I'm pro do whatever the hell you want. Like if you want plastic surgery, get it, you know, in terms for me. And it wouldn't be too much of a deal breaker. Like if I found out I was dating a man who got like hairline surgery or like the roots, like for me, that wouldn't be a deal breaker either. Or things like that. I just think like if you want to do something to make you feel better or improve yourself, that's your right. But it's also your right to choose not to date someone if they did that for whatever reason.
Well, I think we as men have a duty to, because I think both men and women, but more so women, have been sold this lie by advertisers that you ought to look a certain way. You need to buy a certain foundation and a certain lip gloss, and you need to, you know, look like Kim Kardashian. You need to have this hourglass figure, whatever. I think advertisers have women chasing a aesthetic and a physique that is very costly or just not attainable. And I think we as men have a duty to fight back against the corporate greed from the cosmetic industry and I suspect the billion-dollar plastic surgery industry.
Agree with that.
Because we as men are protectors, and I think protection doesn't just mean like some immediate physical threat, but also threats of mind and body. Not just immediate, not just an immediate threat if somebody's trying to mug you, but like, okay, how is the world trying to damage women to the point where they feel compelled to go under anesthesia, get these dangerous and unnecessary and expensive medical procedures for purely aesthetic and cosmetic and vanity reasons. So I think we as men have a duty to protect women from that.
Let me ask you something now. Now I'm just curious.
Yeah, sure.
Let's say you had a daughter and she was a 4. A hard
Looks
4.
like a 4?
Yeah, she was a 4.
Mm-hmm.
And she had really low self-confidence, okay? And it was like eating her up. And you knew through a series of cosmetic surgery that would increase her to like a 7 or an 8, okay? Mm-hmm. And her confidence would shoot up. And she'd be more likely to attract a mate, right? Like a good high-status mate.
With plastic surgery?
Yeah, well, if it shot her up to a 7 or an 8.
Her mind would still be a 4, though.
Would you recommend that she? Well, no, that I don't know. There's a lot of women I've met who've had a bunch of work and suddenly they think they're hot shit. But let's just say, you know, it shoots her up to a 7 or an 8. Would you recommend she do it? If she came to you and said, well, you know, I have confidence issues, this kind of thing.
It's not clear to me though, because
that it would shoot her up to a 7 or 8?
Well, not even that, but like
it would fix her confidence.
Like a girl who's a 4 but she has fake titties is still a 4.
Yeah, but like, she was able to get a system of
she got
different types of plastic surgery.
But
I don't know. Maybe I just have maybe I have a different view. But I've asked a lot of men on the show. Like I think most like lip filler looks bad. Yeah. Fake tits. I don't know. It doesn't look. I don't really like it. Whatever. I don't know. Like the lipo belly does not. I'd prefer a girl with a little belly fat than lipo belly. It looks weird. Like, and these girls that I don't know if there's a procedure to something in the.
So you would kind of like tell her to stay a 4? You think?
Would I tell her to?
I don't know. He's necessarily rating his daughter.
I would say first off, I intend to
birth a 10.
To breed with a
I get
a
it.
Very attractive.
I get it.
No. But I would encourage her that there will be a man who will find her beautiful and attractive and sexy the way she is,
and not to do any of that shit.
And you don't need to do any of that. And
I think that's the right answer.
I mean, what I would say also is, hey. You can make yourself more physically attractive. Get in the gym.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Get like you can get a very attractive body. I mean, face, there's not much you can do, but obviously grooming, hygiene, but get in the gym.
I mean,
because you know what's crazy is, and I know you want to come in, Mason. I'll just finish this point really quick. A lot of women spend so much time on their beauty through like makeup and getting manicures and all this stuff, and they spend a lot of money like buying makeup and shit. And I think like you could you could improve your physical attractiveness orders of magnitude more and probably spend less money by just going to the gym. Like you guys want to cheat with your beauty. You want to cheat and let me just put on the face of makeup. No, just like get in the gym. Like
you say cheat with beauty as if the gym is the only thing that can make you beautiful.
Well, the gym is probably the most powerful tool that can make you beautiful. Like so personally.
You.
No, just so personally.
Well, just
like so before I started getting really into the gym, I would say I was probably around like I was pretty average, like 5.5, 6. I mean, I got an okay looking face. I'm an average looking dude. But then when I got in the gym, like all of a sudden that just changed.
Double bicep? Can we see double bicep?
Hercules.
Myron.
I just think that. Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah. So yeah, and I think so. With the gym comes, I think, something subconscious that happens in someone who sees somebody that goes to the gym.
But like when I'm sitting in the gym and let's say I'm sitting in the sauna steam room and I'm like relaxing and I'm sitting next to a guy who's got a physique like you and I look down in his toenail and it looks like haggardly haggard. I don't give a F about his body.
Okay.
Yeah, it kind of like misses the point.
Well, so we're missing the point. So, okay. Well, think about it this way.
You go to the gym and not have disgusting toenails, right?
That's true, but I'm just saying that's not the only thing that can make
so
you
generally
beautiful,
when
right?
so if we're going to speak in like the majority of cases, so someone a population of people that go to the gym, there's something subconscious that happens in people who see them where like they
But you're
earn.
assuming that you can tell someone goes to the gym by looking at them. You wouldn't look at me and be like, "Oh, she goes to the gym."
No, that's true. We wouldn't.
That's true.
But I do.
So no, okay, but so people who go to the gym follow a well-designed program.
No,
I didn't think so.
Okay, yeah.
No, that
but
absolutely
there is
not.
something about like
you should because I don't. Right?
But it's
that's
not,
the
but I'm gonna
point.
tell you
You're
that it's
supposed
not,
to be able
but
to
it's
tell
not the
because
way
I
you
don't
look.
go.
It's not the way. It's the You're literally your skin.
What the fuck?
It's your skin. It wouldn't be just like your physique because I see dad bods. There's all kinds of different bodies that go to the gym. 100%. I can tell by just like the way you're moving, the way you're carrying yourself. Your skin radiate. It's not.
I don't know what any of that shit means.
Well, that's some of the things that come from the gym as well. When you're
like
going
if I go out,
the sweat clears out your skin. You're gonna have more radiance.
Okay. This goes exactly into my point. So there's something that is hard earned by putting in hard work. So when you go to the gym,
I do like gym. I get what you're saying.
Exactly.
Like when I go to the gym, I'm like, even their mindset is like in a better place.
Well, yeah. So obviously, yeah. I mean, just mindset alone, it's like 1.5 times more effective than drugs.
Happier people.
Exactly.
Yes, I agree.
So the gym provides all of these positive benefits.
We don't have to call it the gym.
Okay. So working out. So it provides all of these benefits, like just simply cosmetically as well, like. And so your attitude, your confidence, you do stuff that is difficult to do, like that. People perceive that and they see it, and that is something that's hard earned. And there's something subconscious that happens in somebody. Where if I was to look at somebody who bought all of their physical attributes, so BBL, lipo,
but those people are in the gym too. We see.
Well,
that.
okay, but somebody who's doing that generally is like, okay, I want to get this quick. I just want to solve this problem immediately.
Or they think that's not something they can attain. Like some people just are not going to have ass.
They're cheating. It's cheating.
Some people are just not going to have lips. You can't work your lips out.
Well, so be happy with your lip. Be happy with your small.
You should be happy with your body and just try to be healthy.
It always kind of moves towards anytime we're talking these generalities.
Kind of moves towards an extreme.
Towards the outlier. It's always a move towards the outlier. It's like
the general population
it's just a way to not kind of engage with what's being said. It's like obviously the spirit of what's being said is if you go to the gym, for most people, it's going to improve your appearance. I don't think anybody's going to disagree with that, right?
Yeah.
Because even if it's not necessarily about weight loss, muscle distribution,
that's what you're saying,
your ability to be more active, like there are other factors. I think a healthy way of looking at going to the gym is just about
being consistent.
Yeah, consistent maintenance. Like,
yeah.
I mean, if you have goals for weight loss, great, then that's what you should do.
Also, another thing with the whole plastic surgery thing is like if this is going to be a long-term partner and if she's expecting you to provide, like this is going to be a much higher maintenance woman than a woman who is not particularly vain. The upkeep on her is going to be much higher. For example, my understanding when it comes to breast implants, for example, you're going to need those replaced I think at minimum 2 or 3 times in your lifetime. So that's, you're going to need.
Aren't you the 50-50 guy?
Huh?
Don't you go 50-50 on dates?
Well, that
chick is not going on a date with you, Brian.
What are you talking about?
Anyways, like she's just not going to go on a date with you anyways. You don't have to worry about her maintenance because she's already going to know from date number 1. When
I'm
you try
fine
to go
with 50-50, but I'm also fine.
But she's not going to be. Not
Wait,
if she's
what
got to
do you
get
mean?
breast implants every 5 years. She's going to look for someone who's going to pay for everything.
Which
on
is
the first date.
precisely why I would. Even if I was, let's say I was inclined, and I do think I actually am okay. Like I'd be okay with a stay-at-home wife, but I would also be okay if she wanted to work, and I would be okay with that. However, sorry, I lost my train of thought. So, she would be high maintenance, right? So so what's the cost of you need to get the breast redone? Okay, that's $10,000 a pop, and then she's gonna want other shit. She's gonna want, like, I don't give a fuck. You don't, like, for me, for a girl, you don't need fake nails. You don't need to wear makeup. You don't need any plastic surgery. You don't need to wear perfume. You don't need, like, nothing. Do not give a fuck.
I don't like perfume. What is that about?
I don't like the scent. It can be overpowering.
So like
it
the
lingers.
pheromones are more attractive?
No, it's just I don't like it. First
Well,
off,
you're gonna have pheromones or perfume. So what do you mean no?
Wait, what?
Pheromones are like your
That's just-
natural body smell.
I don't even.
Well, no, he's not talking about things like women wearing deodorant, things like that.
Deodorant's fine.
He's talking about like whore musk. You know what I mean?
No, what is whore musk?
Whore musk. It's
I just don't like perfume. I just don't like
So you're walking through.
Actually, perfume
this
was good.
happens
I
at
got you.
restaurants.
Okay.
all
No,
the
I'm
time.
talking perfume.
Yeah, got you.
You'll be walking through. You'll be walking through a restaurant.
Everyone didn't want to hear the
You're
story.
just put off by the strong smell.
Some chick will walk
And
by
I
and
have
you'll be like, "Oh,
allergies.
So she's instantly whore
I have
musk
allergies. It tends to linger.
That's whore musk?
I don't like the smell.
That's whore musk."
because she's a woman and she's got a smell.
No,
Oh,
no,
don't
no,
worry
no,
about
no.
it.
It's the perfume.
There's a
I
specific
think
perfume.
They're saying that if they put like too much.
Yeah.
Or,
He's saying at all. He don't want it.
I don't want any
Yeah,
perfume.
no.
Look, obviously, grooming, hygiene, very important. Deodorant's fine, but I do not like. I don't like perfume. Let's talk a little bit about. Personality traits, though. I've talked a lot about physical. So, let's see. I like women with. Well, this is kind of physical. Women with nice voices. I like women with soft,
nice
pleasant,
voice? Okay.
soft, pleasant voices. Let's see. Oh, personality. Okay. I would say moderate preference for introverted women. Quiet, calm, soft-spoken, a little bit shy, a little bit nerdy. Modesty is huge. I don't like women with like big egos who are super vain, divas.
Gotta be the main character.
What's that?
Gotta be the main character.
Me?
No, I'm saying like women who want to be the main.
Who think
main
they're
character syndrome.
Brings me peace, doesn't quarrel, doesn't party, doesn't drink, doesn't do drugs, doesn't go to bars or clubs, low body count, no current or past promiscuity, undivided romantic and sexual attention, the earlier the better. For some reason I wrote down has a praise kink.
Isn't that a mark of promiscuity, though?
Wait, what is?
If they give you the undivided sexual attention and they do it quickly.
No, I meant undivided. So it's not so much the rapidity with which they give it, but when I say undivided romantic and sexual attention, that's more so pointing towards they're not giving it to other guys.
Anybody but him at the first
Like,
date.
and there's not like much talking phases, you mean?
Immediately.
He's the unicorn, basically.
Even if I haven't met her.
So it's like the assumption is that like most women will give their attention to multiple guys. He just wants a girl that will give it to like one at a time.
Yes, essentially, yes.
But if she sleeps with you early on, isn't that a good
it's
a good signal that
it could. It's
like if you had to guess.
No, well,
You're
actually,
a betting man.
I don't actually think. I actually don't think the quickness with which a woman sleeps with you necessarily is an indicator.
Yeah, I get it necessarily.
For promiscuity.
Yeah, I get necessarily. But if you had to bet.
But in the general population,
comparing, say, a woman who sleeps with you on the first date versus a woman who
does it by the second, even.
Does it by the second?
Yeah, even if they do it by the second. Like if you were to bet about, if you were to take bets on the women who won't sleep with a man over an elongated period of time versus those who jump right into bed with them very quickly. Mm-hmm. If you had to bet on the past promiscuity, you would say that it's a good sign,
yes,
right?
it would definitely be more likely. It would be more likely, but let's see what else.
We're still doing your preferences?
Yeah. So there's a long list.
I told you it was long.
Let's see.
Yeah.
A girl who helps me in my mission. A girl who's attentive. a girl who scratches my back.
Are you advertising right now, or is this related?
No, this is
an extended dating profile.
He had his written down. So
I'm not that picky
to, like,
though.
Have this
I'm really not that picky. I'm not.
Maybe we should just
I'm
turn
not
it
that
back and
picky.
have, like, a
All right, let me
spotlight.
read a couple chats here. I got to read a couple chats. We have
we love
Kranix. Salute to the true hero of this podcast, the hardest working and long suffering, the Chad, the one, the only, the absolute unit of a chair.
Hi.
Who's
I
that?
don't care
They're
what chair.
talking about my chair. No, they're talking about my chair.
I did that totally whooshed over. Okay, all right, Kranix. All right. We have Steven.
He does have really good chairs in here.
Steven, are they there? Okay. Steven Carrera, no such thing as ethical S-work, the women and their worldviews caused by indoctrination and brainwashing via the global satanic death cult. Okay.
Dun, dun, dun.
These women need Jesus. Andrew, you are a warrior of truth. Christ is king. Fortunately, he stepped out here for a sec, but I'll let him know you said that. Thank you, Steven Carrera. Save that one. And then we have Octo, kind lady. Aren't your dating preferences themselves based off of the consequences of those actions? Oh, I guess that's directed at you.
I can look at the consequences of it without saying that it has to do with morality. Like, you could be a consequentialist with something outside of
course
ethics. You don't even know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, this is too big.
You were changing shirts.
Big brain for me. I don't.
You got into 3 different outfits during there.
Yeah. All right, we have Goblin here. What in the Gorlock? Be careful, she might eat the hoe next. What?
I hope you're talking about me because I'm hungry.
What?
Are you just playing dumb on like?
What?
Are you playing dumb on purpose?
What do you mean playing dumb?
They meant hostess.
Wait, what?
Like,
They're not even.
Wait.
They're talking about me anyways.
What?
I'm the hungry one.
no.
Don't
he's
shoot the
actually-
messenger. This
he's
isn't-
actually a little bit
I'm-
like lost in the head sometimes.
What the fuck, Madison? How you gonna throw
What?
me under the bus like
No,
that?
I'm supporting.
Oh, okay, you're supporting me.
Yeah.
Wait, lost
I'm
about
backing you
what?
up.
By telling him he's special.
What?
I love that.
Don't shoot the messenger. I'm forced to read these.
I mean,
These guys.
hey, yes, you are. But
These-
I mean, I don't. Like I said, I don't engage with people that are
That's fine, you
committed to
don't-
misunderstanding me.
Wait, me?
No, the
Chat.
commenter.
Oh my God, sorry. I'm like.
Like if all someone
I have a
when they
room
see
temperature
me
IQ, okay?
is like
Leave
a
me
gross
alone.
fat person, I have
all I
no
was saying.
interest
It's kinda
in
hot in
like
here.
trying to prove my humanity
Temperature
or
ones?
like prove my existence
Wait,
or my
what?
worth because I know my worth.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you got to read your free Superchats. They paid you. Good job.
Period.
Fun's the show, right?
Period.
I have a button.
I mean, I'd have to care to be offended.
Let's read more. Is there more?
I'd have to care to be offended.
I like it when they leave messages.
Fuck, I can't find it. Whatever. Hey, Andrew, this one came up. Andrew, you are a warrior of truth. Christ is king.
Yeah, King of Kings.
Boom.
And Lord of Lords.
Boom.
I'm not getting
Hallelujah.
into a contest, dude.
All right.
No,
I've
I'm just
got
finishing
some
the Bible
questions
verse.
here. I've got some questions. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, we'll do Twitch. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub. Hey, Madison, can you thank all of those followers? Or, sorry, not the Primes?
Arquinos, thank you for the. Why are the names so weird? Like, how do I even
You got it.
pronounce
You got it.
You got this.
Like, thank you for the prime.
Tier
oh wait,
one.
that was a tier 1. Burn your wishes, thank you for the prime. Angel of War, thank you for the prime. Twist, thank you for the resub. Killer, thank you for the resub. Premature.
Whoa, okay.
Thank you for the prime.
my God,
Jordan,
wow,
thank
wow.
you for the prime. Shadow.
Thank you for the tier 1. Thank you, guys. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. I had a question. I want to go around on this. Does anybody here have or previously have had a roster?
Oh God.
Oh yeah.
Yeah?
Especially when I was, I had, so I didn't really go to college, but when I was 27, I had like what I would consider my party phase. Absolutely. Yeah.
Party phase?
Yeah. I
What-
went to like
Yeah.
different like BBW parties in
Oh,
when I lived
right.
in Georgia.
Okay. I got some notes on that, I think.
What's
I didn't know
what's
they had those.
BBW?
That stands for Big Beautiful Woman. It was originally started as a porn category and eventually was co-opted as just like an identifier that some fat women use. I used to. I don't anymore.
They have parties for that.
They do
like
for
just
people who
like
are them and people who like them.
yeah.
Okay. So you had a roster. So what was the size of the roster?
Depended.
Into
There was
the-
a point where it depended on the situation in the beginning. It was a bit longer. But like when I was living in Georgia at the time, I had my own place.
Were you in Atlanta?
Close. I was like North Metro Atlanta, like right
Okay.
on the outskirts.
Yeah.
But I would go down to different events in the Atlanta area all the time. But
Okay.
yeah, I was like, it was during my first breakup. Like I mentioned, me and my ex, we broke up for 9 months. That was
Yeah.
during 2019. And
Well, so what?
that was like
yeah,
when
what
I
were-
first really co-opted, like I mentioned earlier, the get under to get over. It didn't work the first time, so I don't know why I tried it again.
Well, how big was the roster? 2 guys, 3 guys, 4 guys, couple. You said you're bi, right? So maybe a couple
Yeah,
girls.
I
or-
that was when I explored my sexuality.
Yeah.
So I did hook up with a couple girls, but
5 guys.
There's,
It's
I would say I would
Michigan.
probably say it was anywhere between like
What,
2
Madison? What do you do?
I'm just like getting delusional right now. I haven't had much to eat today.
There's whatever cookies over there.
Thank you.
There's still
But
whatever.
yeah, I mean, there was a few people, but for me, it was more like situationship. But I
Yeah.
was just kind of like way too casual. I was like doing stuff that I would never do now. I had my moment. I learned my
What was
my
your
lessons.
moment? What is your moment?
Well, so some of the parties were like regular parties, but some of them were swinger parties.
Okay.
How was that?
Fun, but problematic. That's the best way to answer it shortly.
Well,
and
how many?
succinctly.
Because I in my notes here, I think you mentioned BBW, poly parties, sex
Mm-hmm.
parties. How many of these parties would you say you went to? Just
So
a couple,
it
or
was-
like
This
regularly?
was over the span of 6 months. When I was in the thick of it, they had basically parties every other weekend.
Okay, and you would go pretty much every
Yeah,
other.
for about at least 4 months I did.
4
yeah.
months.
I mean, I didn't always do something at the party.
But you'd go.
But it would depend, like, on if
Yeah.
I had invited people I already knew there, or if I met someone. Whatever happened.
At these
yeah.
parties, do people typically just like, will they hook up? Maybe they don't hook up at all, but if they do hook up, is it with just one person, or will they like sleep with like
depends on
multiple
the
people?
person.
Like for
Depends.
example, did you ever hook up with like 2 dudes in the night or 3 dudes in the night?
Yeah.
More?
Yeah.
More?
There's a specific high number for the most I did in one night, but
Let's hear it.
um.
You got it.
I haven't talked about this stuff in
It's
such
the
a long
tea.
time.
You got it.
Because
It's the tea.
I just want to, before I go into this topic,
Sure.
I do want to say this isn't who I currently am.
Totally
I'm
fine.
talking about a past version
Totally-
of myself that
Totally fine.
would not make these decisions now, but at one night, 10.
Was that
Girl,
like an
get it.
intentional goal? Like you went in?
No, it actually was kind of accidental. I just like, I was very laissez-faire about life at the time, and
Yeah.
it was something where I had been like, I felt very repressed, and like my first real relationship lasted 8 years. I had one before that, but it only lasted 5 months. And so or at the time, I'm sorry, it would have been about 6, but 6 years.
This
but
was after your 8-year relationship ended, or?
in the middle, so we broke up for 9 months.
Oh.
And then when we got back together and we broke up officially, that was like in 2021.
Okay.
How does that happen? Like honestly, how does that? You just like, I'm depressed. I'm gonna go get involved in a gangbang. Like I don't.
I mean, was I self-actualized in the moment about that? Not
Okay.
really. It was just more like, very repressed childhood. I never really let myself go crazy, and I basically let myself like have my wild fun free, because I was in an environment where I kind of felt like I was not only supported but like really wanted, desired, which I had experienced obviously because I've been in a relationship, but not in like that type of casual way. And so I got invited into it by someone, and I didn't know what I was getting into. It's
probably
kind of
felt
the bottom
good, though,
line.
to have that
It
acceptance.
did, and like
So you come back for
I
it.
met people who like I'm still friends with. Like I met people who
Are
from,
they
like,
still
all
in
walks
that
of
scene?
life. Most of them have walked away, because once you're in it for a little bit, you do like start to really not only see the toxicity around you, but within yourself. And it took me going through a couple other things post this experience that made me realize that like I was chasing like a high, like I was using sex in ways that weren't healthy, and like it made me self-reflect. It made me change.
If you could go back now, would you do the same thing?
I've thought about that question a lot. Now, honestly, I think I would, because I am the kind of person that likes to live my life with no regrets, and I believe that everything I've been through, everything I've done, and every decision I've made has led me to who I am at my heart as of today. And while I wish I could have done things better and I could have had better results in certain aspects of my life, I love myself and I love who I am, and I
Sorry, I'm not laughing at you, Brian. Just
and I love how I can turn.
But is it a regret?
And again, that's one of those things where it's a yes, and it's like I don't want to have.
I
regrets,
understand
but
the mindset of
I
want to live as though nothing is
in
a
a less
regret.
reckless way. Let's say that. I wish I could have learned certain lessons in a less reckless way, because I feel like I was reckless. I was recklessly dating. I was recklessly like living. I was at that point in my life in that situation. That's not how everybody was in those scenes, but that's how I was.
So would you said you would do it again?
I'm the kind of person where like I wouldn't want to go back and change anything about my life, because I want to be who I am.
Well, and that's kind of entailed in you would do it again.
You said you would do it again.
Yes.
So I'm just curious, because you said you're not that person anymore.
Yeah.
So where's the nuance in that?
She's not saying that she would do it now. She's saying the person that she has become today, and the reason why she might not choose to do it anymore is because she already had that experience, and she decided it's not something she moves forward with.
And I learned life lessons from it. And that is, I've lived my life being the kind of person that has to learn from my own mistakes and learn from doing things. And I struggle, I feel like, for things to fully click or land until I've experienced them for myself.
Do you think it's a healthy process, though, so I understand the mindset of saying live without regret, right? You can't dwell on regrets. That's true, right? Eventually people have to move forward from things that they've done, this and that. But is it also, though, still healthy to have things that you regret? Isn't that how you progress?
Yes, and that's what I'm saying, because like, I mean, do I regret the recklessness? Yes. But yeah, I don't like to dwell on them, and I try to live on the thing of like, I don't want to hold shame within regret.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
that's
feel
what
like
I'm trying to say.
the connotation of regret is so negative. Like, why can't it be something like a lesson learned? Like, for instance, I hear what you're saying, and there's definitely things where I'm like, dang, like that probably wasn't the best choice, or if it presented itself right now, I would definitely choose different. But acknowledging that what had happened in the past made me who I am today, made me as strong as I am today, or made me as soft, or whatever the positives were, that had to happen to be who I am today. So I can, but it probably, instead of regret, maybe just respect.
Well, I
respect that it happened.
So this might be like a difference in worldview too, but I think that regrets are necessary for us to move forward in life. And here's what I mean by this.
Okay.
I mean that you should look on some of the things you've done in life in a negative way for yourself, and negatively view yourself for having done those things, and that's the only way to reconcile them, to move on from them.
Yeah, we definitely disagree in that. But I also, I was raised really, really religious, and I know that that's part of the religious standpoint, is that sins and
well, it's actually kind of, but there is absolution. Right, but absolution comes with the confrontation that the thing you did was wrong, and it should never be repeated, and it was wrong. That's where absolution
for sure,
comes,
but acknowledging something is wrong and regret are not necessarily the same things.
And
how do you know it's wrong if you don't regret it?
You can look at the outcome of it. You can look at the intention of what your action was. I'm a type of person who believes in positive, negative, and so I'll look at more of the intention of it. And lesson learned is still going to happen, but I don't need to look at it necessarily as a negative to make it be something that I learned.
But that feels like it's just a way to avoid responsibility.
You say avoid, but I still learn from that.
Yeah, but it's still, by saying like, there's no real, this is negative, but I don't regret it. This is negative, but it wasn't bad. This is negative.
No one said it wasn't bad. Those are not.
Bad's a moral claim. So that's why we said the word bad. So I'll try to use a different word.
Yeah.
Okay. But what you're saying is, I don't regret this thing. There was a negative outcome, and so I'll avoid it in the future, but there's no regret.
Yes.
What I'm saying is that would, from my perspective, stymie the growth. So the way that you grow as a person is to actually focus on the things that you have done which are incorrect.
They could be better.
Otherwise, you can't actually repent for those things in order to move forward in your life.
But there's something to be said about the fact that we're still humans and this is the human experience. We're growing and we're learning.
Yeah,
so
I
there's going to
agree.
be right. So there's going to be an amount of, yeah, you're going to make a mistake.
Yep.
For me personally, if I harbor regret, I'm living in the past. I'm living in the present, and me living in the past gives me anxiety. It doesn't allow
but
me
it's
to flourish.
supposed to. That's the
So
point.
I think what has to happen is you have to come to the position where I regret that decision. I'm doing that I'm just doing that battle within myself, like sussing out what was good about the situation, what was bad. But then after you do all of that work, then you can move on. But when someone asks you about that point in your life where you made that regretful decision, you can discuss with them, this is what I sussed out, this is how I worked through it, and this is how it has led me to where I am right now.
For me, when I think about the word regret, I think about something. But when I think about the word regret, I think about something where I wish this didn't happen.
That's what I was trying to say.
And the
like,
problem
is
that when I say I wish this didn't happen, I don't acknowledge of what I learned from it.
Yeah, but if you no, it's not I wish this didn't happen. It's an acknowledgement.
That's what regret would be.
I did
that was
this,
my
and
understanding
it
of the word
was.
regret.
Yeah, me too.
I
That's my
did-
understanding
yeah,
of regret.
I
So we
did
just maybe
this,
have
and it was
understandings of
wrong,
difference.
and that's why I regret it.
Well, I also don't believe in wrong. I believe in positive and negative.
And that's what I said, right? So for me, from my perspective, it looks like a way to avoid responsibility by saying I didn't do anything wrong.
Mm-hmm.
No, absolutely not. I think that.
But then what you just said, you only believe in positive.
It wasn't
and
about
negative,
doing
right?
something wrong, right? It's like, okay, so let's say, for instance, something I called a regret in my past was I had this big crush on this guy when I was in Mexico on a vacation, and we were underneath the waterfall, and I could have kissed him, and I didn't. And I look back and like, I regret that I didn't just make that move. I was scared. I regret. And what I took from that is, okay, when I have a moment that I want to do better, I will make that jump. I will not be scared, and I will have the confidence to do it. And I told myself I don't ever want to have regret again because it doesn't feel good to have that sort of thing. And so I would look at it instead as like, okay, that was a moment that I wasn't at this level. I had to learn to become this level, and now I am who I am today.
Yeah, so I think if we're talking, like, if you're talking about a level of regret, it could be scalable. So there
For
could
sure.
be things
Yes, I would agree
so there
with
could be
that.
things that I regret, like maybe I die and say I regret not climbing Mount Everest, right?
Yeah.
But I think that the things that stick in our brain for the things that we regret the most generally coexist with things that we knew we were doing in the time, which was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And those tend to be the things that we actually dwell on. And that's
I don't have
again
any of those in my mind. Like when I'm trying to think back, like
you're all
'cause I-
right because you only believe in positive and negatives.
Yeah.
So that's
Like
why.
when I think about something like, oh, like.
But that's why I
could
see
have
it as
done
a
something
shifting.
better. I shouldn't have said this or done this. I think, okay, well, you were in a place where clearly you didn't know or you didn't make that assessment. Now you do know. All you can do forward now is make it better. Now, if you don't make it better, then you're not choosing to be living in your most positive aspect, and that will be something we won't necessarily agree on there. But I want to live at my highest vibrational level, which means that I'm going to be positive to people. The energy that I put out, I'm going to expect to receive, which means that genuinely I'm going to not try to do bad things onto others because I know that's going to come back to me tenfold.
Same.
I need to move on just so I can get through my notes here, but let's see. I do want to come back really quick to the whole BBW poly party, sex party thing.
Of course you do.
So, tell us, I mean, there's a bunch.
I'm not really one to get super salacious on the internet about specifics.
Shoot.
But
He wants an invite, I think.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
I think that's what's going on.
Yeah.
I did.
He definitely
I want-
seems to be the type into BBWs.
RSVP.
Just the
I need
this is
a-
the sex party part.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, they have them for all types of people.
I would actually never go to a sex party.
Never's the long
No matter how attractive the women were, that's
What if it was like
degenerate.
a party just for you, just all Asian PT women with no
Oh,
plastic
just for me,
surgery
I mean,
with
I could get
large
behind
labia.
that one,
Well,
I
at that point, that's
suppose,
just
but
an orgy.
I can get behind that, but like if it's like swingers and like, no.
You don't want anybody to watch you.
No. I get all the women to myself. Yeah, I'll take that. Never going to happen, but I'll gladly take it. Okay, so you went to a bunch of these parties over the course of a couple months. Now, when you said you did 10 in a night, would it be like, was it group sex or would it be like one after the other and it was like individual sex? Okay. Good times. Good times.
In a very like vapid physical way, yeah.
Okay. All right. And let's see. Well, the original question was the roster thing, so we're going around the table. Do you have or have you ever? Excuse me. Do you currently have or have you ever had a roster?
No, I'm like disgustingly monoamorous. I get like tunnel vision on the first date, and I'll like delete dating apps if I like someone.
Okay.
So annoying. I am similar, and I'm trying.
What do you mean? How's it annoying?
Knowing that I do that as well. Like I hyper focus. Like I'll tunnel vision someone, which I've actually had to get out of doing because dating.
Okay, just go ahead. Just go ahead.
Oh, sorry. They just say you shouldn't do that, so I've been trying not to.
Roster.
I tend not to have a roster. No.
Okay. What about you?
No.
Please speak into the mic if you can.
No.
And the guys don't need to answer. I handle that right.
Of course.
So is that across the board? Yes. Is that what that is?
Well, and I will say, I definitely don't feel like my like future / current goals are not roster based. Like,
sure.
In fact, the people that I've had like situationally, they've fizzled out because I've kind of I'm just not interested in that anymore. I'm looking for like a completely different dating experience. That's just like where I was once at.
Okay, got it. And let me get into some of my notes here finally. So let's see. Okay. You said you had some insane stories to tell us, Rosie. Is this related to the BBW sex swinger groups? Or?
Yeah, I mean, like with the group sex and stuff, like.
Nick, could you close that door?
But
The rest of the world doesn't need to hear this.
More or less. I mean, it seems like the audience here is pretty not interested in hearing about those types of things.
They might be.
No, this audience.
They might be. They're going to be.
People out there because the door was
open. The people that click
open.
on this are going to want to hear.
Close the door.
No, it's just getting cold. That's why.
It's cold.
The young children outside.
Yeah, the young children outside don't need to
Yes.
hear this. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, I just think that I'm trying to think because I probably should have thought this more thoroughly because I was thinking about like I mentioned some of those different dating experiences, but like I mean I met people who I like. During that time, the closest thing I had to a relationship, because I was like extremely emotionally unavailable, was someone that I met through what they called like the vanilla parties, which were like the non-sex parties. And he ended up like going to them and stuff, and we would hook up probably like, a few times a week, I'd say. And like once he and I became more of a thing, I like back down to the parties, and then some stuff started coming up, and I started really understanding like the dynamics of the parties and like how kind of predatory and weird they were set up. And I started waking up to like basically realizing what I was doing, because at the time I was living my life on autopilot, and I was just kind of like yeah whatever, like nothing matters type attitude towards everything. So once I started like thinking things through, and then I was like slowly backing out of the parties, and then something like major like personally in my life happened that had me completely back out of it.
Okay. You said in your notes here that you're currently celibate by choice while on your healing journey. You're no longer casually dating.
Yep.
How long have you been celibate for?
So the last time I hooked up with someone was in February. Or no, I'm sorry. No, that's wrong. Since June. But that was a kind of like a return thing with
you recycled?
It was like going back to somebody. It wasn't like a new dating experience.
It wasn't a new body. You recycled the body.
Sure, if you want to use that kind of language.
That's what it's called, recycling. If you don't want to add to your body
it's
count.
not doing it again if you've already done it once with them.
It's like
not a new body.
you're recycling a body. Yeah. Okay, all right. No, you don't. You object to that?
Just such a deranged way of looking at like human relationships.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's.
You're talking purely sex.
I feel like it's the
Like
least
you're so obsessed with the
deranged
quantity,
way.
you'd rather just say recycle a body. Like it's just.
That's the terminology. That's the terms
From
you've
people
never.
Who don't fuck,
you've never
voluntarily.
Wait, what?
Like it's just like not like people who like normally
What?
date and see each other aren't using these terms.
It's very like
That's
dehumanized.
true. I've never used that term before.
It's not
It's
dehumanizing.
like you're studying romance from afar, from like an incel community.
Oh yeah, it's all incels.
What?
How
I didn't
dare
say
they?
all.
How dare? Well, how
This is a
dare
term-
people use
Hold on,
something
did you
that
just-
obviously
No, no, no,
applies?
sorry. Triggered by that word,
This
'cause
is
you-
actually a term.
Of course I did.
Wait.
It's worrying
Stop.
for me now.
Stop.
They're pay pigging for him right now.
Let me talk, please. This is a term I've actually heard originating from women. Women use this term, oh, I'm recycling a body so I don't add to my body
because
count.
of the pressure of this like obsession to always have a low body count. So I've heard women say too, like, I'm recycling bodies so my body count doesn't go
You've
up.
heard it from women too, so why are you saying that it's like this incel community, it's like from men, and
I mean, women incels exist.
No, I'm not
that's
talking
not
about women
true.
incels, but
I disagree. I don't think a woman can be an incel.
Yeah.
Why is that? Like, genuinely, I'm curious.
Because
I don't think
men will do anything with two legs.
Because
not all men. I didn't say all men.
If any woman was so inclined to get laid, she could, regardless of her personality, regardless of her level of physical attractiveness.
So could a guy. I guess it's. I think
I would agree.
There's
with that.
no. It's if
the belief system.
Well, for example, there was a Reddit community dedicated to femcels, women who consider themselves involuntarily celibate, and it like was bombarded with men who were propositioning these women with sex. The reverse is not the case. There's not just women flocking to incel communities to fuck
Here's
these
the
men.
easiest way to frame it, right? If there was a male version of you, he's not having sex at sex parties and having sex with people back in June. It's not going to happen.
you think at sex
I
parties?
disagree
the
with
same
that,
sex
but-
party.
Why would you disagree
He's
with
going
that?
to go to the same
Because-
sex party.
I would say, what I would argue though is that a man who's obese is going to struggle far more when it comes to purely getting sex than a woman who's obese.
That's the point, yeah.
Well, you're not
So-
really an incel. You can go to Nevada and book a prostitute if you want
Well,
to.
but
That would still be involuntarily.
How?
Yeah, because in
that's
that case,
prostitution is not doesn't.
He's
count.
talking about.
Okay, of course.
He's talking about sex between two consenting adults absent money, where you're not paying them for it. That's the point of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because in that
but
case,
also
no.
the
It's like,
difference
oh, well, I mean, you could just go buy a
But also
prostitute.
the difference
It's
of
like,
what
I
we
think that
want
defeats
is
the
different
purpose,
too.
right?
Like women want the money. I mean,
Like what?
will be okay with having
Freudian
money,
something?
and men, like the drive is also very different.
Wait.
Just in general, like
You mean the sex drive?
yeah, like for instance, like a man doesn't necessarily like a man would pay for sex, but a woman won't necessarily have to pay for sex. But there's other things that we might do that we'll have to like.
That will work for like, intimacy.
Exactly. So
I
it
think
may
that's
not be
the
money.
point. Like when we
might
talk
be
about
something
incels,
else.
like they could book a prostitute, but typically, like you were saying, they're looking for someone who's like enthusiastically consenting to it. So typically, they're not just looking for sex because they could go to a hooker. They're looking for some level of intimacy.
Yeah.
So analogously, femcels, yes, they could be propositioned by those guys on the Reddit, but they're looking for someone who actually cares about them and
But
doesn't just see them
comparing-
as a whole.
Exactly.
This is also a bad presupposition
Yes.
for a different reason. Another reason this is a bad presupposition is they may not be going to a hooker not because they don't want to or they don't just want sex, but because they may have religious convictions or other values which conflict with doing something like that. So
If they have that strong of a
this
religious
is
conviction,
so hang
they
on,
shouldn't be
just
so
look,
hell bent on
I'm
being
almost
an incel. They should
almost
be
done.
waiting till
Calm down,
marriage.
calm down, Farha, before you start spurg talking and turbo talking. Let me just finish the point.
Everything I'm saying is sound. Just because
Yeah,
I
that's
talk
nice.
fast doesn't
Yeah,
make
wait,
it
let's-
turbo
It'll be
talking.
just as sound when I'm done
Maybe
speaking.
we just got to avoid.
He's
maybe
just
I
bad
think
at moderate. I'm sorry, I have to
So-
moderate myself.
So anyway, just chill out. I'm almost
Yeah,
done.
chill out, Farha.
Yeah, chill out.
Chill
Farha.
out.
I'm almost
Love it
done.
when they say calm down.
Yeah. So I didn't say calm down. You calm down. So anyway, what I was getting at here was just to say there could be other convictions. There could be other convictions which are here that they adhere to. Now, most popularly, what I see online with people referred to as incels is that their standards are extremely high because they have those religious convictions. They can't find a woman who can meet those standards. Why would they go buy a prostitute if their religious
That's
convictions
voluntary.
prevent them from doing it?
You're
That's
saying
voluntary.
he can still be an incel because he
That
can't
is
find a woman who
voluntary.
matches his values? That's literally voluntary.
That's voluntary.
That's like
I
me
do
saying I'm an
think
incel because I can't find a guy who's
it's a bit
6 foot,
different.
makes $1 million a year, and wants to date me. That's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Exactly.
When you're talking about somebody who is incelibate by choice, would you say then, right? Or I'm sorry,
Celibate.
Celibate by choice. If you're just talking, anybody who can just go have sex with anybody, right? You can go get a prostitute or this type of thing, okay? Obviously, a person who's going to have sex with another person is going to go for their preferences, right? Isn't
Not
that
if they're
generally
paying.
what they're going to
They don't
do?
get to choose if they're
Yes,
paying.
and like we were saying, there's 2 different metrics for male and female
Mm-hmm.
preferences, but suddenly you're now using the default as the male preference. So even if he doesn't want to fuck a girl because
Well,
she
no,
has
I'm
different
assuming
religious
it-
values,
I'm assuming
why
it
is that
both
different
ways.
Wait, let
than
her
me
finish.
saying, even
Yeah.
though guys are propositioning me on Reddit,
Yeah.
they're not the type of guy I'm looking for, so therefore I can still deem myself a femcel.
Yeah, I'm assuming it both ways. So I assume it on the other way too that
So you
there's
believe
wo-
femcels exist?
Well, yeah, I'm not.
You just
Brian.
said that you didn't.
Well, I have a
Brian
different
did.
definition
Oh, so
of it.
you think femcels exist?
If it's from the religious connotation, yeah.
Just religious.
Well, I have a different.
Yeah, I think
not
that-
from the idea of yes, I could fuck this guy, but I won't enjoy it. I won't be attracted to him. It'll feel
Yeah, I
very
think that all those
uncomfortable.
things could be true, but it would be from a religious standpoint.
No, but you can have that without being religious.
Yeah, generally speaking, a
No,
religious
I
standpoint.
have feelings like that, and I'm not religious.
So if I'm very unattractive and I can only fuck guys who are like disgusting to me, but that's not for religious reasons that I'm unattracted to them, wouldn't I still be a femcel by your definition?
If
Or
you
no?
were super ugly, you mean? Like just a super, yeah, I mean, I guess.
So you think the person's
But
appearance?
I'm talking in generalities here. So I'm just saying generally that's what I would fit in that criteria.
Wait, what's your question?
So you think the appearance is the majority factor of whether or not someone is an incel?
Usually for a man, it's more than their appearance. Usually it's the inside.
I think that there could be, there's
Yes,
two, there's
usually
two
it's the inside.
categories
Okay.
here. Yeah.
Because
for
there's
sure.
incels that look just like any one of you guys, and they're feeling like they don't have sex. And the reason why is because we're so turned off by their inside, and the first thing that comes out of their mouth, we couldn't possibly fathom doing anything with them.
Yeah.
I'm not clear. Well, okay. There's first off, my sense of what an incel is it's involuntarily celibate. So this is somebody. I would argue that, and maybe Andrew, this is where I disagree. If say you're a Christian man and you're waiting until marriage, I would consider that to be voluntary.
Yeah, I have a hard time with
celibacy.
that because then, Farha, like, would you apply that to SA? So, well, wait a second.
what?
They're involuntary. Why couldn't they just go SA a chick, right? They could do that, and then they wouldn't be. They would be involuntarily
That's a false
celibate.
equivalency.
Why?
Because sex and SA are not comparable.
Okay,
no, but what I'm saying is that if it's
What
if
is
it's not
SA?
just a barrier based around personalization, right, and preferences, then you're looking at the same thing from the religious to if you were looking at it from the argument against the religious is, well, no, this is voluntary because you could just go get a prostitute. It's like, well, no, it's involuntary. They want to do it, right? But they have a barrier from doing it, just like the lack of the SA portion would be the same thing, a barrier from doing it.
I
right?
genuinely don't think a lion's share of incels are opting out of booking a hooker for religious reasons. I'm pretty sure a large number of porn consumers are incels. So if they were opting out of sex for religious reasons, they wouldn't be like consuming so much porn.
Yeah, so you don't think that people who are heavily religious would like to have sex, that they might have those wants to do?
That's not what involuntary means.
Yeah, I think, but this is where I'm drawing a distinction with you, because if your argument for no, that's not involuntary, it means if you
It's a
say
choice.
involuntary, they could just go get a sex worker. Then why couldn't I just respond by saying, well, if it's involuntary, why couldn't they just go assault a chick, get the same result?
How would it be involuntary?
Because if I call someone homeless, I'm saying, yeah, they could squat somewhere technically illegally, but I would still consider them homeless.
What does that have to do with what I said?
It's an analogy.
Yeah, but how's the analogy apply?
Because doing something unlawfully doesn't now make it sex.
Well, wait a second. Wait, back up. What is it then?
I'm saying if they're an incel,
It's
and
just
they're
unlawful sex, right?
My point is, if they're an incel and they're complaining that they just can't get sex, they can book a hooker, but that's typically not what they're looking for.
Yeah, they could also SA a chick.
They're looking for a level of emotional
Yeah, but
intimacy. That's my
but
point.
this is what I'm saying. There's a barrier. They're both what you would consider
One's
a
a barrier legally, the other one's legal.
Yeah, but they're both barriers is the point.
I don't think people are opting out of hookers for religious reasons.
Why? You don't think so?
No.
Why?
Well, maybe some are, but I'm saying an incel who's jacking off to porn every day isn't now drawing the line at prostitution.
I've now created
because
two
of
different
religion.
categories of incel for you. I'm saying that one, I believe that both of them are involuntarily
We're
not
talking about
doing
the actual incel community, the people on Reddit. We're not
I
talking
believe
about your, like,
that
made-up
is an actual
person who's
incel
waiting till
community.
marriage to find a
have
godly
you ever heard,
woman.
Have you ever heard of the tradcasts who self-ID as incels, for instance? The reason that they self-ID as incels is because they say, yeah, sure, we would love to be rolling around and having tons of sex with women, but we don't, right? Because we have this X belief.
So would he be an incel if he struggles to find a virgin? Like if every single woman at his college has had sex and his standard is he wants to marry another virgin, is he now an incel? No, that's voluntarily celibate because you've set a standard for
That's
yourself.
actually kind of interesting. I
that's
might be getting on board with what you're saying, Andrew, because so.
I'm not expecting him to go that way.
Not either.
Yeah, well, no, I'm trying to suss this out in my head, and I'm thinking about it like, okay, yeah, so there is a law stating that SA is illegal.
Right.
So if I'm looking at coming from a biblical framework as a Christian, I determine that the Bible is my foundation for morality and is law in my mind. So just the same way that SA is illegal it's illegal in the Bible, but it's illegal in our society. It is to co-opt the verbiage, it is illegal in God's mind, in God's eye, to say to have sex before marriage.
Right.
So I actually kind of agree.
So you can't actually alleviate what you want, even though you want to, because there's this barrier.
But you're choosing to abide by the barrier.
Yeah, but you would be doing the same thing with SA. That's the point.
Because it's a choice.
It's
you
the
choose
choice.
not to.
Does it just end at religious convictions? Can I say female dating strategy tells me I should only fuck guys who make more than me, and because I earn a lot, it's hard to find those guys, therefore I'm a femcel?
Well, the religious
Talking
conviction
really fast doesn't make your arguments better.
It doesn't. My argument's being correct
Your
makes my
argument
arguments
doesn't
correct.
What's your argument? I bet you can't even repeat it.
I think I can.
Do it.
I was saying, why are you just drawing the Bible to be akin to law, but why can't I say my preferences could be akin to law too? So
You
suddenly
could.
I'm a femcel.
You could, yeah.
Okay, so I'm a femcel because I can't find a guy who makes more money than me in my city.
No, we're saying that you could make two different categories here, right? But you would still have to categorize them. So is it involuntary? I guess what we're really discussing is what do we mean by involuntary? You think that it's voluntary, absent barrier. And so do I, so I don't know what we're arguing.
Okay, so far as just real quick though, if you have SA, you're gonna get a physical repercussion for that.
But let's say you didn't.
You deciding to abide by the Bible, you're not gonna get a physical repercussion.
Yeah, but we believe you would.
Yeah, that's the thing.
point.
Okay, but your belief in actual physical harm happening to you is not the same.
Okay, so what? So
you're not gonna go to jail. God is not gonna put you in jail.
But you could also let's envision for a second that you knew you could do it and could get away with it and not go to jail. Okay, it would still be a barrier. The absent consent would still be a barrier, and so you wouldn't do it.
The chance
right?
of you actually being able to go to jail versus not are two different, very big things.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the point.
How does it not?
Because what I'm saying is, let's remove that for a second. That you would even.
But you're deciding that the Bible is the top thing.
Yes,
that's
and you're
scare
deciding
somebody.
that the law is the top thing that prevents
I'm
the
not.
SA.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying, as far as overall, you can believe in the Bible. That's fine. But no matter what, Bible or not, you still got to respect the law. So you're encompassing.
You don't
everyone
have
the
to
law.
respect the law.
No,
okay, but as far as like if you're going to be law abiding or even just of any laws.
So your choice is to respect the law.
But everyone has to be under the law. Not everyone has to be under the Bible.
Yeah, but your choice is to respect both. You don't have to respect the law.
You choose to respect the law.
Nothing's stopping you from going through a stop sign. Nothing's
yes,
stopping you from grabbing
I see
that
what you're
mic
saying,
and hitting
but
me in the head with it.
The difference is that the repercussions at the end of the day are different.
Yes, there might be that there's
that
that
alone
you
is
have a
gonna affect your
perception.
choice.
You saying that you have a perception of a repercussion distinction. Fine. We can remove that barrier by saying if we could assume that there was no repercussion for you, would you just start saying people?
There is.
Yeah, but that's not the purpose of explaining this way. The purpose is to show you that even if that barrier was removed, you still wouldn't do it. There is a barrier which is there, whether it's religious or it's legal. These two barriers still very much exist inside of your mind, which is the preventative measure for doing the action.
But okay, so if you sexually assault someone, you're then affecting that person's life. If you abstain for sex because of a religious belief, you're not affecting someone else's life.
What if you were to SA? What if you were to SA a chick who was in a coma, and would never know, and it was impossible for her to get pregnant?
There was a man who was raping a lady in.
Yeah.
Sorry,
But you wouldn't co-sign on it.
Sorry.
I think we actually agree.
Right, you wouldn't co-sign on it.
No, it was awful.
Right, that's my whole point.
That's a barrier.
No, I think we agree. I think we agree. I was having a rebuttal to Brian saying that incels exist only for men but never for women because someone will always fuck you. And I was saying, in theory, you could fuck someone as a man, but it's not to these, you know what I mean? There's that barrier there. So I was saying even for women, even though some guys would proposition us on Reddit, you could still be a femcel.
So here's why I would make the two distinct categories. So I think you would agree with this too. So in the distinct category one with the men, I think it's much easier for men to be in that one category of incel, right? Whereas for women, it's not very, it would actually be difficult to be in that category. Which on the religious end, I would say that it could be equal. So
well, okay, what about this?
Exists.
What about this? So let's say you have a man and a woman, neither are religious. They're both physically unattractive.
Yeah.
They want to have, they don't care about, they just want to have sex immediately, like that night or whatever, or within a short period of time, say a week. I would argue that almost any woman, if she was so inclined, could get sex, whereas it's not clear to me if any man could just go out and
Consensually,
immediately get
I agree.
sex.
I totally agree.
I agree, but that's typically not what femcel refers to. Like, I don't think femcels are actually arguing, I can't fuck anybody. They're saying, I can't fuck anybody who would care. Same way those men, in theory, those incels could fuck each other, but they're not going to be attracted to each other and enjoy it.
Hold on. But if the definition of femcel is
What?
a female incel.
I actually need you to repeat that.
Why? You didn't hear her?
No, I didn't. She has meth mouth. You got to talk slow so I can understand what you're saying.
The reason I talk so
understand
fast is
everything
because I
she
keep getting
says.
cut off. It's not to try and
I didn't
sound
cut you
smart.
off.
No, I know. I'm just saying in general. But anyways, my point was, yes, a femcel could get sex from anybody.
Okay.
But the point was, men in theory, those incels, they could get sex from each other in theory, but they won't enjoy it.
From each other?
Yes, in theory.
Yeah, he's talking about the opposite sex.
No,
though.
I know, but I'm
Wait,
saying
what?
the same way a femcel might not enjoy having sex or even find any like little bit of attraction to the guy who's propositioning her on Reddit, those guys won't enjoy having sex with each other. So that's why I'm saying it's two different metrics.
Ridiculous.
Because male and
that's
female sexuality
ridiculous.
is incredibly different.
Well, so
That
does
is
sex?
ridiculous.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
So let me. Well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, yeah, I was just about to ask. So does the act of sex require that there's
enjoyment.
enjoyment in it?
It doesn't
So okay,
require-
so
I'm
being
saying femcel, I'm
so
saying femcel has a slightly different definition than incel.
I'm not actually sure what that distinction
okay,
is
well,
still.
it's involuntarily celibate, which means no sex, regardless of how you feel about it, if you enjoy it or not. If you're having sex, you're not an incel.
Right.
So
and like
it
I
does.
said, you could
So
find
there's
sex as an incel.
With
well,
other.
no, okay.
With other- no, I meant prostitution,
okay, so
yeah.
if your goal is to find sex and you are able to find it, that is by definition not celibate, regardless if you enjoy it or not.
Yes, and like
Okay,
I said,
yeah.
you could
There we go.
find it in Nevada, but obviously we're talking about certain barriers, and guys want it from a woman
And
who's
they-
maybe
okay, but
enthusiastically consenting, and a woman maybe wants it from a guy who isn't just looking at her as a whole. So
But
that was
the-
my only point.
So I
I
don't
don't know why
understand. I don't understand why each one of those criticisms couldn't be applied back. So you say incels could have it with each other. Well, so could femcels.
Yeah,
So I don't understand how the criticisms wouldn't be equal.
it's not equal. Do you agree that femcels exist, even though they could in theory fuck someone?
I
And the
know.
same way an incel could in theory fuck someone.
Yeah, I
They
would
want it
say
from
I would say
someone-
by this criteria though, what he's trying to draw is that when he says not exist, right, be the same way that you and I would say something in the commons. Doesn't mean there's none who exist at all on planet Earth, but rather if you make the comparison between the amount of male versus female, it's overwhelmingly going to be male versus female when it comes to this. You would agree with that in that category,
I
right?
would, but you would also agree that male and females look at sex entirely differently. So when someone says I'm a femcel, you understand that she's not saying nobody will fuck me. She's saying maybe I'm having difficulty finding someone who will fuck me and actually ask me my name.
So okay, but if that's the case, then they have just changed the meaning from how we mean it. So it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I don't think anyone thinks they have identical definitions.
Yeah, I know, but
Yeah.
from our definition, you would agree we're correct.
That men have a harder time procuring sex, yes.
Yeah, and that the incel, from our perspective, our
Has a way
definition,
harder time procuring
yeah,
sex.
Okay,
Yes.
then the femcel.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree with that too.
Okay.
But
I don't know
sex
how
to
we
the
got
same
there, to
basis
be
of
honest.
attraction,
I
then I would
forgot how we got
disagree.
there.
Because it's typical progressive pedantry, and you have to like literally
No,
peel
it's
back
not.
all the layers until you get to where you need to
No,
get.
it's
no,
not.
I
It's
just-
because we're talking about sex we're talking about sex they wouldn't be disgusted by, and like I said, the guys could in theory fuck each other, but they would feel disgusted by that if they're straight, and the femcel could in theory fuck some random like Redditor proposer, but she might not enjoy it. That was my point, Brian.
What was it?
He left, so I had to direct it at you.
Okay. Well, okay, when I think femcel, like I think female incel,
That's
because I know
great.
there's this definition of femcel where it's like, well, I'm just not finding the right guy that I want to have sex with. And to me, when I think of incel, it's just somebody who wants to have sex, but like can't. There's not all these
And usually
strings
kinda
attached to
angry.
it. There's not all these terms. The guy doesn't have to be some magical unicorn. Like, I'm sure most men who are incels would be happy to have sex with a woman who's even probably below their standards or whatever that might be. So, all right, okay. And I do think when it comes to incels, first off, it's kind of the euphemism treadmill, where a word starts to lose its meaning, like Nazi and fascist.
Oh, yeah.
Where it just ends up being used as a generic insult rather than a word that has actual meaning. I do think incels, a lot of times they get made fun of. I actually think they need empathy, understanding, and compassion, not hate and more isolation. Because you certainly don't make a scared dog more calm by beating him with a stick. And also to your point, you said that it's not because of their physical attractiveness, but because of their personality. And perhaps there's often
I've
this.
seen some incels.
Well, let me just finish my point. Oftentimes, there's this idea that these incels are just. Certainly, there are women-hating incels, misogynistic incels, absolutely. However, it's not clear to me if misogyny. It's not clear to me if misogyny is the cause of their lack of sexual connection, because there are plenty of misogynistic men who are highly sexually successful.
I don't think it has to be that, though. It could be simple as like, I don't like myself.
Oh, I mean, sure, I guess, but
like that also is unattractive.
I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of like some of the most toxic women haters there are probably who act like assholes towards every woman or have
getting it.
have
Yeah, I'm saying like there's probably like
inexhaustible
more than just
lines
physical
of
that they're
women.
not getting said yes to. Like it's not going to be just physical, because the way women work, genuinely we fall in love with the inside, even if the outside is important. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
You can go to, for instance, you can go to school with someone or go to be at work at someone who's definitely not your type, and you keep seeing them over and over again. You see their cute little jokes, and then you kind of start seeing them as being cute and funny because their inside made you be like, actually, like I'm actually kind of digging that like weird nose thing he does, or his ears are a little big, but I actually kind of like that part about him.
Okay,
so we work differently in that way.
Sure.
And so I would say that it wouldn't have to necessarily be a man who hates a woman, but it could be like, well, he could always be talking bad about himself, or maybe he's level on the spectrum where he doesn't know how to communicate and like talk to people. There's many different things that it could be, but I would say that it probably has to do more with the inside than just the out.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to remember how we got onto that, because I think I was asking you about your celibacy, and then was it roster, and
you
then
asked about incels. You said that. You were
No, I
like,
don't think
what's the
so.
definition of incel?
because you said recycling bodies.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh, great. Okay, all right. All right.
And you were like, no, I don't like that language. It's
I don't like it. I'm saying
under the purview of my progressive analysis, I
never
don't
even
feel
said it.
like that's how people really analyze the situation. That type of shit, right?
I was saying
That's exactly
there
what
was a
that's
specific
exactly
word.
what you did, Farha.
There was a specific word I was avoiding using, but I was saying it's like kind of a weird way to view romantic relationships.
Yeah.
How so? Oh God, are we gonna
It's
go
just
there?
not. It's just not romantic.
I'm not
It's
saying
just
there's
like taking
anything
the heart
wrong
out
with
of
it. I just thought it was funny.
Yeah. Like it's just, it was ironic, yeah.
It's just a descriptor.
Yeah, it's not necessarily wrong. It's just kind of depersonalized, maybe.
It was just
I mean,
funny.
we
It was amusing how you
depersonalize-
depersonalized it. I think
Yeah,
that's
and that's not
Depersonalize
necessarily
what?
negative or positive. It's just an observation.
It's like a calculator way of viewing.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a calculator way of
it was
viewing.
funny,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Good talk. All right. I have a note here from Kimberly. Kimberly, you say, I feel like most men want to be taken care of instead of them taking care of the ladies. As far as the guys I've dated, I've always been the one to plan, pay for the dates, or I've put in too much effort and not the same energy in return. It's always a what you doing message instead of taking the initiative to plan a date. These guys are just honestly kind of childish.
You gotta raise your standards,
LOL.
honey. She gotta raise her standards. She's allowing them.
That's her right there.
Oh, you
Is that
gotta raise your standards. I'm glad you're here. You gotta stop. You control that.
That's why
You accept
I
that.
haven't like been talking to guys recently.
Wait, so
because-
reminder, you're 22, correct?
Yeah.
But you said your longest relationship was for 2 years. So your two-year relationship, is that how that 2-year relationship looked?
No, that
Oh.
one was. Well, it just didn't end well, but I don't want to get into that. But
Okay.
what I was saying. Sorry, what I was
Is that-
saying is that's why I didn't. That's why I don't
Maddie, can you
talk to
scoot
guys anymore.
your
like,
mic? Wait, hold on. Let me see what's going on here. Yeah, your mic's way too shifted. It's your mic, Maddie. Your mic is blocking her. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Well, from the past 2 relationships that I've been in,
It's good.
one of them, it went well. The thing was that when I met him, he was barely coming from a different state, and he didn't have much here. So I helped him out in the beginning. I had my own car, and he would use it and stuff. But he ended up cheating on me anyways. And,
Good times.
Yeah, he ended
Good
up
times.
cheating on me, and I found out because I went on Facebook.
Oh.
And he had posted a picture, and I was going through the likes, and I seen some girl had hearted his picture, and so I clicked on her profile, and then I seen a picture of them together on her header.
So
And I was like-
how many of the men that you've recently been dating have been you've been taking care of them? You've been paying, because you said most men
Yeah, well,
want to be
it's
taken care
like-
of, and that you've dated men that you're planning dates and you're paying for the dates?
Yeah.
And you put in too much effort? So
What?
And that was my also the last guy I was talking to. Basically, when I met him, he was leaving his BM and baby mama. His baby
okay.
mama.
I didn't know there was like a acronym for.
So there was
that.
a lot of drama because she didn't like me, and like I was like, it's not my fault that he started texting me. You know, he had told me that they weren't together, and they weren't together. So you
were paying for
How do you
him
feel about
on
keeping
dates?
a man who like cheats on his girl for you though?
No, he wasn't with her.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
he wasn't with her when we were talking. He wasn't with her. But yeah, he would like, he had to come to Ontario, and I live in Indio. So I would be the one coming and going, or he would
Wait, can you show your nails again?
They're fire.
They're cute.
How do you wipe? Oh God, okay. Wait, do you have to do the
The mitt method?
Yeah.
do you do the mitt?
That's what I've heard. I've never been a long nail girl, but they call it.
Whoa,
mitt
wait,
method.
hold on. Put your hands. Show us your. You should play piano. God damn.
You're not
okay.
supposed to have long nails to play the piano.
Yeah.
I know, but you got long fingers. I don't know. Okay.
I do
You
caregiving
have good
though.
piano.
I have
You
to
got
like
piano.
wipe these old people. But
What the
anyways,
fuck?
Yeah.
Wait, you do what?
Caregiving.
Oh, okay. You.
Wipe old people.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
Like a nurse's aide.
Yeah, like a babysitter, but for
Yeah.
older
Okay,
people.
so all right, so
RVN?
oh wait, did you answer
just
if
a
you've
caregiver.
have you roster? Did you guys answer that?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
did.
they are.
Yeah,
We did we go around?
We
Okay,
did go
I-
around.
Yeah.
Check it off.
Shitty memory. Okay. All right. So you also wrote that you feel like I'm kind of both a feminist and traditional.
Yeah, because I feel like if I want to have a job, like I want to work, I want to make my own money, but at the same time, like I want to be. If I find the right guy, I would be
You want
home.
to stay home?
Yeah,
stay home.
if I find the right person. But if not, I'm fine.
Okay. Do you want to get married?
That's a good question. It's because before I would say yeah, but now I'm just like, I don't think there's gonna like.
You don't
no.
think there's a guy who's gonna want to marry you?
No,
or-
I just don't think that there's a guy that would. Because I guess I'm picky.
You're picky.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't think
How
you'll be able
so?
to find a guy that-
How are you? How are you
Yeah.
picky?
Well, like I said in the beginning, I don't like going out to like clubs and stuff, so I wouldn't
That's
want
not
my
picky though.
person
But
to.
I don't think that's picky.
Really?
Perception.
But how else are you picky? I'm sure there's more than just that. We talking looks?
No, I mean.
Did we talk about? Did you say height thing? Did we go around on that?
I've dated shorter guys than me. Well,
How-
I've
how
not
tall are you?
not really dated, but I'm 5'7".
Okay. Did you say you have? I forgot if you mentioned your height preference.
No, I don't have a height preference.
No height preference?
Well, I've dated shorter guys than me.
How are you
like
picky?
I don't know. I guess I don't know. Guys, when I'm with somebody, they just I ask them for stuff and they don't.
Such as what?
But it's not really picky, huh? It's just that.
What do you-
okay,
what
well,
do you
I
ask?
was gonna ask you, do you think you're picky or do you just talk about your standards?
What are your standards?
Because I think there is a difference.
Or do you mean that so far you've met guys and there's been something about them that you haven't liked and so you feel like you're picky?
It's probably that I don't like it, but they don't think it's an issue, so they think that I'm picky. But
Such as what?
like when I was talking to this one guy, I would ask him, could he not like be following other girls on Instagram or liking their pictures while we were talking? But he was like, oh, my mom said that I have to explore my options. I was like, whoa. I was like, your mom told you had to explore your options. I was like, okay, that's fine, but you can go. I told him that's fine. He can go explore his options, and
I wasn't expecting the mom told me to.
He literally told me. He literally said, my mom said that I have to explore my options. And
Are you guys laughing because you think he made that up, or do you think you're laughing
Of course
because
he made it up.
you think or are you laughing because she might have and like he's doing it? Like what is the
Whatever.
Well, just the situation. It's just funny.
My mom said.
Yeah. Okay, so you're
Regardless.
very picky.
So I've got a
hilarious.
related question on that topic for the men at the table. Do you guys think that confidence or modesty is a more important trait in your dating life?
From a woman?
Yeah,
in
like
a
I'm just,
woman?
and I'm genuinely just curious.
Modesty.
Like,
Modesty.
I had to choose
Modesty.
between
Modesty.
yeah.
Modesty.
By far.
Here's one way to perhaps look at this. If a girl were to approach me, I don't know, like she wanted to hit on me or something, not that might be the best way to go about things, but oftentimes I think women would prefer a guy to step to them in a really confident manner versus like maybe their eye contact isn't great or they're a little shy or bashful. I would say for me though, I would prefer a girl to step to me and she's kind of like a little nervous about it than if
So
she
you
was
wanna-
like,
you want both?
hi.
a little bit of both?
Well, it's
I don't
because
know.
of
That's not a great
She shyly
example.
walks up to you.
I'm sure Mason will agree with me on this too. So, from like the Christian standpoint, we would consider it's a neutral trait, confidence, right? But we would say that men have it way more than women have it, or at least that something that is pushed for men to have, right? As that sort of trait.
societally, I absolutely agree.
Yeah,
with that,
so it's that sort of trait. So we're not looking for masculine traits in women. If we were
So
looking,
wait, are you attributing confidence
hang on,
to
hang on.
masculine?
Almost done.
Okay, I was just
Yeah, yeah.
sorry.
Yes, I'm attributing
Okay.
that as a more masculine trait than modesty. So
okay.
that's the point, right?
Okay.
It's a neutral trait, but it's a more masculine trait than modesty is. So if you were to talk to, like priests, or you were to talk to clergy or things like this, the things that they have a hard time with men on are things of like matters of pride, matters of that type of thing. You know what I mean? So we would maybe attribute it more that way too. We're not looking for masculine traits in women. We're looking for feminine traits in women.
I guess I just don't like gender those types of traits, like from my viewpoint.
It's a neutral. I'm just saying
yeah.
you can look at both traits though and see
Yeah.
which one society,
Okay.
that we would attribute towards which sex more, right?
Yeah, that's an interesting perspective.
Speaking of masculine and feminine, you're attracting feminine men.
Yeah, that checks out.
Wait, do you have a type? Like, what's your type? White guys?
No, I
Latino
like-
guys?
Yeah.
You wouldn't date a white guy?
I
Asking
mean,
for a friend?
I haven't. I would, but I never have, to be
You've
honest.
never dated a white guy?
No, I've really only dated Mexicans, to be honest.
Mexican guys?
But that's because that's
any
like
black guys in there? Go on, Jaquan.
it's because no, I've never dated a
Black guy?
no, I've never.
What about like
I would.
Native Americans?
I mean,
Any Native Chumash?
no.
No
just
Chumash?
Mexican.
Mexican
Pretty
is like Native
much.
American.
Do you have a Catholic upbringing? Yeah,
Yeah.
kind of figured.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Here, we have some notes here I need to... we had a video from you that we've got to react to.
It's gonna be interesting.
Oh, well, we already kind of hit it. It was the incel topic.
Yeah.
But I mean, fuck it. Let's just... let's pull it up. Let's pull it up because we were just talking about
Let's
incels.
bring the subject back.
Let's bring it back. Nick, if you're able to get that video.
This was posted to be like a funny bit. It wasn't. It was meant to
Nick?
be lightheartedly.
Like satire.
There's already
No,
a
not
disclaimer,
YouTube.
so I
Well,
already
no,
know.
I'm just saying the reaction wasn't fully that when it got reposted on Red Pill Internet, but I was just like trying to be jokey.
Our
Add the Nick.
disclaimer.
All right, go ahead.
I'm just saying that's what it was.
Oh, I've seen this.
Well, no, that's perfect.
So no, because trust me, I have met a mini incel, and they all.
But most
they
people
even if they are, they can pretend they're a lawyer, they can pretend they're
Right.
a therapist, they can
And
pretend.
then it's most people that like hate you online
Yeah.
if you're hiding behind a screen and like and you have 0 followers and it's a hidden profile. I just refer to anyone like that incel.
Exactly, like they can cosplay that in their daytime, but that's who they are at heart.
If that's what you're taking your time to do,
It's pathetic.
yeah, okay,
I could never.
great. I love that. Anyway, that I can see that being a TikTok clip. What is an incel? And there it is.
Please. Oh, hello. Got my headphones flying off. My goodness. The drama of it all. Okay. I very quickly realized I wanted to be with my ex, and we had a lot more in common.
The TikTok
and you met
was
him online
shorter.
too.
It was like a
I met them
concise
at this
clip of it.
on Reddit.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, my ex, ironically, was
Wait.
like my biggest tipper on
Did you skip forward,
the Chatterbait
Nick?
website, but I didn't know.
I think she did cut.
No,
and
you
edit.
Nick, you skipped way forward, dude.
Oh yeah, it's on a different topic. Yeah, it's on X and stuff.
We were the clip starts at 33:20. You must have skipped forward somehow.
Yeah, it was at 35.
What?
I was a little
We're in this
confused
together
too.
at this
Yeah, I thought it was.
There
I
was
thought
a
it
jump.
Was just a,
Also, for the video, can you put us in the corner? Is there in the corner?
You said 34:20, right?
No, 33.
33:20.
What? What?
I don't know why.
Where did you start? The time, it should have been 33:20.
I didn't touch it.
Okay, just, but it midway through, it skipped forward. Go ahead.
Okay, 33:20.
Yeah, started at 33:20.
Beam me up, Scotty.
I'll put us in the corner.
Yeah, this one. Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
What does this mean? What does this mean?
Yeah, so an incel is just like someone who is involuntarily celibate. And it just essentially it has morphed into its own slang term that kind of describes that loser sitting on Reddit for 23 hours a day with Cheeto dust and empty Mountain Dew cans all around them. And it just has a real stank smell that is involved with these people. Because I'm just gonna paint you an image, and like the fedora's a little crusty, and the neck beard is strong, but the facial hair is weak. And there's a bald spot in the back, and you could just see the fedora covered it, just hanging on for dear life. And he's sitting there muttering under his breath about how like Jessica Alba's ugly.
Jessica.
Right.
You know,
Literally,
like
yeah.
that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, like bottom of the barrel. That was a really good description.
Thank you. I just wanted to paint a little word picture for the people at home.
No, that's perfect.
So no, because trust me, I have met a mini incel, and they all.
But most
they even if they aren't, they can pretend they're a lawyer. They can pretend they're a therapist. They can pretend.
It's most people that like hate you online behind it. If you're hiding behind a screen and like and you have 0 followers and it's a hidden profile, I just refer to anyone like that incel.
Exactly. Like they can cosplay that in their daytime, but that's who they are at heart.
If that's what you're taking your time to do,
it's pathetic.
Yeah. Okay.
I could never.
Great.
Pause
I
there.
love that.
I did just want to say this one thing, if you don't mind. It was right at the end there. You said, "I would never." What were you referring to?
I would never behave toward people the way that incels behave toward me.
Because it sounded like you were saying I would never sleep with somebody like that. That's what it sounded like to me.
Oh no, I wasn't referencing like sleeping with. So I mean, I would not want to date an incel, correct? Because the people that have been the
Am I way off
harshest,
here?
the
Did that
most-
sound like she was like, I would never like?
No, you're right. It did have that tone.
I would never like behave that way. That's what I intended.
The whole encompassing of
Here.
Yeah.
But related to what I already said, this whole euphemism treadmill thing. I mean, even that, I don't know her name, the host of the podcast. She said it's
Devora.
She said it's incel is just a term for anybody that talks shit online and has no followers.
Well, she said
But what was
those
the
are-
thing with the
she was
what's
making a
wrong with
joke.
fedoras? Hello.
Well,
They're really
it's the meme,
stylish.
like
you
growing
tend
up on
to
the internet.
wear it better than anyone, clearly.
My lady.
I mean, Michael
what's up with the
Jackson.
bald spot though? What's wrong with bald spots?
I mean, look, I get roasted all day, every day for existing as a fat woman on the internet.
Body
so
positivity. We
I mean,
shouldn't
I'm
shame-
more down with body neutrality, but that's just
Oh,
me.
okay. We shouldn't shame men for balding. It's natural.
Yeah, and
It
does the
happens.
neck beard at least connect?
I think she's clapping back to what they've already said to her. This is not like every
Look at my
man. She's
TikTok
talking about someone who
comments.
might
Look at
have
my
come for
YouTube
her.
comments. Just, I'm allowed to make a joke at their expense once or twice if they dedicate hours of their time to try to tear me down because they can't handle seeing someone like me be confident in myself, because it makes them question why they can't be confident within themselves when they fit in the Americanized standards of certain whatever. And I am an outlier. I'm someone that they wish to be not seen nor heard, and I put myself out there and I hold myself to a standard of what I think is a good human being and
So
how I proceed with
so
that.
just give you a little pushback here. Yes, I can agree with a portion of what you said.
Mm-hmm.
The first portion of what you said is, if these guys are going to continuously make fun of me, right, and this is the group it's coming from, I'm going to hit back. Okay, that's fair.
okay? But then he kind of moved on into this whole, but you see what it is that I don't deserve to have any criticism, and this is all projection because this is how they really feel, not how I am. And it's like, that's when I go, I'm not so sure.
Criticism is not calling me Michelin Man. It's not calling me Gorlock. It's not making fun of my body.
What's not constructive about that?
Do you think that encourages?
Do you think?
It encourages healthy behavior when it feeds into the eating disorder mindset?
The constructive criticism.
How dare you,
the constructive
Andrew.
criticism's not for you. The constructive criticism, it's a shaming tactic so that everybody who sees a person like you out there trying to say it's okay.
And I don't consent to the shaming tactic.
Hang on. I'm trying to tell you.
It is not constructive.
It is constructive. It's constructive to all of society to say. I'm trying to explain anytime you're ready to let me. So anyway, how this is really important to society as a shaming tactic, the same way that you might take a politician, if you were the system, for instance, and completely throw him in jail and do all kinds of horrible things to him and make an example to everybody else. That's what shame does. Hang on. A shaming tactic that's used in this way is to say, listen, if anybody else is going to come out and be like you are, right, and say that unapologetically, this is okay, this is good, blah, 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 they're trying to instill a sense of shame so that if other women see that, they don't go that road and instead try to do something about it.
So you think that my existence is a right to be a political statement toward other people's views of their own body, and that I'm to be used?
You're a public figure. That's right. You're a public figure who goes out and say, I'm unapologetic, right? I've slept with all these guys, and
that's not my platform. That's part of my past.
But part of your platform is the whole big, beautiful, bullshit.
Not anymore.
Right?
Do you know my platform? Do you know my platform at all? Do you know my story at all?
But here's the thing. That's what it is, right?
No, it's not.
What is it? What is your
platform?
My
platform is that I have lived through a lot of experiences that have led me to be in this body and to be who I am, and that I am on a journey of loving myself into my house.
Yeah, you're loving yourself. There's no excuse for that. There's no excuse.
Wait, I have a question.
Because there's no excuse for it, that's why you're getting shamed.
There's no excuse.
There's no excuse.
There's no excuse for what? Me existing?
No, for you to look like that.
What?
Okay, question. Everything you said could be a byproduct, but do you think when a guy is saying Gorlock the Destroyer and when Brian titles the video like that,
tactic,
you think he's really doing it to
it's a shame tactic.
Mitigate obesity?
It's a shame tactic.
No, it's never.
Do you really think that's
that with the?
Whoa! Why you got?
Do you think that could be the byproduct?
Why you got to throw me under the bus?
Because you're the one who titled it that.
Well, first off, it was only recently changed.
And did you do that because you were like, I want to mitigate obesity in America? Was that your?
No, it was for the clicks and the sensationalizing.
Everybody's searching for everybody DMs me, Brian, which one's the Gorlock episode? And I'm like, I get 20 DMs a day. Brian, I can't, because it was titled Rage Quit Kiko versus Chase, round 2. Okay. There was not, Al Weezy was not in the thumbnail. So I just titled it Gorlock the Destroyer, makes it easier for people to find the video.
Okay, cool.
Okay, I made it, I tried to make it, people are wondering, Brian,
I get the point.
Where's the Al Weezy video? I put in the title so people can find it. I'm a nice guy.
For SEO,
I'm trying to save people time.
Okay, so it could be a byproduct. My question is, do you actually think that people, Andrew, leaving those comments are doing it with those intentions, or do you think it's could you concede that there's a little bit of Schadenfreude in there?
Yeah, I think that the overwhelming majority, I wouldn't say all, I'm not putting everything in a monolith.
People who comment hippo.
Trying to finish.
Okay,
so do I think, yeah, even that comment I think is legitimate, because what's the point? The point is to make the comparison to this big, ginormous animal, which you're not, right? It's a shaming tactic. The whole goal of it is to tell the person, stop the behavior. If other people see what you're doing, this is bad. We used to have shame in society. It was good. It's good to employ shame.
It is definitely not
good.
You think they did a study. I'm so sorry, but
they did a study. What was the methodology in the study?
It's on. I think it was on Netflix.
What's the methodology?
Humans. Can I just finish my statement?
No, I just want you to tell me the methodology.
I'm going to tell you my statement first. They did a statement.
You never even read the study. You don't know anything about the study.
That humans actually respond better to positive affirmations and positive encouragement rather than negative.
What was the methodology for what was positive in the study?
They were doing they did a study of it was like 100 humans or whatever.
Yeah, what was the methodology for what they considered positive in the study?
They had people up on stage and they like had them do a task, and to some of them they told them they did a really good job, and to the next group they told them they did a really bad job. And the next time they had that same group study come in and they encouraged them to do one thing, and they've done so many of this where they encourage one and don't encourage the other, and the ones that they haven't encouraged after they bring them back to do the exact same thing, the ones that have been encouraged those past 2 times excel, and the ones that have not do not. They have done plenty of studies on that.
So you're saying
humans thrive better from positive.
Like, all right, let's move.
Encouragement, they do.
I'm going to read some chats. I'm going to read some chats. All right, Andrew and Farha have the highest IQs out of everyone on the show, and their philosophy debates are pretty interesting. Would be cool to see Farha back on the Crucible for another long-form debate. Wait, hold on. I'm going to save it for later. But what was the big thing that you guys? It was about rights.
Women's suffrage.
Mm-hmm. Oh, was that
women's
the big
rights?
thing?
Yeah, women's rights.
Is that a TOS thing? You think?
Why are you asking
that's
me?
Fine.
I don't know.
do YouTube.
There's nothing in violation of TOS for that.
Okay, maybe
can I make one more point about the conversation we just had? I'll keep it really short.
But I'm going to move on right after you say it. So go ahead.
Okay, so. Do you think that, like you're saying, because they're calling them fat or hippo, the goal is that they can actually change that behavior so it's beneficial? But what about the guys who leave certain comments just calling a girl ugly and it's not related to things she can change? Like, I feel like they stem from the same place, which is why I was saying I feel like the intention tends to just be sadism.
Yeah, I think there's some of that, yeah.
Okay.
Cool. All right, we have Bender the Offender. Ladies, do you think mandatory paternity testing would hurt or help women in today's society? Do you want to stay for this question and then...
Can I pee? I had like 3 Red Bulls.
Okay.
Does not give you wings.
Ladies, do you think mandatory paternity testing would hurt or help women in today's society?
I don't know. I feel like that's such a broad question because I feel like in some ways it could be harmful, but in other ways I think overall it would be helpful in terms of, child support and knowing it. But it's like, that's odd because it's like, what's the circumstances? Is it just like for every birth there's a paternity test?
Yeah.
In what ways would that be harmful?
Yeah, I was going to ask
Just like,
the same thing.
because like if like the person is an abuser, someone who's like, doesn't necessarily, they don't want to be tied to the person.
Well, I mean, if it's that person's...
Yeah, but do you have a right to hide paternity based on the fact that the other person's abusive?
I mean, I would want to do anything to get out of it.
You think so?
I do, just because if you're abusive to me, what are you going to do with the child?
Yeah.
That doesn't... Okay, listen. You don't have a right to hide the paternity from a father based upon whatever your analysis is of abuse. I've heard things as ridiculous as this. Emotionally abusive.
Yeah,
which means nothing. It means nothing.
That's crazy.
No, it's not.
No, it's not crazy.
It's not. Because
emotional abuse is nothing?
Yeah, it means nothing. It's a subjective analysis.
It's subjective.
Wow.
Interesting.
That's an interesting
Well, listen, it is subjective. Give me an objective standard for what's emotional
I don't think that's
abuse.
subjective in the terms of psychology at all.
Yeah, it is. It's most subjective in psychology.
Exactly.
It's a subjective analysis. So like, let me give you an example. I can give you a really easy one, okay? Let's say that you're going out and you're overspending from my perspective. Like, let's say I'm married to a woman, and I say, listen, you're overspending, okay? And you say, well, listen, I really need to spend this because I need X, Y, and Z for the household. You think the paper towel holder and this and that is very important. Maybe it is. Maybe it is important. And I think it isn't. So I go and I cut off your access to that threshold of money and give you a lesser threshold of money that I think is appropriate and you don't think is appropriate. Is that abuse?
In that specific scenario, there's just like several factors to whether or not something is or isn't financial abuse.
Because it's subjective. That's why.
And it's predicated on how the woman feels about what you say.
Hold on.
Because
hold on. Go ahead.
And it's predicated on how the woman feels about what you say. Like, a lot of women just don't take kindly to being criticized at all. They don't take kindly to a guy. Even if a guy gets moderately upset and he raises his tone a little bit, you have women who will consider that emotional abuse. That's not emotional.
I don't, but I mean, to me, emotional abuse is like verbally saying really degrading, horrible things, and like a systemic thing over systemic thing over time. Excuse me. And so, I mean,
Like
yeah, maybe I didn't initially understand the point you were trying to make with the suggestive, because subjective. Sorry, I'm stuttering really bad right now.
It's okay.
But in terms of emotional abuse being a factor, I think is important, though it is suggestive.
So subjective.
Thank you, subjective.
Yeah.
Even though it is subjective, it is something that, I mean, has long-standing effects on both parent and child. But when my initial point, I was thinking more so abuse of the other aspects, because emotional is impactful, but it's not as dangerous to like the health of the child versus the other ones.
So let's move into, okay, if fair enough, you say, okay, when it comes to this, it's subjective, so maybe we wouldn't hide paternity on that. But if we move over to physical abuse, let's say, right? You think that that's cut and dry. Well, what if this guy, he's convicted of physically abusing the mom? Then shouldn't we be able to hide paternity? If she says, yeah. I still say no, and here's why. Because plenty of people get accused of doing domestic violence or doing things like this, and they haven't actually done it. And so we're going to yield to the word of the woman in this case and hide the paternity of that man's child for something which could easily be a falsehood. That's immoral to the utmost in my worldview.
Okay, and I see that, but for me, it's like, if you're talking about a mandated paternity test, then at that point, that's the government getting involved in between the relationship and the personal affairs of people. And I am the kind of person that prefers to step off of unnecessary, like, government control.
Wait, I have a question.
You're a communist. You want the government involved in the life, literally every single aspect.
Who the hell said I was a communist?
You did.
When?
Didn't you earlier? Didn't
no,
you say you were a communist?
I was talking about capitalism, and you said the word communism when that word never left my mouth.
So socialism?
I mean, first, I'm not really here to debate politics.
Okay, I'm just asking this.
I came here to talk about
Are
dating.
you a socialist?
I mean, I consider myself a leftist.
Okay, yeah, you don't care if government's involved in your life for all kinds of stuff. Did you care if the government was involved in my life when there were certain mandates going on around? You didn't give a shit. But now suddenly you care about. Now suddenly you care about this.
Hold on.
I can't get into that. But you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay, I do now. Yes.
Yeah.
But
wait, I have a question. You said when it comes to, you wouldn't want the government involved with mandatory paternity testing.
Like over people's autonomy.
But let me ask you a question. Let's say, do you want kids one day?
No.
Oh, okay.
So this is honestly, for me, this is just like a thing that I don't really want to do.
Hold on.
I mean, that was kind of an asshole move, but
let's keep it nice.
That was a real asshole move.
Yeah, let's keep it nice, guys. Let's keep it nice, okay?
Because some people are smart enough to know what's best for them, and for me in my life, I don't want to have children.
Just let me ask the question, okay?
But I would, if I wanted to, be a good mother.
Okay, so my question is though, do you think, you said you wouldn't want the government involved when it comes to paternity testing, whatever. So are you not in favor of child support? Women receiving child support, for example?
So I believe that whoever has the child should have support from the other partner, regardless of their gender. I think that if a single father has the full custody of the child, which is enforced by the courts,
the state,
the government.
But you said you don't want the government involved with mandatory paternity testing, so I'm just confused. But
I mean, look, the government has its role. All right, the government has its role, and I don't. I mean, at the end of the day,
but you do realize that, like, for example, in a child support dispute, that the government would actually require if the man disputes
and then that's a case
paternity.
By case basis. But when you're putting in a mandated paternity test, then that is adding a complicated layer of paperwork and testing.
No, it's just literally you're already in the hospital. It's actually the perfect scenario to.
But like, does that apply to married?
Conditions couldn't be
here's
better,
my further
could
questions:
they?
is like, does that apply to married couples or couples that are still together, or are we okay?
Yeah, everybody.
Okay.
Anyways, here, let's just go around the table so anybody can answer this. Do you think mandatory paternity testing would hurt or help women in today's society?
Would mandatory paternity tests hurt or help women?
In today's society.
Or just be good?
That's one of the super chat questions.
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I don't have any children, but I don't see why it would be a problem.
Okay, Madison?
I feel like with the way, not all women, but a majority of women are moving nowadays, like it could be very harmful to their children and the man.
What would
do
be
you mean?
harmful?
Paternity testing, like if they found out the child's dad was not the guy that she was with, like that would be breaking their family apart.
From a mandatory place. I mean, I see your point.
I don't.
What about the truth?
No, I think the truth is great. I think,
Okay. Wait,
absolutely,
but-
everyone should know the truth. But I think it's going to be terrible for the children if the truth
Oh,
is
so
revealed.
you're in favor?
That's
are
what
you
I'm
in
saying.
Favor of
with the way a
paternity
lot
testing?
of women are moving nowadays, they're like a lot of children aren't going to be
Oh,
having
I
dads
see.
anymore.
So it would be bad for women, but you don't object to paternity testing.
No, not at all.
Okay.
I'm for it.
So you acknowledge? Okay, I see. Are you in favor of that, Andrew? It sounds like.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think that the rates of paternity which are lied about is wildly understated, and yeah, absolutely. I think that if mandatory paternity testing was done, there would be significant problems for women, but the kind of problems that I think they should see, which is responsibility. Forever inside of human society, men did not have this.
Right.
We'd never had the luxury of we had to always take the word of the woman as to paternity. We don't have to do that now, and we absolutely shouldn't do it now. And even if it's not mandatory, everybody should get one no matter what, always. Period.
And just
Of course. And I have 100. I have what I would consider 100% faith and trust in my wife.
Mm-hmm.
But I told her.
Well,
I told
also-
her these words exactly. You're gonna get the fucking test, and if not, I'm out the door. Period.
Well, also there
and that's not emotional abuse.
Yeah. Well, there also
that would be considered emotional abuse. Exactly.
How is that 100% trust and faith? I mean, it's your prerogative to do that, but
Okay, well,
it's not for her. It's for me.
yeah. Well, it's also
That's
there are
not
also
trustworthy.
cases where like the hospital will jumble up
choice.
babies.
No, it's not.
It's as much
100%
trust
it's
as
the
I can
antithesis
give
of
you.
trust.
It's as much trust as I can give.
Yes,
you.
because you can't confirm that. There's no
make
way for a
someone
man to
guarantee
confirm that.
something, that's not trust.
Well, where's the trust back the other way? Just being like, okay, yeah, no problem.
Wait, Andrew.
If there was ever
I mean,
any
yeah,
resistance,
that's how that works. That's how
yeah,
trust works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is the like? What's the pitch to, like? How would you say that? Because I feel like if I were to say that to a girl, I could see her like
Jumping
my
down.
wife or when I'm having kids.
What could she?
Get the fucking paternity
What
test.
possible argument could a woman have towards asking you to get a paternity test other than it makes her feel bad?
If she's unfaithful.
Or like you don't trust.
Other than it makes her feel bad, what could the argument possibly be? Give me a single argument
I think
other
it would
than
only be
because
she
it
was
makes me
unfaithful.
feel bad. I want to hear it.
But
Because
why
there's
would
not
you
full
want to
trust in
make
the
her feel
relationship.
bad?
So that's I feel bad.
if you're worried that she'd be cheating on you, why would you even want to?
So that's I feel bad?
Not
It's
really.
I feel bad?
Saying clearly we don't have a strong foundation. Sorry.
That's I feel bad.
No, it's not. It's saying we don't have a strong foundation.
Why would that
How-
matter if it didn't make one of them feel bad?
Because she could say like, if we don't have a strong foundation of trust and faith.
Because it makes her
No,
feel
she
bad.
could feel neutral about it and still be like, oh,
Oh,
okay,
so
he
if
doesn't
she-
trust
so
me.
wait a second,
and
she
maybe
feels
he's gonna
neutral?
be, maybe he's gonna be constantly
If she
anxious
feels
this whole
neutral about it,
relationship.
if she feels neutral about it,
That's why I have to talk
if she
fast,
feels
yeah.
neutral about it,
You
who
gotta let her
cares?
finish her point.
Say your point.
If
Go
they
ahead,
feel,
Farha.
if
Go
she
ahead,
feels
Farha.
neutral about it, then who cares?
I'm
ahead,
saying
Farha.
if you don't have trust in a relationship, typically that will lead to a bad relationship, regardless if the parties in the relationship feel bad about it or not. That was my only point.
Yeah, but that's the only argument is feel bad.
No, it's not. I literally said it doesn't matter if they feel bad or
Because
not.
if
She
one
can
of them-
object and say clearly we don't have a strong foundation.
38 donated $200. Love your hair, Maddie. GL with your marriage. Brian, love the Andrew Marathon. Shout out Crucible.
Yo, go
Taking
sub this
Farha as
Crucible.
my wife. KTHX.
Okay, thanks. Yo, Bone Man, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Welcome. Good to see you back in the chat, man. Go ahead, Farha, with your point.
I completed it.
Yeah, so
Oh, she completed it.
The only reason that the trust variable is there is because it would make one feel bad over the other. That's it.
I don't know
So
if
the
that's
only
true.
argument you would make for the trust is you don't trust me, and that what, Farha? You don't trust me, and that makes me.
But it doesn't have to make you feel bad.
I
to
literally
Then why
just
would it
said-
matter?
coming
Why
from,
would
though.
it
the
matter?
basis of a relationship.
It's a foundation
Because
relationship.
if
Yes,
it's
exactly.
not, and why is it a
Okay,
foundation?
what about this?
It's based on
Maybe
how
you don't
people
care
feel.
or not. You're completely apathetic to whether your wife cheats on you, but maybe you still don't want her to do that, even if you have no emotional reaction to it, because you think that creates an unstable foundation for a relationship.
Then
even
wh-
if you're completely apathetic and maybe you're a cuck and you get
Then
off
why
to
would you
it.
care about the paternity test? How would that be an argument if it's just a neutral?
You were saying what is an objection to
Right,
your
Yeah, but
your
how
boyfriend
would that
asking
be an
you for a
objective?
paternity test,
Yeah,
and I'm
how-
saying you could say we're missing an important tenet of our relationship, an important pillar that isn't contingent on me feeling good or bad about it. That was my only point.
Then if you don't feel good or bad about it, why would it be an important pillar?
Same way I told you, maybe if your wife's cheating on you, but you don't necessarily care, wouldn't you agree that that could have adverse effects on the relationship, regardless about how you feel about it personally?
Those would be like the adverse effects that you would be talking about, are like her getting pregnant.
No, not necessarily.
Her giving you a VD.
Even if she was infertile.
Her giving you VD.
What is that?
Venereal disease.
I don't think those would be your only objections to your wife stepping out on you.
I think how that makes you feel, then I don't understand the objective.
You're religious. From your Christian purview, you could probably outline a plethora of reasons for why you wouldn't want your girlfriend or wife to be sleeping with other people, other than it makes you feel bad. You'd probably think it, has adverse outcomes.
Yes, that's
on
true.
the
I could
relationship.
appeal to an objective standard. Yes.
Yes, and most people in relationships
what
appeal
objective
to
standard are you appealing to?
usually the tenets of trust in a relationship.
That's not an objective standard. It's a subjective standard.
Most relationships subscribe to that. Obviously, people can deviate from that. But
yeah, but that's a subjective standard. And at the end of the day, the only reason you appeal to that subjective standard is because if I don't trust you and you don't trust me, one of us feels bad.
I just told you there's many instances where you might not feel
There's
bad,
not a
but you still might have
single
a
one of
standard.
those that doesn't really boil down to it made the other person feel bad.
And so in your opinion, feel bad. He just disagrees.
No, you even created a hypothetical neutral. So you said, hypothetically, what if neutrally it didn't make you feel bad for your wife to go out and do this thing? Then what would be her objection?
Okay, what if I found out my husband cheated on me and I genuinely have zero emotional reaction to it, but I still want to dump him? Did I dump him because it makes me feel bad, or because I feel like we don't have a strong foundation, because there's dishonesty and there's a lack of trust?
Why would... I don't understand. Why do you want the honesty and the trust inside of the relationship if you don't care if he cheats?
It's not about don't care. I can care without it making me feel bad.
Yeah, but okay, so you care, but it doesn't make you feel bad?
That could happen, yeah.
How?
You can't control your emotional response to something. Maybe you find out someone cheats on you, or you found out your husband, texted another girl, and you're like, okay, this violates my boundaries.
And you would care about that because it makes you feel bad.
People have boundaries that aren't always directly, purely correlated to their feelings about it.
Oh, really? So if guy is texting and you don't care, that means...
It's not about don't care. It maybe doesn't make me feel bad.
Oh, if it doesn't make you feel bad, then you don't care, right?
I don't agree with that.
You don't?
No.
So you care if a guy's texting another person even if it doesn't make you feel bad?
I would still care. Even if in that moment I felt apathetic about it, I would still end the relationship. Even if I personally didn't cry about it.
Even though you didn't care?
Even if I didn't cry about it or
Why
feel
would you
sad
do
or
anything?
insecure.
Why would you do anything at all if you didn't care?
Right.
That makes no sense. That's the stupidest thing I've heard out of you tonight. Why would you do anything if you didn't care?
Because reversely, I wouldn't set boundaries purely based on how I feel about it. So for instance, if I was overly jealous about my husband having a female coworker, I wouldn't then say, quit your job because this makes me feel bad. So it goes both ways.
But that's something you care about.
Okay, but
yes, it's both ways.
I get what you're saying, but hypothetically what you're saying is you can have values without having emotion tied to those values.
Yes.
And
typically they are correlated, but not always. So the same way I can, value honesty and trust, and maybe I have a visceral reaction to you having a female coworker, and that could be irrational. So I'm not going to deduce my boundaries from my emotions, and likewise, I'm not going to always deduce my emotions from the boundaries.
Where does that actually happen, especially in the context of a relationship?
Yeah, the distinction
a husband having a female coworker?
Well, the distinction here is still care.
Me feeling irrationally jealous about my husband having a female coworker, it happens every day.
The distinction here is care. So what you're doing
irrationally.
No, sorry. Go ahead, man. Sorry.
What?
You said irrationally. You feeling
That was my whole point. I can have rational boundaries and standards that don't always correlate to whether I feel good or bad, because people feel bad all the time about things that are irrational, such as your husband having a female coworker.
Yes.
So I wouldn't then say, don't do this thing because it makes me feel bad. So that was my whole point.
Yes, you can. I'm saying you can't in this context. So the problem that you made with this particular hypothetical, when you reverse it, you introduce care. And I'm saying, fine, you can introduce care. It works in that hypothetical. The opposition hypothetical doesn't, because I'm claiming that any of the standards that you would appeal to for why you would not take that test are going to appeal to care and therefore feel bad.
I disagree, and I already laid it out.
Nope, you gave me a hypothetical where you just reintroduced the word care again and said, in this case, if I did care, then blah, blah, blah.
I was saying people set boundaries in relationships that are completely disparate from whether they feel good or bad. So same way, again, I may feel bad.
Agree.
If my husband has a female coworker, I'm not going to then say you can only work with men or you can only go to an all-male gym.
Yes.
And likewise, I might say, don't
works.
text other girls and don't sex other girls, but whether I break up with you isn't going to be contingent on whether when I find out, I cry about it or not.
No.
Because
why
I
don't
can still
you
feel
wait?
disrespect.
Whether you cry,
disrespect is maybe the variable here.
Yeah, before you even cry about it, why did you set the standard to begin with?
Because of certain values in the relationship.
Because things you care about.
That's what I was saying.
care about, but not feel good or bad. You said whether
That
it just
is
hurts her feelings.
How could you care about it if you don't feel good or bad about it?
I just explained how.
No,
ad
you really
nauseam.
didn't. In this context, that doesn't work. Why would you set the standards if you didn't care about the standards because you felt good or bad about the standard?
Because I can think there's certain. Shut up. I can think there's certain pillars. Sorry. I could think there's certain pillars that breed a stronger relationship, regardless of whether or not I personally feel good or bad about it. And I know you agree
Then
with
why
that.
do you care about the stronger pillar?
Because I want a strong relationship.
Because you care about it?
Because you value the relationship. You wanted to have.
Because you care about it.
I didn't say care wasn't a variable. I said feeling good or bad.
And I'm saying you can't have the feel good or bad. If you care about something, you have to have the feel good or bad.
I gave you an example in which you don't. That doesn't have to be the case with the coworker.
No, you actually didn't. What you do in that example is you just say, yes, in that case, for care, I do feel good or bad, and then I set reasonable boundaries. But
no, I said you don't. You don't deduce the boundaries from feeling good or bad.
I think you do.
Nobody does that.
Everyone does that.
Everybody does
Every jealous wife says you can't work with other women.
No. But the reason that they would say that or not say that is because they care about it. And so therefore, the fact that they care about it is why they set the boundary for good, or it makes me feel good or it makes me feel bad because I care about it.
Yeah, the emotion is going to be
because I'm saying they still feel bad about it, but they still let their husband work with other women because they realize that's not going to have adverse outcomes on the relationship.
Yes, but that doesn't mean they don't feel bad about it. The reason they could still feel bad about it and allow it, but they still feel bad.
I know you see my point.
And I'm saying that from your perspective, in this particular case, why shouldn't a man or why shouldn't a woman take the paternity test if a man asks her to, other than, I feel bad that you asked me to do that?
And I told you why. Her feelings are regardless of the fact that maybe she wants to have a strong pillar of having trust and faith in the relationship. Same way, maybe I don't personally feel good or bad if my boyfriend says, share your location with me. But maybe I'll say like, okay, but if you don't trust me, then this probably isn't going to be like a sustained relationship for a long period of time.
And okay, the word trust there, doing a lot of heavy lifting for your point. So I feel like you wouldn't trust. Hang on, let me finish. I just let you talk.
I just want to say I'm not even disputing the fact or like of requesting a paternity test. You were just asking what are some other objections.
Yeah, but
I think it's your prerogative to ask.
But even in that, you're using the word trust there. It's doing a lot of heavy lifting for your argument. Am I to assume that you care about trust then?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I never said care is not a variable. I said feeling good or bad.
Stop. Why would you care about the trust? Why would you care about the trust?
Because having a strong sense of trust in a relationship leads to a healthier relationship, regardless of whether I feel good or bad. So even though I may feel bad about the fact that my husband has a female coworker, if I have a strong sense of trust, that takes precedence over my feelings of good or bad.
Yeah, okay. Forget the absent analogy. Inside of your relationship, without qualifiers, right? Without going, just like just answer this single question.
What's so funny, Brian?
Just answer this single.
No, Brian, tell me what's so funny.
No, Farha, answer this single. Just answer this single question. Trust inside of this hypothetical, okay? Inside of your own hypothetical.
The paternity one or
the paternity one, which is doing all the heavy lifting here. The word trust there implies you care. We agree, right?
That you care about trust.
Yeah.
Yes.
And do you care about the trust because if you can't trust the other person, right, it would elicit a negative feeling in you? No. Okay.
Wow.
And there's nothing I can do.
Nothing he can do. There's nothing.
What do you mean? Wow. Do you have a rebuttal?
It doesn't make sense.
It literally does.
It doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make sense because psychologically that's just not how we're wired as humans.
If you have a strong, healthy relationship, don't you feel good?
Yes, and I'm saying you could have a strong, healthy relationship and still get feelings of jealousy that have nothing to do with whether you trust the person or not.
Yeah, but but
people get jealous if like a waiter hits on their husband, even if they know their husband will never in a million years sleep with that waiter.
It doesn't make them feel
but
good.
all that is anchored by the feelings.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
you're all missing my point. Okay.
We're all missing. No, we're sorry.
You just came in and started laughing at him as if you understood anything.
I got it.
We're not. Yeah, it is. It is because at the end of the day, anything that involves two people being together is going to be predicated on emotion. Regardless.
Well, I think no matter what happens, like there is a negative or positive response, and you have the
exactly.
I see I think you do have the choice.
Summarize the argument for me, Brian.
I think you do have the choice whether you're going to express that or not.
Yeah.
Like you internally, you're going to have a positive or negative
you're
response.
going to have a physiological
But sometimes, maybe you won't express it.
Tell me anything you deduced from that conversation. Just anything.
What do you mean? I'm focused.
Before I was
you just come in and laugh.
But before I was that the distinction you was making? Not like they feel it, but they don't act on it.
Or like,
because you said you can feel jealousy, but
typically
not.
people create boundaries in their relationship that are completely disparate from how they feel. Because I might feel jealousy towards my husband even being around another woman, but I'm never going to actually realistically ask him to work in an all-male office. So likewise, I may feel offended, or I may care about the fact that we don't have trust in a relationship without it making me necessarily feel bad. Because that was all in response to him saying, what would be the only objection to asking for a paternity test other than it makes my wife feel bad? And I said she might recognize that there's a lack of trust in the relationship, which is a necessary pillar for a long, healthy relationship.
Yeah, I don't think that's
that's
possible.
So let me move on. Let's just,
Yeah, well, I got a question here. First, we got a chat here from Lum the Sky. Thank you for the Canadian 100, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. Preferences are not akin to law like religion because we believe that God holds us accountable to his laws. Your preferences are not enforced by an external entity and are ultimately within your control. Andrew, I respect your conviction. Unfortunately, I'll wait till he's back. Here, we have another chat, though, while we wait for Andrew to come back. Stifler, ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10. Their looks. Physical looks, scale 1 to 10. We'll start with you. We'll go around the table. Go ahead.
8. Today, 8.5.
8.5.
I'm a 10.
7.
8.
6.5.
I'd say 7.5, 8, 4.
That's lower than last time. Yeah. I used to say 6. I'm a 5.
In front of all these beautiful women, how could I ever not humble myself down to a 4? Really?
Proud of you, Andrew.
Yeah.
Took guts.
I'm a 5. I give myself a 5. So wait, 8.5, 10, 7? 8? Okay. All right.
Brian, you rated yourself lower than usual.
Yeah, I've been getting a little chubby.
6.5.
See, now that's humble.
Yeah, that's humility.
That's
right there.
humble. That's humility. Right? That's the thing that's usually harder for men to do. Just say it. Just point it out.
I've noticed a pattern here. I think men tend to fairly accurately self-assess their own level of physical attractiveness, whereas
I've heard
women
men
not so
have
much.
more self-esteem issues than women do.
What's that?
I've heard men have more self-esteem issues than women do.
I feel like I disagree a little.
Why would you say that?
And I also heard that they're also more emotional.
Are they?
Who have you heard these things
Yeah, because,
from?
well, I mean, you guys will act off based off pride, and that is going to be like an emotion thing, not necessarily logic.
Okay.
Do you think men or women have more cosmetic surgery?
I think probably women.
Yeah, probably women. Do you think that that's because they have way more self-esteem than men?
I don't
point.
think that necessarily what I'm talking about is the same thing. I just mean
Well, I think it is.
Symmetric.
Well, for instance, you just rated yourself a 4, right?
Yeah.
And maybe people may not agree with you, and I just rated myself a 10, and people may not agree with me, right? But we're just talking about our self-esteem. My self-esteem is clearly higher than yours.
No, I'm not sure that we are. I think that what we're talking about is a value judgment, and I think that I'm making a way better value judgment than the value judgment that you're making. So the value judgment that I'm making is this: I'm old, and I'm married, and I'm out of shape, and I smoke, right? And I'm not a very pleasant person to be around for long periods of time, especially for the opposite sex. Like, I know all of these things about myself. So my value judgment overall is a 4. Tell me the value judgment of how you came to a 10.
Oh, yeah. I just think that in general, we should think that we are great.
Right. So you just decided it there's no value judgment there. You just decided it.
Yeah, he asked me what I would rate myself, and because it's my opinion about myself,
just looks.
It took a long time for me to love myself, and I do now. And so, yeah, I think that, like, you know, I'm a Misty 10.
I have a question for you. Wait, hold on, just one sec. Do you think
you're a 7.5?
I said 8.
Oh,
yeah, get it right.
How
Andrew.
did you
get it right?
How did you come to that value judgment?
Because I don't put within my value within a rigidity rigidity. That's not the right word.
Rigidity,
Thank you.
yeah.
I don't put that within that rigidity of certain, I guess,
Value judgments.
more subjective opinions about what value is, because I know my value, I know my worth, and I know my beauty that I hold within myself for myself, and that is appreciated by other people, because at the end of the day, beauty is subjective, and it is absolutely within my right to hold myself to a higher value and how I conduct myself in the world around me.
Yeah, but when you're talking about the value judgment here, my wife, I'm sure that she has a way higher value judgment of me than I have of me. I would agree that she probably should. From her subjective assessment, she probably thinks I'm a great provider. She thinks I'm a great father. She thinks I take care of all of my responsibilities and duties. She can 100% trust me. So she probably has this really high value judgment of me. But when I'm doing an actual assessment of me, like Andrew Wilson, the person, and my looks and how it's reflected outwards to other people, right? I'm adding this value, this value, this value, this value, this value, like a mathematical formula to come up with that equals 4. What are you doing to come up with that other than I just think that we should have high self-esteem because I just think so.
Because I know I'm a good person. Because frankly, if we want to get aesthetic, I don't have a busted face. I'm fat. And if people want to reduce my value because of my fatness, that's not my problem. And that is not the ideology I hold for myself. I am someone who is pursuing weight loss, not for aesthetics, not for looks, but for my health. And it is something I'm moving forward with because I have been for the past 2 to 3 years now working on my self-love and loving myself into a place to care enough about myself to take my health back into control. When I was being consistently shamed, when I was gang stalked on r/fat people hate in 2015, when I have
looks like it works.
I'm still speaking.
I mean, it looks like it works.
I'm still
right?
speaking.
It works because you're going to change.
You're really great at over talking and being disrespectful, and I'd love the opportunity to get my point across.
Okay, but so just to cut in here a little bit, the original question was rate your looks, because you mentioned your personality. You have a great personality or whatever it is.
And like I said, my fatness doesn't devalue me.
Why?
So I'm an 8.
Why doesn't it?
Because I think that fat can be beautiful. It's my assessment of my looks, right?
Yeah, but why is it that your own assessment of your looks has nothing to do with how the external world perceives you? That's my problem.
Because I don't give a shit.
Right, because you don't care, so there's no real value judgment.
I don't care about other people's opinion of me. It's not more important than the opinion I hold of myself.
Yeah,
and
it is.
If you don't live that way, that sucks for you.
If there's a value judgment of how you would self-assess your own looks, the only possible conceivable metric I could even think of would be the perception of how other people view you for your value judgment of how you look.
And I was in a relationship for almost 8 years with someone who thought my body was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen.
That was perceptive.
And he had told me that
those are the things that you
more often than not.
Go ahead.
He had told me that more often than not.
Wait, can you speak certain?
Yeah, he had told me that more often than not. I have been pursued by many men who think I am gorgeous and beautiful. That perception exists whether you have it or not.
Okay, so assume for a second, I can assume inside of, I can envision a world where you're the only human being who's inside of the world.
And guess what? I'll never be the only one who thinks I'm hot, and I know that bugs the shit out of you,
If you're the only human being who's inside of a world, I can perceive that I can come up with whatever metric I want for myself, because I have nothing to compare it to. So if I have nothing to compare it to and I have nobody else's value judgment, then I can say I'm the most beautiful person who's ever lived, and that would be true. But if I have the value judgment of hundreds of millions of people to compare the standard to, and I know that I'm below that threshold and just decide that I'm above that threshold anyway,
I'm not the only
that's not
person who
based
makes
on
that
anything
decision.
objective. You're just making shit up.
No, I'm not,
asked us our opinion. So yes, it was a made-up opinion from us.
Yeah, it is. For sure.
Yeah,
it's
but that
way
was the
overstated.
Point. That
what's
was the
true.
point. The only person who's not happy
your
about that
perception of your truth is not the same for myself or anyone else.
Yeah, what is truth in a world that you're an 8?
And what societal standards in which country? I must
in
love the
every
shit
country
out of
on planet Earth. She's not an 8. You're ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
In different places, different people like different things.
Yeah, he's so combative, bro. It's wild.
Well,
he gets very upset and then
I
he
live
turns
in
into
reality. Do you know what reality
That
is?
is the bottom line here, and I've been respectful. We're how many
It's not
hours in?
disrespectful. I'm just telling you what's true.
Oh, what was
I think
the
it's
what
like
was the
the
fuck up about me
energy.
being a mother, bro?
That
the
was
energy
me.
you put towards it.
That was me
Guys,
being
let's,
able to.
No,
It's
I'm not.
interesting- it's
I'm not
interesting to
gonna. I
claim-
have been taking it respectfully for hours now.
But to be fair, also, it's interesting to claim to be so religious and so close to Jesus and be so negative.
To tell the truth?
No, I'm just saying, just to be so
What would
negative.
Jesus do? He'd be
He would
like, "You're a 10,
he would literally
sweetheart.
turn the other
Forget
cheek.
objective
He would
reality."
turn the other cheek.
If I believed
He
in
would
Jesus,
turn the
he
other
would love
cheek.
me as one of God's children.
Yes.
He would have known that
Yes.
it's my
Your
journey and
negativity
my
is
life.
But he would know
embarrassing
you're
to the
fat
religious
too, whether he loves
Yeah,
you or not.
and you know what? Being fat is not bad.
It's embarrassing though to
And
claim
that's
the
the
religion you
fundamental
have.
disagreement we
Which
have.
is how
Insane.
negative.
Just
you
fucking
speak.
crazy.
It is. Yeah,
Like-
there's going to be other people who are going to be like, I don't claim this because it's like this is part of the reason why you're hypocritical.
There's
It's
no
for
hypocrisy.
You claiming to love and be this one big thing, and then to be so negative instead of encouraging or say even anything in actually
Love thy neighbor,
the best
love
form
your
of
fat, right?
encouragement
in
is what
actually
she's
a
getting.
constructive way, you kind of just get pink and start yelling.
The only way
Yeah, he gets real like.
The only way
Pink and
that I
starts
can get a word in when you shrill harpies are screeching is for me to talk loudly.
Oh no, I mean, you're really great at
You
over
do it
talking. It's one of your
regardless.
best
You've been doing
qualities.
it
You've displayed
Well, I have to
tonight.
cut down on the prattle. That's true.
Push back on Pink after all of that.
I'm a terrible moderator. Okay, I'm a dog shit moderator. Okay, hold on. Let me just come in really quick. All right, put your swords away for just a sec. The views expressed by the panelists do not necessarily reflect the views of me or the whatever podcast. Now, you said. Okay, I have a question for you.
What?
Do you? I think you said women should view themselves better.
Not just women, people in general.
Oh, in general. But so do you think all women should view themselves as 10s?
I would love them to, yes, and not because everyone also agrees with them.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Are all women 10s?
I'm attracted to men.
No, I'm not saying whether you're attracted to them, but I'm
Yeah,
sure
so,
you
but
could.
that
I'm
has
sure
to
you
do
can
with- it's
recognize a beautiful woman.
It's perceptive.
But do you think all women are 10s?
In their own right, for sure.
Not sure what that means, but okay. Are all men 10s?
In their own right, for sure.
No, but do you think all men are 10s?
In their own right, for sure.
I don't really understand.
I
Own right, for
appreciate
sure.
I can appreciate things that I'm not necessarily attracted to. Does that make sense?
But do you think?
So in your eye, are all men 10s? Like just aesthetically, so just by looks.
And women.
Okay, so
and women.
Okay.
Because I know that someone thinks they're a 10 in my mind, that's good enough to be part of the 10. Yes. Would I necessarily date them? Maybe not.
Well,
but as far as like believing they're 10, I know, for instance, is ice cream bad just because someone doesn't like the ice cream? No, everyone's gonna have their different opinion of it. And so the fact that someone likes green mint ice cream, for me, it might not be my person, but does it make it bad ice cream? No, it could still be good ice cream. So for that person, maybe they're not necessarily, would I date them, but do I believe they should think they are a 10 is what I said earlier. Yes, I believe they should think they are a 10. I think all people should love themselves.
So if we ask the question a different way,
it sucks so much to not love yourself.
And said, if you mapped it onto reality,
Okay,
then
so
what
I was
would you
talking
say?
about some other thing.
Yeah, what would you say then if you mapped it onto reality?
What do you mean?
Are all women's 10 if you mapped it onto reality, rather than how you kind of subjectively feel like they should feel about themselves?
Yeah.
If you were to map it onto reality outside of that subjective
I
analysis,
think it would vary depending on where I'm at.
You're in Kazakhstan.
I don't know what the women are
So
like.
so what would you say? For example, what would you say?
stacked.
What would you say Scarlett Johansson would be aesthetically, cross-culturally to most men? Do you think
guess
most
it
men would
depends on
find her
which
attractive?
country.
Russian milk.
It depends on I'm only talking from someone who you guys all would not find to be attractive. Like, I'm not someone you're into, but I know there's men who think that I'm this shit. And different countries I go, like we were talking about it last time, like I might be like, and someone was clowning, they're like, she's not a Seattle 10, but like, I think it really depends on where you're at.
what country could Scarlett Johansson be considered not pretty in?
I don't know, I haven't been to all the countries.
Could you even envision that there is one?
I could, yeah.
You could?
What would you speculate?
I would speculate
She's okay,
that the area where it would be attractive would be in a culture where the people look like that.
Like Sweden.
So you don't
Scandinavian
think?
countries.
So what you're saying, Europe? Just Europe and general?
I mean, sure, it depends on. I mean, I just think
You don't think Africa either?
It depends. I'm probably South Africa. I don't know. I mean, it just depends. Like, I'm going to go different places and people are going to receive me different. I was considered to be beautiful in China, but not necessarily someone they would be attracted to, if that makes sense. And when I went to Trinidad, I was the shit. In California, people don't really care that much because I'm not necessarily their societal standards of beauty. So I really think it depends on where I'm at or where the person's at.
I'm not trying to be mean here, but
No one's a 10.
Facts.
I don't think you're a 10.
I know, you said that.
What did she say?
7.
See, look, Catholic. That's why it's Catholic.
I was raised Catholic. What does that have to do with anything?
Here we have another conversational thread here that we can get into. Misty, last time we were on, we got into a big fun debate. We were talking about the patriarchy and systems
Oh my God.
and oppressor oppressed. We
remember
talked
those
about
words.
white men. You remember?
Can't remember.
Now
no.
I have the ultimate representative here of the patriarchy. And I was hoping that you guys could have a calm and collected conversation about
I don't know.
patriarchy and systems of the oppressors and the oppressed, white men.
You want a white male to have a conversation about who's oppressed with a black female?
Yes.
That sounds dope. Not gonna lie.
The white half of you.
I don't know that I need to have. Thank you. I don't know
Wait,
that
we got a
I've
black
got that
guy
on my
here? What
shoulder. I know. I just don't know that I've got that all in my heart right now. I came here to talk about dating. I don't want to talk about that with my grandfather.
Wait, who's your grandfather?
Sorry, my grandfather's also a white male, so I'm just like, I don't want to have that.
Did you just say something rather ageist?
No, I'm talking
I'm
about.
deeply offended that
I'm
you would
talking about
refer to
experiences
Andrew
and like,
as a.
I was raised by a white male and a white female, and so.
Yeah.
The experiences we have are so vastly different that I'm just not even interested in going down that road.
That's like standpoint
Respectfully.
theory.
I'm just, it's a lot. It's for me, it's just, it's a
Where's
lot
Madison?
emotionally to have to like pack that. And I know you make us not understand, but it's
No, I understand. It's called standpoint theory.
Oh, okay.
So feminist standpoint theory, they went back through and rewrote all of American, literally, I'm not kidding, they rewrote all of American history from the perspective of women because they felt like just giving a detailed actual historic analysis wasn't fair because it had to come from the perspective of women. So that's what you're talking about. It's called standpoint theory.
I don't know that I was talking about that.
Well, it's the same exact thing. You're saying because my experience is so vastly different, our perspectives are going to be vastly different, right? But then the question comes down to, well, which perspective should we listen to?
No, it's not that.
Right?
It's just that I don't want to.
No, okay, that's fine.
Okay. Well, maybe we can get back there
I
a
want to
little
talk about
bit
dating,
later.
maybe.
Oh, let's talk about dating.
That's
Okay,
not
fine.
really related to dating,
Sure.
is it?
Well,
at all.
feminism, I think that's
about
very
me
much
when
related
it's
to dating
It
because
is.
feminism,
Feminism.
Okay, so here, you want to talk about dating? Let's talk about dating.
Let's talk about dating.
Let's talk about body count. Let's talk about body count. Do you object? Because a lot of times men care a lot about this. Do you object to men caring about a woman's body count? Starting with you.
I just think body count's arbitrary.
Arbitrary. Okay. All right. Farha, what about you?
I think I've said before, if the man is also highly selective and disciplined, I think it's totally his prerogative to prefer a woman with a low body count.
Okay. What about you?
Yeah, I don't have a issue with it.
Is it immature?
I'm sorry?
Is it immature for a guy to care about body count? The past is the past.
I really believe that you should get what you want, and if that's something that you want, go for it. Now, would it make me feel sad if I decided if I wasn't part of your crew and I liked you and because of my body count you were not interested? For sure, but will I live? Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you're about to be asked a question. You could have started this.
There's not room here.
Yeah, there's no room.
Okay.
I feel
Is there
like.
room for you, Benson? Let's come this way a little bit.
Nar.
If he takes his leg out, then yes. But
I feel like it's up to the person, to be honest. Like the girl. I mean, if she doesn't mind. Wait, it's up the guy, right?
How do you feel about men who care about?
Do you object to men having a preference in body count?
Like if
No, because it's their choice, right?
Catholic.
All right.
I do not object.
Okay, you said it was arbitrary.
Yeah, so to go back
That's
on
why
whether I
you're
object or
winning right
not,
now.
I just think that at the end of the day,
Yeah.
it's their individual right to choose if they care about that aspect or not. Because for both sides, that's like the aspect I don't care about from
Right.
my perspective. So if someone has that, then it's not a compatibility factor for us, and that's fine with me.
Well, arbitrary means without system. So it's not arbitrary. We have a system in place to know what this is, which is how many men a woman's been with. That's the system. So it's not really arbitrary. You make a distinction that it doesn't mean anything or it's not important to you, but it's definitely not arbitrary. So I just like backing up, I'm just curious, why do you think from the man's perspective, if the preference is to hold the double standard, which is that we find it to be very important, you don't find it to be important, do you think we're holding a double standard?
I think this double standard exists if a man has a high body count and refuses to be with women with a low body or high.
But that doesn't make it wrong. It is a double standard.
It's a double standard, but it's
by definition.
It's what they choose to do, and I'm just not really in the business of telling men what I think they should or shouldn't do if I'm not interested in having them as friends or partners. So it's just like
Well, going around the table once more. So some of you said body count doesn't really matter. Don't object to, or you do object perhaps to men caring about body count. You think it shouldn't matter so much. You think it shouldn't be such a big deal. What's your body count?
I don't have an exact number. I have an idea.
Range is fine.
Probably somewhere between 50 to 60.
50 to 60, okay. Farha?
0.
Into the mic.
0.
Okay.
Now, just real quick, because after the last panel, when you said that, a ton of people went nutso in my Discord and said that they had video of you saying the opposite of that. And that you basically are just LARPing and just pretending that that's true. And I'm not saying that they're right, because I don't know. I'm just saying that that's what they say.
If I had to guess what they're responding to, is I make skits on TikTok, kind of like satirical skits about discussions of gender. So I have like an off-screen male voice, so he'll ask me a question, or I'll read a question being like, what's your body count? And it's all scripted, and I'll say something like 8, and then he'll say like, that's disgusting, and I'll ask him like a question response. So they're responding to like skits.
Okay, because every time I've talked with you, it's always been the same. So I had no reason to doubt it, but I had seen that, so I thought I'd ask.
Oh, I don't share.
Range? You want to do a range?
I don't share.
Range?
I don't share.
Okay.
Probably like 8
Probably like 8.
or 9.
Or 10?
8 or 9.
Or 10?
No, not 10.
8 or 9. Okay. All right.
Not 10.
I will not be sharing.
Maddie?
What?
Okay. Well, you've shared before.
Yeah.
She has a boyfriend.
I do.
Multiply it by 3, and that's the real number.
Yours is still 0. So wait.
I mean, that doesn't apply to me.
Yeah.
Let me be clear. I wouldn't. I mean, if I'm saying that high of a number, if it was higher, I would say it was higher. I would say what it was.
Okay.
Just to be clear, I don't think that rule applies to this situation.
Next time you have to say 20 because you know they're already going to multiply.
Yeah, so actually it's 20.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Cool. Good talk.
Wait, Brian, how many are you at? We just skipped you, and we skipped all the men.
Oh, yeah. Okay, fine. We'll do the men. We'll do the guys.
Yeah, what do you
Okay.
mean? Why would we not do the men?
I don't know. I lost count. I've been around the block.
Have you said it before on the show?
Yeah, I have said it.
What is it?
I said it was probably between 50 and 60.
Wow.
Oh,
Multiply by
look
then
at
3, and you
that.
have the number.
You guys got something in common.
I think the quote in the movie is like divided by 3 for men.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because men will lie.
You should have
But I
said
lost
150, bro.
Mason?
0.
Oh, I'm married. I can't disclose that kind of information. If you're not willing to, I'll tell you what. I'll go if you go.
No, we won't be doing that.
No, I'll go if
I'm
you
not
go.
married. I'm not doing that.
Oh.
When I
Yeah, I
lock
know.
something down,
That's
then we
fine.
can come back here. I got you.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Okay.
I
would
don't
that
know what
be?
that has to do with anything.
Yeah.
I'll definitely go if you go.
Yeah,
I'll
no,
I'll
I
say
don't
who.
really care
He'll
that
go.
much
Did you
to share it with you.
yourself for marriage?
Huh?
Did you save yourself for marriage?
If I show you yours, you show me mine. The hell?
Okay, all right. It's good times. I'm curious, going around the table.
That wasn't even like a thing when I was younger.
Who here considers themselves...
Wait, did you say your number? I missed it.
I'd rather not speak about that. Okay. All right, going around the table, who here considers themselves a feminist?
Can we have the definition before you ask that question?
Somebody who hates men.
Not me. I'm straight.
Huh?
I said not me.
Well, I suppose you could still be
By
straight and
definition,
hate men.
Well, no, I mean,
there's a lot of men.
They are difficult. I'm not gonna lie, but no, I don't hate men.
Okay. All right, I'm being a little facetious.
Well,
but,
we went by your definition.
A feminist, somebody who believes things that aren't true. I'm sorry, I'm not being
well,
very...
then I definitely am a feminist.
I'm not being very generous here.
I believe all things untrue only.
All right, here. The most generous definition, somebody who advocates for women and the rights of women. That's the most generous definition I can give feminism.
By that definition, for sure.
Yeah.
So far it's been no, yes, no, yes. So it depends on what your definition, I suppose.
That's the most generous definition I can give it, though.
Well, by going by that definition.
Do you have maybe a counter definition for feminism?
No, I don't. That's the thing is, like, when he says that, I want to be specific what it is because of the debate that he's trying to get into. So I just want to be specific.
Okay, so my view of feminism is, and I don't object to women's advocacy or women's rights, but
because by definition,
but they're trying to paint it as this. Again, there's nothing wrong to fight for women's advocacy or women's rights, but they claim to be fighting for equality, and that's very different than women's rights or women's advocacy. So my view is, for example, if there is some form of equality that does not stand to benefit women, said feminists will not fight in order to secure said equality. Where feminists or women do not stand to benefit from some form of equality, they will not fight for it.
I guess by that definition, I'm not then. Because
so it's not clear. So I guess when it comes to feminists saying they're for equality, it's not clear to me if they're for equality.
I just feel like we have different strengths, so I wouldn't believe that we could be equal. Like, we do have different strengths, and I think we should be celebrated for those different strengths instead of trying to become each other.
Wouldn't it be in the way that we've equalized a lot of things in society, given women equal rights? Wouldn't it be equal to make women subject to military conscription? That would be equality, right. But I'm pretty sure.
I don't believe
that. I've never heard a feminist object to that.
Yeah.
No, feminists would say we want to do away with military conscription, which is just not politically tenable for any. It's never going to happen. You can't do away with military conscription.
I'm pretty sure feminists will say that they want to be drafted. You're thinking of maybe like trad wives, but feminists do not say that. Trad wives.
What about this? In Florida, there was a bill to equalize.
Why do you think feminists would say that?
No, do
you think feminists have fought to want to enter male-dominated spaces even if they don't benefit them? Maybe not
only for cushion.
They don't. Like, for instance, feminists don't fight to go and have teams against professional male NFL players, do they?
But they
no, that's a men's space. Do feminists try to go and advocate that they can have teams of women go play football against male NFL players?
They literally do, and then people laugh at them, which is somewhat justified in my opinion, and people say
they literally don't. They literally
serious?
Are not out there advocating for that.
I'm sure.
They're
Brian,
out there advocating for their own teams against women, but not really teams against men in contact sports.
Brian, have you never heard a feminist say that there should be desegregation of gender in sports?
Yeah, but they're talking to the T issue. They're not talking to that.
No.
I don't even mean in terms of T issue. Have you heard feminists say that we as female athletes want to compete with male athletes? Because I feel like that is something that they say, and I think that's a more laughable point of feminism.
It's possible they've said it, but I've never heard that.
That's I've never even seen what I've seen feminists do is move legislation towards having their own teams,
right? Yeah.
Having their own leagues, having the female version of the the WNBA, having all of that. I've never seen them advocate to have teams actually go up against the male. I've never seen that.
With the T issue, just questioning as that progresses, and I don't know how we're going to end up, but I mean, that's going to end up being in question.
Yeah, but the feminists are against the T's.
Some of them, but some of them are not.
Most of them are. Most of the feminists are against the T's because of this, because they say, we fought all this time to get our own leagues, and now you're going to let men in them. That's why they're so mad, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that this is an incorrect analysis, honestly.
I think I'm just too deep in the feminist discourse. So, like, feminists go after TERFs, and TERFs go after people who say that. So I think, like, I see it.
Well, TERFs are the feminists. The other ones aren't feminists. The other ones are postmodernists, and they just kind of call themselves feminists. But TERFs are actual feminists. Those were the ones who were in the 60s, who were burning their bras and doing all that shit. That's
why I think
TERFs.
it's kind of like counterproductive to even say like, oh, do feminists do this or this? Because even within feminist discourse, like they all hate each other and each other's principles.
But that doesn't mean that there's not certain principles they both go towards.
Like
so,
what?
in this case, egalitarianism, that would be one of the major ones, and the assumption that men and women can be interchangeable widgets, whether or not they advocate and move legislation towards something that makes sense, like if we actually were interchangeable widgets, should women's team, go up against men's NFL teams, they may not push that way, right? Instead, they push towards having their own teams, this and that, but definitely there's core underlying principles that they're after.
I completely disagree. I feel like I'm just way too deep in it. Like I just always hear them butt heads. It's like whether we should have a category for like female Jeopardy winners, or some feminists think that that's super degrading to women. I see all the conflict.
Okay, so when I'm talking about principles, let's make sure we clarify this. You and I would agree on what egalitarianism is, do you think? Or would we need to define it?
Yeah, could you?
What's that?
Yeah, could you give your definition?
Of egalitarianism, it would be like a form of movement towards equality.
Right, but even that's kind of vague, right? Because there's so many different ways people can interpret it.
Yeah, but I mean, at some point, we're going to have to reduce it to something we can agree on. So what do you think egalitarianism is? Would that work for this or no?
No, it would, but like I'm saying, like feminism, again, is also a definition of pushing towards women's rights and equality, but then there's so much conflict about how you actually achieve that and what it means. So that's why I think we should get more specific.
Yeah. What I'm saying with the principle, though, like the principle of egalitarianism, you're not going to say that modern feminists and TERFs and all of them don't believe in the principle of egalitarianism. You're not going to say any of them do. Like, that's one core for the analysis of the whole that you would say is a principle they have in common.
I'm not even trying to be devil's advocate. I'm genuinely disagreeing because I think a lot of TERFs will say, like, we need our own spaces because we're physically weaker. Like, we need to be a protected class.
That's still egalitarianism.
Okay. So then egalitarianism just feels really broad right now.
Well, no, there could be an analysis of which way you move for what is equal, but they still believe in the principle of the thing.
Okay. I just disagree. Like I said, I think a lot of TERFs will say that, like, we are a weaker gender. We need to be protected.
You think TERFs will say I don't believe in egalitarianism, honestly?
I would, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Which ones?
Like I just said, the
like
ones
the
who
whole
think
thing
we
that
should
makes
be a
them
protected
TERFs
class.
is they're like, we fought for women's rights and equality and egalitarianism, and now the T's are coming in and wrecking all that by allowing men into women's space. That's their whole thing.
Right, and typically they're saying it on the premise that women are the weaker physically gender, and so they want to be a protected class. They want to have locker rooms to themselves in which... You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they're saying if men can have their own teams, we can have our own teams. That's egalitarianism, right?
I'm just saying, I've seen so many feminists say that they want to compete with men in sports. I've seen so many feminists say we want to be a protected class. I've seen some say we don't want a separate category for like female awards and intellectualism and
yeah,
Jeopardy
but the principle would still be overlapping all of those.
I guess, but then the principle seems kind of irrelevant to the conversation because it doesn't actually get at any of the issues that are being discussed.
Then one of the my favorite things that you've said all night then is that egalitarianism is so broad we don't even know what the fuck it means.
Okay.
So,
all right,
I'm fine with that.
We have a chat here. I pulled this up earlier, but it was directed at you, Andrew. Andrew, I respect your conviction, but you can be nicer. That's from Lum the Sky from Canada.
I feel like people often conflate when you're having a heated argument or discussion, or you say things which are uncomfortable. That's meanness.
Doing like this.
I associate.
It's definitely not kind.
Yeah, I associate. I don't care what a woman's analysis on what kindness is or meanness. I have a different standard clearly on what those things are. I don't think that it's cruelty or being unkind or being mean to say things which are obviously objectively true that people just don't want to hear because it makes them uncomfortable.
It's not objectively true that I shouldn't have children. That is not objectively true.
I didn't say you shouldn't have children.
You did. You were like,
your
yes.
Nope.
Your movement
She said,
was not.
What happened was she said, I don't want to have children. And I went, yes.
Your movement was an indication of your
reinforcing
opinion.
her.
But that action alone is what we're talking about.
And that
What's wrong with that action?
It's not kind.
Why is it unkind? That's what she said.
Because you did it with malice.
Thank you.
So it's in the tone, not what is said. That's my point.
Oh, come on. You could at least concede that you did that to be a bit of
Concede
an ass.
nothing.
I mean, he literally said it was an asshole move.
No,
so
Yeah, you literally
zero
said
concession.
it. Can we rewind? You
like
have
literally,
that. You did
like,
say that.
roll the tape.
Yeah,
I'm not saying
did
you
say
shouldn't
that.
do it.
You
I'm just saying, but you
acknowledged.
did it to
But
be
we
like
can
cheeky
backtrack.
and a little bit
Yeah,
mean.
so the thing is like, was it hilarious? Yes. But was it mean? No. It wasn't mean.
Was it hilarious? Mediocre at best.
Again,
was it mean?
subjective.
Yes.
Then why were you laughing?
I wasn't laughing.
Well, you should have been.
Well, I didn't.
I know, but she was.
Okay, well, there you got one.
You should have popped her one.
Okay. I'm not going to do that.
So, anyone have anything dating related they'd like to get off their chest here? I'd like to talk about dating for a little portion of the show, if you guys don't mind.
Oh, you're mediating now. I love that.
I'm trying a little bit. I'm trying my best.
You were clicking a lot. Are you playing solitaire?
What?
Are you playing solitaire?
No, I haven't.
4.5 hours.
I literally can hear you click. And I see the mouse moving.
4.5 hours into the
every
show.
2 seconds.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. All right. So, and does anybody have anything dating related that they would like to get off their chest? Maybe for the ladies, men are pissing you off in some way. You know, they're not buying you your dinner. You know, whatever it may be. Is there anything you guys want to talk about dating related? Maybe what about the orgasm gap? We can talk about orgasm gaps.
What is that?
Apparently, women are not coming as much as men are. That's in sexual
What the
encounters.
hell?
I have a good dating topic.
You mean per sex, per person, or the
What you
group?
got?
What are you
What you
talking
got,
about?
I've been wondering about this, bringing this topic up. If women think that the sisterhood is stronger than the brotherhood when it comes to dating. So meaning, you think women are more unified around keeping secrets and supporting each other and things like this when it comes to the dating market than men are.
Not.
Well, men talk a lot, though. They talk way more than we think.
No. No.
Not
They
really.
create podcasts where they talk.
I feel like women will ensure each other that everything is okay no matter if it's right or wrong.
You mean that toxic best friend stuff?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I would argue that women
I think we
talk
know it's
more.
a joke, though, when we do that to each other.
I would argue that,
Sometimes,
for example, well, we got a chat here.
Bender the Offender donated $200. You could talk about how more women are cheating than men now.
Is that
Is that
true?
statistic?
Is it true?
Is that, where do we
I
find those
don't
numbers?
know. I've heard some studies about
I don't cheat.
Perhaps it's the case. What?
Look, why don't we go around the
think
table and see who
women are
cheats?
cheating more than men, though.
That's kind of.
I mean,
I would say though, when it comes to who talks more, for example,
Women talk
after an encounter, the first time having sex with somebody. Hold on, guys.
Any study you look up and show that.
look, you know you lying.
Nah, they do.
Can you stop interrupting, please? Okay. First time encounter, a woman is going to tell her best friend all the details about the encounter. They're going to tell them the penis size. They're going to share intimate details. Whereas most men, I would say, aren't sharing those details with their friends. Like, for example, I would have to be dating a girl for like 3 to 6 months before any of my friends even know who she is.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
I'm not
valid for mature adult men, though.
Yeah, most men are like, yeah, I hit.
girls will be like, after having their first sexual experience with a new guy, will tell their girlfriend or girlfriends everything. How big was his dick? How long did he last? All these fucking details. I refuse to share with my male friends any sexual details. They won't even know if I've slept with the girl. I will not disclose because I don't want to. I'm very discreet. I would not disclose any intimate details to even my closest male friend. Oh, you hung out with Becky yesterday. How was it, Brian? Oh, it was good. That's it. That's all my male friend is getting.
All you guys agree with that?
What if it was like a famous Instagram model
I
who
think
you
for the
and your
most
friend
part,
have
yeah,
like talked about?
as he was talking about.
If it was like a famous IG model who you and your friend have like talked about.
I don't date famous IG models.
Right, no.
But if they were, I mean, like if some guy who like, or some girl, since you're famous, if like some girl who you and
Am
your
I famous? I don't think so.
I'm
but-
hyping you up. If
Okay.
some girl who like you and your
Thank you.
boys have like talked about, and like this girl's so hot, like
I don't talk to my male friends
Okay.
about, oh my God.
But don't you think a lot of guys would?
Becky's fucking
so
hot.
I was just
Yeah, I was
kind of
gonna wonder if
racking.
you guys-
I was just racking my brain thinking about it as he was saying it, and even when years and years ago, if I had engaged with a woman, and I was talking to my friend, it would just be something as simple as like, yeah, I plowed her. That was about it.
I wouldn't
It
even
wasn't
say
really
that.
Details.
I wouldn't
It
even
wasn't-
say that.
There wasn't any of that. It
What
was just
year
like,
was this that you were plowing?
A long time ago. Long time ago.
In my experience, if I even DM a guy innocuously, like I will hear about it through the grapevine.
See how you laughed at my joke?
I was laughing at your joke, all right.
Good answer.
Wait, what?
Oh, you guys. What about you guys?
Same.
You guys don't talk about it?
No, my friends just assume I smash every girl they see me with. Like,
But they don't
honestly,
get into
they
details.
do.
You guys don't need to talk about it.
Yeah, I don't need to say it.
They just know.
They
It's just
just-
assumed.
Yeah.
You definitely hit that.
It's assumed.
Well, generally speaking, I'm
Not you,
probably
though.
not going to be discussing those
You
things.
definitely didn't hit
'cause,
that.
What about if you touch a boob? Do you tell your friends if you touch a boob?
Have
Well-
you touched a boob?
I don't kiss and tell. No,
That sounds like a yes.
Wait, Mason?
Mason.
no. Okay.
They feel like sandbags, Mason.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Well, so no, I don't usually. I'm not gonna dish out details. Like I might tell a guy like the vague generalities, but no, it's not gonna
Yeah,
be
we are more
like,
specific.
huh?
We're more specific.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I might hit on keynotes. Like
What's a keynote?
I don't know. She's pleasant to be around. I'm not going to be very descriptive. It's going to be like, okay, this is generally how her demeanor is.
I really like her.
Yeah, I like her. Yeah, yeah.
That's cute.
I would almost go to the point of if I was with a girl and I found out that she had told her female friend group intimate details about our first encounter, that actually might be grounds for me dumping her.
Even if she's praising it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And she was like, "This was the best sex I've ever had."
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose that's
now that
hacking.
now that I think of it, if you were to have like talking to your friend about that would kind of be gay, right? Because you're basically then you have to picture your friend having
That's not
sex,
what we do.
right?
That's not
Isn't
what we
that-
do.
That's how I think, but that's why I don't talk.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I don't
now
want
that
to. I don't
think
want to
about
know.
it.
I don't.
No, it's
Yeah, I
just
don't
like,
wanna know.
That's a great
you're
point.
just excited for your friend. Like, okay.
I feel like it's just it's disrespectful. It's disrespectful to share private, intimate details with your friend
That's the reason
group.
why it's being.
But I think it's something that's super common among women. Like I would say, majority of women.
No, yeah,
are
this is like
doing
the most intimate act you can have with a human being, and you're
right.
just like airing that out to anybody and just like almost indiscreetly.
The way that
or
men-
indiscriminately, that's what I'm trying to say.
The way
Good
that it
point, Mason. Good
biologically
point.
works, we work out is different though. Women get we get a brain energy surge from doing things like you'll see monkeys, they'll pick at each other. So we get a brain energy surge from having these conversations about those types of
By
things.
betraying your partner's
You
trust.
call it betraying, but we call it's like a sense of community. It's biological.
Yeah, by betraying your partner's
Yes, because we don't
privacy.
care about you guys.
I
That's what
mean,
it is.
I mean, that is practically what's happening.
We just see it differently. We're not trying to.
It doesn't matter how you see it.
But it's
How?
so common that women don't even realize how kind of problematic it is to be sharing these intimate details about their partners. I like that's just it's the status quo. Like I recognize that it's just viewed as the normal social behavior to be sharing this thing.
Are we
but
talking about partners or just people that we've like?
either? I would
Because
argue
I feel like your
either.
partner, the rules are slightly
Yeah,
different.
but if you're a woman who doesn't wait long periods of time before having sex with a guy, who he might end up become, I would argue most adult relationships in today's day and age, it's not let's wait 10 dates and then have sex. It's have sex fairly early on, continue seeing each other, continue hooking up, and then we both like each other, we find ourselves now in a relationship. So of course, I mean, even if that's the case where it's like, well, what if it's just a casual hookup? That casual hookup could end up becoming your boyfriend, and you've already disclosed to your close female friends his penis size, wide variety of various intimate details.
But you guys also don't even have names at that point. Like you're an elevator guy. So like by the time you're my boyfriend,
That's even worse.
I mean, no, I mean,
That's
I'm
honestly
not
worse,
talking
yeah.
about hooking up. I'm just saying, like, for instance, like I used to have a guy that I crushed at the gym, so he was like gym bae, and then there was like a really cute guy at the grocery store, so he was like grocery store bae, and it wasn't someone I was like interested in. But that being said, I could be like, yeah, I was wearing this shirt of like whatever. They don't have like a place yet until they do, and then I feel like a relationship's different.
Yeah, I mean, look, I get it. I get that it's just something that women do, but
you guys feel betrayed by it.
I do think it's a betrayal of trust. I mean, it's
interesting. Like
if I'm meeting, imagine if I disclose to my male friends, like I told them something about your pussy or something. Like, wouldn't you feel a little uncomfortable meeting my friends? Like, if you knew that I told my male friend, oh, her pussy was like this, and the lips were like this. I mean, and there's a bit of a stench. And like, you know, like you feel like betrayed to some degree.
How would I know that you told them?
I mean, what if you found out though? That's the point.
Here's the thing. If he said something bad, then we probably shouldn't be together. And if he said something good, I will feel flattered.
Oh, okay. I mean, I guess.
I don't
what
know.
What if he showed the nudes? What if he
no,
showed
absolutely fucking not.
That's the equivalent.
But if he's describing, it and giving them the visual.
Well, okay, so actually, so this is interesting. So men are extremely visual creatures.
Yeah.
So, but women are extremely like emotionally descriptive creatures.
Mm-hmm.
So, like
So
male
like
pornography is very visual. Female pornography is descriptive.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like if you read pornographic novels, that's like the equivalent. So the equivalent indulgence in what you're saying as you're describing these things, that is the equivalent to sharing a nude for
I get
men.
What you're saying. I get what you're saying. I think that it would have to be if in my relationship I would just respect my boyfriend. Like whatever relationship I would respect. So if he felt like that, for sure, maybe I screwed up and he was elevator guy at first and like he might have got a descriptor before then, but once he becomes my man, I'm hoping that I'm gonna respect what he wants, and we've had that conversation. And hearing this all from you guys is actually the first time I've ever thought about it, because we do use that as bonding, and we don't necessarily, I know when I'm hearing or talking about it, it's not really even about that person, it's about my experience with it. How did you feel with it? How did it make you feel? What was your situation with this? And that's kind of what we kind of bond over. And
I guess, I mean, it's nice to hear like where like your thought process as you're having those discussions, but kind of going back to the point of I want to find a woman. So as Andrew was talking about, I want to find a woman who's going to put my needs above her own. I want her to think about how is this going to make me look in front of her friends. So yeah, and I really appreciate that you're acknowledging like this is not something I thought about.
Yeah.
And maybe it's going to be something that you'll consider down the road.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think
also don't like talking about my relationship with.
Gonna change?
Yes.
Is anything gonna change?
I mean, I think that
I don't think
people
so.
change. I grow and change.
Maybe it's something that you regret you've done in the past.
I don't think that I've done that.
Us men can say we don't like it when the women that we've hooked up with, or even our potential future girlfriends, disclose to their female friend group various intimate details that, in our view or in my view, ought to remain private between us because they are just that, intimate details. I think it's probably the case that even if we were to articulate this, that women are still going, you guys enjoy this kind of, you guys enjoy sharing these details. It's the tea, it's the gossip. You guys like talking about that.
Really?
Yeah, like
that's
a little bit.
I mean,
a little bit. So what he's saying, yes, like maybe if it's my boyfriend, I will do it out of respect. But like for instance, I recently had like a rendezvous with someone who I think is interested in me, and the place that we rendezvoused was a very unique place, and so. Like I told my roommate, and I told him that I told my roommate, and he was like, "Oh, you're telling the girls," and it wasn't girls, it was just my roommate, because like we're both single, and sometimes we'll talk about our dates, and so I mean, but I told him as well, and now that I'm thinking about it, he might be having a thought like, well, if we do something, I don't know if he's even thinking that far ahead because we're not like that yet, but it's just interesting because I'm thinking like, I wonder if he's
right, and just to add sort of to Mason's point here. If a girl sent me like a sexy photo or nude photo, I would never share that with anybody. My eyes only. So
unsolicited gets shared with everybody. Just that's,
well, okay.
that's
I get if there's like a
that gets shared with everybody.
I think that's a bit different though. Are you talking like a guy who who's sending a dick pic?
If you
I don't
send me an
think men
unsolicited
should do that. By the way. I don't do that. I've never sent a nude photo or a dick pic or anything.
Well, good.
Granted, I would not object
to receiving
pussy pics. I'm just saying, ladies, if you want to send me a pussy pic.
This the last episode too.
I'm for it.
You're requesting
I'm
them.
for it. BLM, Big Labia Matter. Would you like to join my organization?
I wouldn't actually fit into your crew.
Because
I don't.
Solidarity, hello?
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yep.
Is it because you
Go
don't?
Team. Yes.
I see.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't.
So I don't want to take someone else's spot. I don't want to take it away.
No, but you can still be like
supporter.
Solidarity.
I want you to be
Solidarity.
happy. So whatever that means, I'm down for that.
You know any, but no, I'm kidding. Okay, good talk.
I don't.
Rip. Did you guys talk about that? Do girls like share like?
We don't really talk about that, but I can tell you the
outed.
first time I saw one, I was like, what the fuck?
The fuck?
And then she was like, yeah. And I was like, wow. I didn't know they came in different shapes and sizes like that. You
Is
guys
this
see
something
more
you
than
talk
we do.
about, Maddie?
Never
Like with your
have I
girlfriend?
ever.
You guys just go into the. Is that what you guys do when you go into the bathroom together?
No.
Yeah, I didn't talk about it.
Good talk.
Do you guys talk about penises?
No. No, not really.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, dude,
this is
mine's like
an immature thing. Like only teenagers do this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I was a
How did
teenager
we
when
get?
that
How did we
situation
get to
happened.
this?
You brought it up.
You literally brought it up.
Were we?
That checks out.
He just looks
Wait.
at you.
Were we going around the table on "Are you a feminist?" And then you asked me for a somebody asked me for a definition or something.
No, and then we were talking about like.
Oh,
yeah,
did we
finished
get?
that already.
Everybody said. Oh, geez, I'm
We were talking about, you
No
now
one's
had
a
brought up if we
feminist.
talk about interactions with our men, with our women.
Word.
That's what you had moved to.
Word. Anybody, anything dating related they'd like to get off their chest? Anything?
I just think, I was initially going to say earlier when you asked a similar question,
Yeah.
is I feel my biggest issue when it comes to dating is just emotionally immature people in general, like that being a running theme of lacking communication, lacking the desire to process emotions outside of either unhealthy coping skills or in ways that are just not conducive to healthy relationships. And I find that to be like my biggest barrier in even being interested in someone.
I see. Oh, we have a Reddit post we need to react to. Nick, if you can pull up the Reddit post. This kind of I think it was on the New York Post reacted to it. Yep. Can you scroll up so it's readable? Are my dating deal breakers too strict? Can you put us on the other side? I'm a 29-year-old. Can you make it a little bigger? All right. I'm a 29-year-old straight man who has been actively dating since I turned 18. In that time, I've met a wide array of women, and I've constructed a short deal breaker list to help me determine suitability early in the dating stage. I showed this to a friend who said it was too strict and quite discriminatory. Here it is. Has cheated in a past relationship, takes recreational drugs on a regular basis, has an incurable STD, is currently in a situationship or has a friend with benefits, has low standards of hygiene, is a sex worker, whether online or in person, has extreme political views, is a single mother to one or more children.
That's a good list.
You said it was too strict.
Yeah,
Do you
that's a good
guys
list.
think that's too strict of a list?
Great list.
Great list. I agree. It's a great list.
Great list.
Solid list.
I don't have an opinion about the list, but I don't think it's too strict.
That's honestly what I feel too. I just think like it's like, you know, at the end of the day, that's his prerogative. If those things were to cause contention or negative aspects within the relationship from the foundation of it, then those are his deal breakers and that's his right.
Okay. Would you guys recommend them though?
I'm sorry?
Recommend what?
Like, let's say, I'm sure you said great list, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you do relationship coaching.
Mm-hmm.
So you would recommend that list to other people, right?
Like you should adopt this.
Yeah, you should do.
Yeah,
So would you guys do that? Would you tell people they should adopt that list?
Absolutely.
There are things on that list that I would recommend, but as a whole, I mean, there are things that I don't think are deal breakers, so I wouldn't necessarily recommend it because I would only recommend something that was something I would co-sign. And I personally don't coincide, like I said, some of those things I would. Some of them are not deal breakers for me. So like, for example, a single parent, my ex was a single parent. So like, that's not a deal breaker to me.
Yeah, that's, so kind of the point of this is to say, the reason, let's say he was guilty of everything on the list, everything. But in his capacity as a coach, recommended to other men to follow that list because that would be in their best interest most of the time. That's the kind of the spirit. Yeah, that's the spirit of what we're talking about. So pretend for a second, if you were a relationship coach for men, would you recommend this same type of list that he would recommend is the question.
My biggest thing is I don't think single mothers as a whole should be a deal breaker as a generality.
Or someone who's cheated in the past, because sometimes people they've made a mistake
grow,
and
they
they
change.
grow,
And that's a case by case, and probably not the majority of experience, but it is enough of an aspect to take into account.
That's actually one of the predominant factors that predicts if someone will cheat, though, if they've cheated in the past. So that's just something to be mindful about.
I'm not saying that's not objectively true or not, but I'm just saying that there are cases where that's not true, and I'm willing to give someone the benefit of the doubt if I like them enough and trust them enough and their current version of self. And I feel that people can prove like actionable change within themselves, not necessarily just physically, but mentally, emotionally, through therapy work, other aspects as well, career change, several factors that can embolden them to stop toxic cycles. And it's unfortunately a rare thing that occurs in current society, but it does happen, and I want to give someone on an individual basis that chance. So a deal breaker for me is an absolute, and meaning that if there's the possibility that could be a situation that I could work with, then I wouldn't consider that a deal breaker. I would consider that like a pink flag versus a red flag. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I don't disagree.
I might be able to I could adopt that position, but I don't think I would be able to adopt that position if it were someone that holds your point of view on your idea of regret. So
can you elaborate?
Okay, so if someone has engaged in the activity of cheating, I want them to be able to have regret for what they've done, recognize that was wrong, it was evil, and it was destructive to that relationship or to future relationships. I want them to have done the emotional groundwork to work through that, understand, suss out what was wrong with that, be able to come to me and show me, like, I toiled over this. I see where I messed up. It was wrong. I regret that decision. I wish I did not do it. And like, there is tangible evidence to that effect. Then I could get on board.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, when it comes to regret, that is a topic in my life I think I have flip-flopped on, and I have struggled to understand my relationship with, because I've had from being born to 18, I was a Mormon, and then I had a few years in my early 20s where I was just angry at the world, and then I had like a very committed monogamous lifestyle relationship, and then I threw myself into another extreme. So I've had these like sections in life from operating from very different perspectives and very different like modalities, places within myself. And so I just feel that essentially, based on what you just said, it really does make me want to reflect my perception of regret.
Okay.
So I think that I am the kind of person where like I really do continually like self-actualize myself. I'm very self-aware.
Wait, can you just speak?
Sorry, I'm very self-aware, and so I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong or when I think I can improve upon something. And I am the kind of person that wants to strive to better myself, even if I don't necessarily know how or how to overcome certain disconnects I have because of like aspects of myself, my identity, my
And I think, you're moving. I'm gonna move on. So guys, we're gonna do about 30 more minutes. So I lowered the TTS and the read threshold. It's 50 and 100. 50 to 50 and up to read, answer. 100 and up now triggers TTS. Nick, I think we just keep the lights on, to be honest. I guess it's the after show, but we'll keep the lights on as is. So I don't know if we get back into this. We need something juicy here at the end. We need to get into some juicy topics here. Juicy topics. We've got 30 minutes left. Let's get into it. Let's
Keep stalling, yeah. Just keep going.
get into it. Okay. Fuck it. Can you be sexist against men? That was some good timing, comedic timing.
I believe that sexism, racism, these general large topics have systemic impact.
Okay.
And because of that, I believe that discrimination can happen to anyone, but these systems that are in place for things like sexism have an oppression factor from the systems that are set in place and people that benefit more versus the other. And so I believe that men can be discriminated against, but I do not believe that women can be sexist towards men.
Can men be sexist towards other men?
I mean, they can be like, what's the word I'm looking for? I guess like misandrous towards men.
Well, can women be sexist towards other women?
Yeah, internalized misogyny. Yeah.
Okay, a lot of buzzwords coming here. Before I have anybody respond to that, I'll go around the table. And you also said, I'll just double up on the question, can you be racist towards white people? If you can, just straighten into the mic.
By the very definition you just used.
Well, just go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not really super interested in having a heated back and forth debate on my beliefs on this because they're just my beliefs, and I
could be related to dating somehow. You know, if you were dating.
I mean, I personally.
If you were dating a white person,
I'm waiting.
It could be related
I'm
somehow.
waiting.
What if the sexism question definitely is?
Yeah.
I personally do not use race as a factor of attraction. So like I would date any race. Race is not something that is a yay or a nay. It's just an aspect of someone's person, and I am the kind of person.
So should I just
Can we call it ethnicity? Is that okay? Are we not all just human? Or
yeah, I mean, yeah.
Race and ethnicity are different.
Correct, and we are one race.
Okay.
I can agree with that.
Should I just assume that your answer is no? You cannot be racist against white people. That's
my belief. Yes.
Do you want? Oh, you could have just. So wait.
Yeah.
I mean, in short, yes.
Do you want to just say it yourself, just so I don't want to speak for you?
I mean, I'm agreeing with your point. I don't know why I have to verbatim say it.
Okay. Farha?
Yes, I think you can be sexist against men and racist against white people.
Oh, okay. Why you look? Don't look at me that way. What the fuck? Start with, can you be sexist against men, and can you be racist against white people?
The way that, what she's saying, the way that it's supposed to be set up, or my understanding of it, and I'm fine to be corrected on this, but my understanding that is that I don't really know that much about sexism as far as like, if they're the exact same just via sex, then okay, but racism, you have to hold the hierarchy in a society because then you benefit from the constructs that were put in the society, so that's the reason why you could be racist. So if you're not benefiting from it, then you couldn't be racist from it. So if those are the same, then I guess by that definition, no, but I would have to do further thought on that.
I would say no, you can't be sexist to men, and yes, you could be racist to a white person.
Wait, so you can't be sexist towards men?
No.
I feel like you just want to be different.
No,
I think it depends where you're at too, right?
And I feel like
I thought she's a based Catholic.
She was.
Until she said that.
Until she said that.
So wait, you can't be sexist towards
these
men.
are even questions.
Well, I guess it depends on where you at, right? So like if you're in Trinidad, you could be racist towards a white person.
Okay, so location matters.
Yes.
Well, I feel, because I've been like, where I'm at, where I stay, there's like people that are like racist to white people.
They probably.
But it seems like you acknowledge that you can be racist towards white people, but I'm trying to delve into the can't be sexist towards men.
I just feel like I don't know how to explain myself that well. I don't know. I just feel like you can't. Like, I just don't think so. You know, I don't know how to explain.
How might somebody be sexist towards a woman?
Can I skip?
Skip? You want to skip?
Yeah, I'm getting.
Would it be?
My brain.
Would it be easier to do it in Spanish?
It's okay.
No.
Can you say it in Spanish?
I can understand. Yeah.
Oh. No, can
you speak Spanish?
No, not at all. I was going to wait for her to like do the whole thing in Spanish and then tell her I didn't speak Spanish.
Okay.
I just thought that would be hilarious.
You can't skip.
I just thought it'd be funny.
You can go.
But it didn't work out.
Or Madison?
Yeah. That's how you can be sexist towards a woman.
That's how you can be sexist towards Asian.
There we go.
Exactly. Yes and yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and yeah, absolutely.
Yes to both.
Yeah.
Yes to both.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes to both. Of course. So, okay, we obviously, clearly, there's a few people who disagree here on both of these. Let's talk it out here. Let's see where we can arrive at.
I have a quick question, maybe to kick it off. When you say, so I understand, I think, kind of like your general argument is to say white people have maybe like institutional or systemic power, and you can't be racist unless you have that power. Okay.
That's what I was saying.
But you could be bigoted.
For sure.
Okay. Morally, is being bigoted and being racist the same?
I don't know.
Into the mic.
I don't know.
Like, are they the equivalent? So if you're bigoted towards somebody or you're racist towards somebody, is
Can
one
you define what you mean by bigoted?
Is one worse than the other?
Can you define what the definitions are for
Well, for you, bigoted would just mean you're doing what the white person would be doing to the black person that's racist in reverse, but that can't be racist, so you're calling it bigoted. So that's how I would describe that phenomenon.
But I think that...
So like, let's say if somebody said the N-word towards a black person, you would consider that racist, right? If a white dude said like the hard R N-word to a
I
black
would
person.
consider him to be racist.
Right. So that would be, so he would be racist. But if the reverse happened and they said like,
Cracker.
Yeah, exactly. You would just say that that's bigoted, right?
Well, the thing is that when you, I mean, sure, but I think the difference is that when you call someone a cracker, they could be like, oh, you're offending me, but it's not going to stop them from moving forward, where historically the other word does.
Yeah, I understand the argument there. But what I'm asking is, are they morally equivalent, or is one worse than the other?
Because I associate racism with violence. For me,
yeah, but I mean, bigotry could lead to violence.
For sure, but I don't associate them. Like, I don't like. They might be. That's why I asked you what your definition is.
Yeah, well, I mean, by your definition, if somebody was doing the racial thing in reverse, but you can't call it racism because there's no systemic power.
Right, the word.
Right. They could definitely be doing that and have done it for violent reasons.
Right.
So the association's definitely there, right? So as far as a moral equivalency goes, I'm just trying to figure out, how is one worse or more immoral than the other one?
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's, for me, that would still be a negative, yes.
Yeah, but are they equally immoral? Or is one more immoral than the other?
I think it would depend on the action. Like, if you call me the N-word and I call you a cracker, I think yours probably would be more immoral than mine.
Maybe should we say the C word?
Is that wrong?
I feel like we got it. I think
No,
the C
bro,
word.
you can't be racist. You can't be racist.
I think we should probably say the C word.
I'm also white, so.
Right. Well, you can't do that on Twitch.
It might be.
bro.
Yeah,
no,
it might
okay,
be.
my bad. I didn't know.
Yeah,
She didn't know.
that's fine.
Might be.
Pick up on food.
Let's just be careful.
She talking about food.
I was
Ritz.
talking about food.
Yeah. So you think that the racism in that point is worse than the bigotry? It's morally worse.
Because of the history that comes with it, I probably would feel that way, yeah.
But what's interesting about this and this is why I asked this, for any other action that I can think of, and I've thought about this a lot, if there's any other action which comes up that you just kind of rename the thing, which is the same exact thing as the other thing, you just don't give it the same qualifier, they're always equally immoral. I can't think of a single one that I can make that application to where it's not equally as bad, because we're basically just calling it something else even though it's exactly the same set of actions. Can you think of any? For instance, if a husband cheated and a wife cheated, that's equally bad, right? But if a woman hurt a dog and a man hurt a dog, that's equally bad, right? But if a white person is racist and a black person is racist, you say bigotry for the black person being racist, that's not equally bad.
I don't think it's not. I think that when someone's being negative, it's already bad. Like, I won't encourage that. But with the history that comes with it, there's just, even like epigenetics, like there's certain like feelings you'll even get that's going to be deeper rooted, and the connotation that comes with it is just going to be more like, for instance, if someone calls me fat, I can decide to give that word meaning, and that can hurt my feelings, or I could be like, oh, it doesn't really matter. And I feel like when you're white and you get called that, you have the choice of being like, oh, it doesn't really matter. And when you're black, you don't really get that choice.
What prevents you from having that choice?
The way you feel about the word, the history of the word, the history of the things
the way
that
you
come from
feel,
the word.
The way you feel is not a choice?
But the way you feel is still going to be affected by what happened.
Yeah, that's true, but isn't how you feel a choice?
It's still going to be affected by what happened.
Yeah, but I don't understand, though, because what you said earlier, just like seconds ago, was it's not really a choice. And I said, why isn't it a choice? You said, because it's how you feel. And I said, isn't how you feel a choice? You say, yes.
I mean, the choice, it's not really a choice as far as like the history that already comes with the word. So like, that's already a staple. There wasn't people being murdered based on the C word. There wasn't people being R word based on the C word. There wasn't whole civilizations being wiped out based on the C word, but there was based on the N word.
So
I'm more curious about the sexist thing, though.
Wait, I want to say one thing. Kind of an analogy. I'm not saying I subscribe to this, but I think the argument is more like it's not like one person hitting another. They see it more like if certain races have been subject to like systemic discrimination, they see it more like you've already been hit 10 times, and if one more hit is going to hurt you more than someone who has never been hit, you will be charged differently for that. So I think that's how they...
But how come you don't ascribe to that?
Because I don't know if every single person is like carrying that like historic load. I'm just saying that's the argument.
Right.
They don't see it as like
words,
equal punches.
So what she's saying, and this is a good point, if somebody came over, let's say, who was not in the United States, let's say for more than like 6 months, right? You would agree with me that that word would have to impact them less than, right?
Yeah, it does actually.
Yeah, so I mean, if it does, then does that mean that you can be, or that person, if that particular person, could they be racist to white people?
For sure. For sure, because I mean, depending on where they're
so black people, so then black people can be racist towards white people.
I never said they couldn't. My statement was that it depends on where they're located.
So they're located here,
right? But if they're not from here, if they're from Dominican Republic, then them being out here and them being out there is going to be different. So
but they're still black people, right?
Yes.
Okay, well then black people can here be racist to white people.
Not if they're, for me, my understanding of the word racist means that you have the systematic benefit hierarchy. And so that's my understanding of the word racism.
I have a question on that really quick.
Still be at the bottom
I
of
do
that?
have one question. You're talking about a hierarchy, right? So for example, let's say when Barack Obama was president, could he have a racist view against a white homeless person? The president of the United States, who's arguably the most powerful person in the world, could he have a racist view on, say, a white homeless person?
So I guess, yeah.
I don't know if that's a good...
I don't understand.
I don't know. Well, I guess that makes sense because the person that sits atop the hierarchy is black. Right. Therefore, during his administration, white people could not have been racist against black people, but black people could have been racist against white people because he sat atop the hierarchy.
The system was still set up by white people.
Having a black
He's still subscribing
president
to a white
doesn't,
system.
Clear the systemic issue.
But I'm asking specifically him as an individual, as
He's
a
still
black,
subscribing to a white system. He's still living by the
as
by
the president of
words
the
and
United
laws.
States,
He's still,
who's the most powerful
but
person.
also, and we know that president doesn't make the end. I mean, there's a whole Congress. Like,
and
what
there's
do
a
you
whole
mean?
checks and balances.
Do you think a
whole
white
aspect of
homeless
the
person? Do you
system.
think a white homeless person has more
Senate.
power and privilege than
Congress.
a black president of the United States?
I think in some people's eyes, yeah, which is
A
unfortunate.
white homeless person.
I think that's
Has more?
that's racism. Like, there's
Whose
gonna be people,
eyes?
many KKK people are gonna appreciate the white homeless person over the
the
president.
KKK have no power in this country whatsoever.
Yeah, but that
I'm
would
just
be
talking
the
about
same,
racism, but that's
yeah,
racism.
Okay, well that's
But
like
those
me
are
Okay,
saying-
well, they don't
people.
have power though.
Yeah, okay,
So
but-
by your definition,
But they do have power.
the KKK have
People within the
influence?
administration for sure do.
Hey Nick, can you pull up the podcast?
That would be like
folder?
saying though that if there was a white president and the Black Panthers didn't like it, it's the same argument.
But Black Panthers are not the same, even close to the same kind of group as the KKK. We'll
Yeah,
not make
no,
that
I'm
association
not.
at all.
I'm not,
Privilege folder in the
I'm not even
podcast
disputing
folder.
that.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
historically, factually true. You're right about that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but it's still the same argument to say the
Hold on.
reason that we would value this more still is because there's some people in society who would still value the white bum more than the black president.
Yeah,
and
they
it's
would
like,
be.
okay, but that's going to be true the opposite way too. So that makes no sense.
But the system still only benefits one side.
I have
Only,
But that's
I
not
don't
the-
think so. Though.
mainly benefits
I've
one
got a
side.
couple photos that we can react to that are related to this, Nick. So I want you to pull up I believe these should be ordered the same for both of us. They're the third one, fourth one, fifth one, and sixth one. The first one starts with CSU V. Do you see it? So just load the third, fourth, fifth, sixth.
Is it a good cookie?
And they're not that great. The cookies are not that great.
It's taken you like an hour to eat that.
You got it, Nick? Just do one. Just get the first one going. All right. The world according to a feminist. So you got the women. Can you make us a little bigger? A little bigger. Put us on the other corner. Corner. Just corner us. Corner us. Corner. Is there another corner? Okay. Just do the small one, please. Small. Yeah, and make it bigger. Okay. The world according to a feminist. All those, look at those women, and then there's the guy, the homeless guy, privileged. Oh, okay, all right, that's.
But you have to understand though that all of the systems are set up for him.
Yeah, apparently.
They are, and the fact that he
next.
failed is incredible.
Oh my God, that's.
I guess okay.
If it worked like that.
So
No notes.
Well, hold on. First off, there's affirmative action for women, so.
that's a system that benefits
that's a
women.
Thank God.
What system helps men? It's not clear to me. Here, pull up.
Yeah.
There's more. There's more, Nick.
The Constitution.
White male privilege.
The Constitution.
Whoa! Let's be careful there.
All right.
What in the Constitution benefits white men
All men
specifically?
are created equal.
Wait,
Does
but
that
what-
not include
What
black
do you guys
men?
think about this? This is
At the time, it did not.
D-Day.
At the time,
D-Day
the
language.
five-fifths thing was.
Is anybody noticing?
Mind
That's
it
not.
also-
That's not
were
in
point-
the
were
Constitution.
3/4 of men, and black men became
Okay,
men
Anybody
later
noticing
on.
the
If you want to talk
Time-
about
at
the
the time,
intent,
it also didn't
Okay,
include
we'll come
white
back to
men.
it, Nick. We'll
It
come back.
included some white men. That's it.
So if we
Didn't
talk
include
about
all
the
of them.
intent of the founding fathers, the intent, and you can go to Thomas Jefferson's letters to specific individuals talking about how he wanted to make the language in the Constitution more broad to include literally every single person.
Well, he was an abolitionist.
Yeah, and so exactly, he was an abolitionist. He hated slavery, and he actively tried to release all of his slaves, but was legally not allowed to do so until he died, in which he did. So there is this like pervasive verbiage in usually the left side of the political spectrum that likes to paint the founding fathers as extremely racist and writing the Constitution as something to oppress minorities and oppress the specific gender, so women, which is not the case. You have them with the intent to release those people of those systemic oppressions that that they experienced in other countries. So like in England, I mean, religious oppression, the slave trade, all of those things, they wrote the verbiage in the Constitution so that eventually we would get to a point where we're sitting here today where people would be able to read that verbiage and see all men are created equal. And we can sit here and know that they meant all men are created equal.
There's some more photos. You didn't even see that second photo. Nick, if you can pull up the photo. Thank you, Kate, for the 10 memberships. White, we often hear male privilege, white privilege. You know what? I think every feminist should watch All Quiet on the Western Front and then decide if there's male privilege. Wait, there's more photos. We got more photos. That was the D-Day landing. That was, I don't know if that's...
I mean,
okay,
to be fair to that one, there was a lot of black men who fought in World War II.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is true.
Indeed.
I'm not trying. I just
lots.
Yes, there were. Yeah. There was the Harlem Hellfighters in World War I, and yeah. Nick, pull up the please. There's this chat here. I'll just read. They have done the studies on the DNA test. Wait, no. Okay, never. Just pull up the photo. I'll read it later. The world, according to a feminist, oppressed, privileged.
Yeah, that's also true. There's actually a lot of truth in that.
The theme of these photos is just there's just the complete degradation of nuance. They just lack nuance in its entirety because the whole aspect of like oppression versus privilege. When you speak about privilege, people like to hyper focus on the standard definition of privilege being about like how much money you have, like how much access you have to resources, things like that. Wherein privilege, much like much of the English language, is a word that can have multiple meanings. And in this context, privilege is more about the societal, systematic aspect, which is a generality and not down to the individual. And these are focusing on like the individual stereotypes and archetypes.
Well, so calling it an ecological fallacy.
So everyone started talking at once.
Yeah.
What?
Are you basically calling it an ecological fallacy?
I don't want to say yes because I'm not sure what that means. Can you clarify?
When you take the individual and then you attribute it to the general populace.
Okay, well then I would say yes. I'm just not familiar with the term.
Are you talking about apex fallacy?
No, it's the ecological.
Ecological? You mean logical?
Ecological. It's the ecological fallacy.
Okay.
Okay, I can see how the word derives. Yeah, okay. That makes sense to me. That sounds right.
Well, here, pull up the last photo and then we got the last one. I think there's one more. We got one more. Scroll up, make it bigger. Yep. So, I don't know.
A lot of truth in that one, too.
Stop oppressing me.
Sorry.
Male privilege.
And even apologizing for something he didn't do wrong.
Because class privilege and oppression is not about race, but they all are factors within each other.
The point isn't that he's at work. The point is the kind of work he's doing. Mm-hmm. The kind of work he's doing is not the kind of work that women do pretty much ever, anywhere, at any time, for any reason. Oh. That's the privilege. So the privilege is, are you systematically oppressed while your sewers are taken care of for you, while you have air conditioning, while you live in modernity and all modern technology, and every dangerous fucking job on planet Earth is done by men? Is that oppressive?
Having a baby is a pretty dangerous job.
No, it's not. It's a very safe job.
How are you going to say that?
Because I can look at infant mortality rates from pregnant women, and the mortality rates of the mothers. A very safe job. Very, very safe for women to have children.
Respecting the differences is okay. Like, you're doing that, that's your job, and then we've got our own job. Like, that's okay.
Yeah, you do. You have a job, but you demand to have also egalitarianism inside society between the sexes. And the thing is like, your job is clearly far less valuable than our job, because without us maintaining the entirety of the infrastructure for which women's pampered asses can even exist inside of society, they would collapse. And how do I know this? Because I have 2,200 years of history to look at, to watch the progression of them literally folding like cheap chairs and being passed between enemy armies like it was nothing. They were literally chattel if we decided that they were, and instead we have massive amounts of technological advancements which have allowed for women to even exist in modernity, and instead of being praised for it, men are treated like absolute garbage.
Well, I think you guys are great.
Brian, you should have brought up my video that I had responding to this.
Wait,
I had a video. I posted a video with when it asked a woman was asked who did she think was better, or who was stronger, or what were women better at than men, and she said everything. And I responded to that.
Wait, was it on the show?
No, I posted. I had response.
Is it on your Instagram or TikTok?
Yeah, it's like a 1 minute reaction.
Is it pretty? We can pull it up.
I can send it. to the to your DM, to the whatever DM.
Yeah, or we can just try to search for it. It's on your Instagram?
Yeah, it's on my Instagram.
Is it pretty close to the top?
It should be.
Nick, just pull up his Instagram. That's probably the easiest. You can also send a message, send the actual video to the whatever Instagram, and Nick can also pull it up that way.
Oh yeah, I found it already. Okay.
Oh, he's already got it. Yeah, you can send it through. He's on it. He is on it. Good talk. Okay, so what do you guys think about birth control? For show of hands, who's on birth control? Just curious. Anybody on birth control?
I've never been on birth control.
Anybody? Birth control?
I did the IUD once.
Okay.
I just sent it, Nick.
All right, Nick, if you can pull that up.
That's not a fun
experience.
experience.
While Nick is pulling that up. Hold on.
Very fucking awful.
Theotokos donated $200.
Oh.
Both the KKK and Black Panthers were co-opted by the FBI, COINTELPRO, in order to divide the races. They have a lot in common.
Oh, Theotokos. Thank you, man. Thank you.
It's actually a pretty good point, now that I think about it.
All right, we have... hold on, I'll just show this one really quick, and then we'll pull up the video. We have Joe the Giant. They have done studies on the DNA test conversation from earlier. It showed 33% of children are not with their real fathers, and the fathers have no clue. I just want to, just so we can be factual here, the numbers that you're referencing, it's not looking at the entire population. The study is they're looking at the cohort of men who have seeked to get paternity testing.
Yeah.
So of course that's going to likely yield a higher
misrepresentation
because they see in their partner attendance their behaviors that would lead them to indicate that there's been infidelity.
I don't think it's 33% among
all married couples.
Yes, but of the men who do challenge paternity, it is. I don't know if I'm just going to take your word for it that it is 33%. But yeah, Nick, you got the video.
But that would show, though, that it's likely vastly underreported.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
It does give me reason to be like, okay, I want a paternity test.
Oh, hold on. We'll just let that come in.
Nickelodeon donated $100. Andrew, how can you say having a baby is a safe job? Almost every woman I know that's had a baby has ended up in the hospital because of the pregnancy. Female man.
What was I thinking? Safest job ever. Sorry, most unsafe. They all ended up in the hospital.
All right, we can pull up the video.
Well, so safe the hospital wouldn't be needed, but okay.
I mean, it's not. You can have your babies at home. We did it for thousands of years.
And the death rate was higher for women.
Yeah, the infant mortality rate was usually due to infections and post-mortem.
Right, and that's what the hospital prevents.
Yeah, okay, but you can prevent it now too because you have this cool thing called an alcohol pad, and you understand how infections work. And so the thing is like plenty of women go ahead and have babies at home, and the post-mortem, not really a problem.
I would actually be fascinated to see like in the U.S. now, for the people who choose to have their babies at home, what is the infant mortality rate compared to having it in the hospital?
Well, they still have prenatal
probably
care.
a midwife too. They're not going to.
Right.
I'd be interested to know that statistic.
No one really does it by themselves anymore.
Especially with like current legislation, like we would be held liable if things went wrong.
Well, no, all I'm saying is like I just want to, like, given having medical solutions at home. Like I know people specifically who choose to have home births.
Like I want to have I want
to have a home. So like I'm intrigued to know what that statistic would be, just so I could be able to
to see if anything's changed or like what. Yeah, I get what
yeah.
I mean, I agree. I would be interested too.
Did you mean postpartum instead of postmortem?
Oh yeah, postpartum.
Yeah, just wanted to. I saw some chats there. Just wanted to clarify. Okay, up. Is this the one?
Yeah. I'll just break it down and ask a simple question. Ready?
Yeah. Audio would be helpful. You'll probably need a Can you make it a little bigger also? Instagram's so fucking whack. Their audio player, it's fucking dog shit. Or their video player, my bad.
Women are better than men at
everything. Everything. Guys are super.
Now, I'm not going to respond to this all crazy, but what we are going to do is create a scenario. Let's say that everything that a male human has ever discovered, built, constructed, thought of, innovated, renovated, created, gone, obliterated, instantaneously, everywhere on the face of the planet. Technological advancements, transportation, the power grid, infrastructure, STEM, medicine, all of it. Gone, eradicated. Not to mention law and order and protection. I'm talking dog breeds, Newton's laws of motion and energy, hell, the Pythagorean theorem. Gone. Even the animals, including the predators that Ben drove to extinction, reintroduced. And now women have to reconstruct society from the ground up without the aid of a man or anything that a man invented. That includes instructions as well. And women have to accomplish this either pregnant or menstruating. Men are incapable of doing anything to help. Now what becomes of society and humanity within just 1 year?
Okay. Also, we had a chat here that came in from Theo Tokos. Thank you, man. Lumber workers have 10x higher death rates than mothers. Everything is a lie. Q, did you want to add anything to the video or?
No, it was all laid out right there.
Okay.
So this is a thought experiment, and it's an excellent thought experiment. And so that I've made similar thought experiments as well, and so have thousands of other people who's just kind of saying, if you had a wand and all the men were gone tomorrow for whatever reason, how could society maintain itself absent men? And when you really start to break down the thought experiment, you start to dive into all the jobs that they do, everything that they're into, the distinctions in just skill-based, not to mention the physiological differences, like the fact that women really can't do a lot of the men's jobs. That's one of the big things that is a big lie, too. Women really can't. They're not even physiologically equipped to be outside for long periods of time doing things like roofing, asphalt laying. Their body can't even regulate temperature the same way. So what happens is society after 1 year, to answer to your thought experiment, is completely destroyed, and 99% of the life on it is gone with it. That's what I think. Or human life. I think animal life flourishes.
Oh yeah,
it's got plenty to eat now. It's got
That's why I say the predators that we drove to extinction reintroduced. Yep.
Farha, I thought you had thoughts on this topic.
I said you could be sexist towards men.
Oh, what? Okay.
Yeah.
No, but what Andrew just said. Like,
I guess I would hesitate to put too much emphasis.
You dunked on me. You did a little clip on me, like, because I was like, I said, oh yeah, shit would hit the fan if all men disappear.
He gets so mad at me because
my
commenters call him stupid.
I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad. I'm just reeling you into the conversation.
Now that you've had 6 months to digest our argument, you want to bring it back up?
What?
Wasn't that 6 months ago?
How's that relevant at all?
I don't know why it's fresh on your mind.
What are you talking? We're literally talking about the topic at hand.
It just seemed kind of fresh.
Yes, I'm deeply triggered by.
He's been like seething for 6 months, waiting.
It's just like you have a show 3 times a week with 10 new people, and it just seemed like, I don't know, elephant's memory.
It came up like a great compliment that he remembers it even after doing shows where there's 10 people.
I'm just teasing him, but yeah, I mean, I would agree with you. I think like men are generally undervalued, and I think feminists do kind of absorb and regurgitate a lot of buzzwords without understanding like where those arguments actually came from in feminist literature. I would hesitate to put too much emphasis in male bronze because the labor force, you know what I mean, is shifting towards valuing brains over bronze, and I think that's why
that's a destiny argument.
I didn't get it from him.
Yeah, but he's wrong.
I didn't
and
get it from him.
And just like you're wrong about it, it's actually not. The fact of the matter is we're not really able to replace brawn very well at all. For instance, where's all of our robotic roofers? You ever seen one?
I'm sure we'll get there soon.
Oh, wait, really? How? How do you think that you're gonna get robot roofers to go to people's individual houses and patch roofs?
Oh, we have like military robots now. I wasn't even disputing your point that men should be valued more. I was more so just saying that like I think the reason men are struggling partly is because they're feeling like a sense of cultural redundancy because a lot of the labor market is focusing on brains over bronze and women are out graduating men.
What actually happened was that women were told to go to college. College was highly overvalued, and now as everybody can do it, the market is becoming inundated because it's tailored to the lowest common denominator. Meaning, if you lower the standards so that everybody can do it, right? The standards necessarily become lower to accommodate the most amount of people. So More and more people got a college degree. The market's completely saturated with it, but it wasn't before. So women accelerated. But you'll see that gap, it's closing, and it's closing quickly. And you see the gap in pay with trades between even STEM fields. That's closing quickly too. It's going to continue to close because we can't actually get rid of the big thing, which is the brawn. The thing women can't bring to the table, which is they can't do road work. They can't do roofing. They can't do any of the really intrinsic or hard bronze-based labor.
But don't you think a lot of those jobs have diminished over time because now things are getting built and they're like architecture is sustaining for a long time? So I feel like those jobs are becoming smaller.
Top 2 jobs that you would say for men that you would want immigrants to come in and do. What do you think?
Wait, I don't understand.
What do you think that male immigrants, when they come in, right, for work, you would want more of them to come in and work and expand the economy. Mm-hmm. What would you say the male immigrants usually do?
Usually do? Mm-hmm. I genuinely don't know.
What would you think? You're in California, and there's kind of something
What's
really
the general
famous.
Stereotype?
Yeah, the general stereotype of what immigrants who come in from south of the border are doing is what?
Dishwashing?
No.
Something paid under the table.
They work in farms. They literally work on farms. It's like the most famous thing in California ever is that they work. It's everywhere.
But even that number is going down. Like it used to be 90% of Americans are farmers, and my point is like now it's shrinking. It's my point.
Yeah. But my point to you back is that it's an ever-expanding field, a necessary ever-expanding field because people need to eat.
Wait, expanding?
Yes, because the amount of people that are necessary to feed the amount of people necessarily grows. So it's expanding. Now with the birth rate contraction, we might have problems with that later, and we will. But what I'm saying is that with that expansion of people comes the expansion of necessity of houses and all those other things that grow the GDP that progressives like you and Destiny would love to have happen so much, which means that no, you're going to have to actually expand the brawn, and that's what you're going to see. His projection, totally wrong. And that projection there of eliminating the brawn or moving away from brawn, that's not true. We're moving towards it again. There was a limited market saturation. Now that's changing again.
I genuinely have not heard him say that. Like I do my own research and reading, but
come on, Farha.
I genuinely
Come on, Farha. I'm kidding. I'm joking. That was a funny joke.
No, I just feel like I always have to wipe his piss off of me because I feel like people think because we're friends that I like absorb his arguments, but like we do not co-sign on each other's arguments.
All right.
whatsoever.
Well, that's a Destiny argument, just so you know.
Okay.
I'm not saying that you got it from him. I'm just saying something I hear him regurgitate when he's arguing.
I mean, we probably read some of the same stuff, but yeah, like I said, I wasn't trying to undervalue the necessity for like bronze and like manual labor. I was more so saying that like I think just treating the value of masculinity as just being synonymous with bronze, I feel like is just only responding to like a very marginal percent of like what men are doing is my point, because that's going down.
Yeah, we're not really associating masculinity with brawn as much as talking about the necessity of brawn in society.
Butler donated $100. Brian, how can you let the girl in red tell you 10 men ran a train on her without mentioning condoms do not protect from genital herpes? And she definitely has it. I've informed the CDC, incoming nuke.
Isn't that the dude who always makes the...
Every show, he's a bit late. You're a little late, Jay Butler.
Yeah.
I was wondering where you were. The nuke? Hold on. Okay, there it is. All right, the nuke has been sent. All right. Here, we actually have a couple of videos kind of related to this. Nick, if you can go in the videos tab, the men tab, Iron Workers 1, Oil Rig, Power Line, Snow, Roughnecks, and then Electrical Worker. Why don't you pull those up? We also got one. Do we do the Burj Khalifa one? Nah, it's okay. We don't have to do that one. If you can get all those pulled up, that one.
Send me that video you made.
Videos, men, and then Iron Workers, Roughnecks, Electrical Worker. It's podcast videos. No, you're in the wrong. It's podcast videos, men, in the Dropbox folder. So hold on. While you do that, I'm gonna get some. I'll do some chats. Nick, can you pull up the OBS, please, so we can. Oh wait, hold on. I'll come back to that. Okay. Bean Cheeks, does Farha wear frames without glasses? Liberals are not intellectuals with your social media talk on sex. You keep outing yourself as being non-virgin. You can keep up the act for simps, but real man real man see through the BS, not real men? Also, is your dental hygiene bad? I never see you smile.
I feel like I smile sometimes. If I was trying to like keep up some act of being a virgin, why would I be currently churning out content of skits where I talk about having a high body count? Like if it was an act, why would I be putting out the content that says counteracts me being a virgin? It just doesn't make any sense.
Is that the old like hide out right in the open? Right?
They're just like referring to like skits I put out. Yeah.
They're not taking in the context.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's iron workers, power line snow, roughnecks, electrical worker, oil rig. That's 5 videos. They're all kind of right in close proximity to the other. Here, okay. While you do that, Bean Cheeks, the KKK does have power, but in the form of the Democrats. If you do not know that, look up the history on the party that created the KKK, and then tell me if you are still a left-leaning Democrat. If so, you fully support the KKK as they oppress blacks from beating Cheeks. Yeah. There you have it, folks. Thank you, Cheeks. Appreciate it, brother.
Most people don't know this.
We have Llama de Sky. Merci beaucoup for the Canadian 50. I've worked in tech for years. Brawn will not be replaced because it's still cheaper to hire a man roofer than to operate and maintain an advanced robot to do the job to the same level. It's actually easier to replace the simpler brain jobs.
Right.
That's very true.
Yep.
Okay. Interesting. Thank you. Thank you there. You got them, Nick?
So Ironworkers app, Ironworkers Empire State Building, those are pulled up, and then you said steelworkers, local steelworkers, and then what else did you want?
Wait, read them one more time.
I got Ironworkers.
One.
App, Ironworkers Empire State Building.
What? Wait.
Different.
Are you in the videos men folder?
Yeah.
Sure.
You said iron workers, I thought.
Yeah, pull it up for me. No, you're podcast videos men.
Oh, okay.
Podcast videos men. Come on, Nick. Come on. I said multiple times. All right. Okay, here. We have another chat here. Modest Akama, we know some of the panel doesn't live in reality already. Panel, what is a woman? I guess we'll go around the table on this. What is a woman?
I feel like I'm walking into a trap with this crew of people here.
You said trap. I'm just kidding.
But I would say being a woman is more than biological. I think that's female versus male. I think being a woman is an identity and something that, you know, I don't quite know how to explain it. I just feel like it's something that I don't know. I'm blanking, actually. I'm sorry.
You're asking me? I'm going to pass for now.
What? Okay.
A woman is someone who was born with the correct chromosomes.
Correct.
That makes them a woman.
I agree with Misty. A woman is someone that is born. Well, obviously you know what a woman is.
Vash the Stampede donated $100.
Oh, there you have it.
I'll help. It's an adult female.
It's not. It's not. You're wrong. It's an adult human female.
Adult human female. Okay. There you have it, Modest Akama. There you have it. Nick, do you have the videos?
That's an awesome name, though, Vash Stampede.
Good
Trigun.
Excellent. Yes, Trigun. Good anime. Make it one bigger, I think. Could be zoomed in one bigger. Well, can you start from the beginning? You got some iron workers here. Wait, just mute the audio. All right. Okay.
Scary.
It's scary, right? Yeah, they're. Indeed. I see 2 men, probably. All right. Okay.
And then you have the operators and.
Next video, Nick. You can pause that one. Oh, I just wanted Ironworkers 1. Which videos do you have pulled up? Just X out of that.
Yep.
Which? Tell me which ones you have pulled up, and I'll.
Ironworkers 2, and then oil rig, and then the last one was
Okay. I need here. We already looked at Ironworkers 1. I need electrical worker, oil rig, power line snow, roughnecks. Just can you get one going? One of them going?
Yeah, I have oil rig right here.
Such a juicy after show.
That it sounded sarcastic.
All right, we got look at there's look at that. You can maybe one bigger so it's full screen, like full screen. I think you could probably go one more.
Maybe is it moving or just the ocean around it?
Both. I think it has.
There's currently men on.
It's moving.
It's probably all men on there. Okay.
Well,
I think the camera's moving.
Next one.
No, so the actual platform itself is moving.
Right?
Yeah.
It's anchored to something.
So yeah, no, its center of mass is below the surface of the ocean, so it doesn't wobble side to side, but it goes up and down.
Go ahead, Nick. You can next. Yeah. All right. Oh, that's.
Hell no. No to the no.
All right. So here's a guy on a power line. I believe this is in China, and it's snowing. And he's connected to it, and it's probably what 100 plus foot drop, probably more.
Literally crap myself. That's so scary.
And he's connected. Oh, is he disconnecting himself from his? Oh, right. I don't know. I can't.
Yeah,
oh, he's disconnecting himself.
So that he can reconnect himself on the other side.
Yeah.
How far down does that look? That's pretty far.
Hundreds of feet. Yes.
So. Oh, he is somewhat. You know.
In the snow, it's crazy.
Okay.
That's wild.
It's
all right.
Anxiety.
Okay, he's fixing something on the power line. Okay, next one. We got another one.
Pretty simple job.
Brian's
simple job.
we feel
Yeah,
bad
we got
for
another
you.
one. We got another one here. We got what do we got? Got the the other ones. The other ones definitely. Yeah.
Give me a sec, I gotta pull it up.
These men are like willfully doing these jobs, or are they like they just have
They
to
pay
do it?
really well.
It's not even clear to me if they
Like,
pay all
I
that
feel
well,
like
but
they're being forced to
here
do
electrical
themselves.
Sure, in
worker
China
roughnecks.
In China, I don't know, man.
They might be forced to
It's
do
more
it.
like they got a sniper on the ridge, and if you don't do your job, you might not see your family.
That's how it looks. It's so sad.
I mean, they gave him a safety harness.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
He'll be fine.
Yeah.
A loop around the leaf might fall off of is not.
Skip to like a minute 25.
Even that would break something.
Make it bigger.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Especially in the cold. Yeah.
Play it. Skip forward just a little bit. Yeah, that's good.
Oh my gosh.
So he's on a helicopter fixing a power line, I guess. And I guess he's now attaching himself. Power line. Okay. All right. There's that. Okay. All right. And then just the roughnecks one. Make it. Okay. Thank God, bro. And then skip forward, I think. It's, some.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm into it. These guys look hot.
Oh my God. Skip forward a little bit to see the.
Yeah, this is.
All right, so they're throwing around heavy machinery. If their hands get caught in it, they lose the hand. All right. They're doing that for 10 hours a day or something. So. Not sure why I brought those videos
Yeah, we
up.
would love to know.
I don't know. It's because we were
talking about infrastructure.
Yeah. Well, so as society increases and the amount of technology that's needed to sustain society as it increases, you're going to need more guys just like that to be able to maintain like the power grid, to maintain how much oil is necessary. So as we are increasing our electrical need, when we're starting to incorporate all electric cars, so as we're moving to more electric, then okay, whatever.
Butler donated $100. Brian, she's giving you the angry herpes stare. Be careful, this strain is airborne, possibly deadly. It could be the end of California. Maybe it's the only way Gavin Newsom can be stopped. Hashtag herpes.
Hashtag herpes. Hello?
Herpes. Oh my gosh.
Is that the stare? Is that the stare he's talking about?
I don't know. I wasn't looking at you
Wait,
angrily.
he's got to be staring at her to know that she's staring. Let's just...
Yeah, Jay Butler,
live
stop
there real
staring.
quick.
I don't really want to entertain the...
Okay.
You literally have a fan. He's paying money.
Yeah, I know. Like he has an
OnlyFans if you want to follow. Maybe you
I'm an ex model, but I do have an Instagram.
Yeah.
And I'm a
very
vlogger.
sad about that.
So if you want to like go watch my vlogs,
yeah, Jay Butler, slide into the DMs.
Or do what you got to do, man.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Talk shit.
All right, Theoticus, what is a woman requires knowing there's a difference in the sexes. Women will have to rescind their current false exaltation by the managerial class. Women are always used for revolutions. Look up. Oh, there you have it, folks. Okay, all right, Theotokos, thank you, man, appreciate it. All right, guys, I think we're. Did you have a little more to add?
No, that's okay. I mean, I think I got my point across.
Okay. Any final thoughts before I wrap up here, fine folk?
Thanks for having us.
Thank you for coming. That was an interesting conversation.
Can I read what Gabby wrote now?
What did she?
The apology?
No, it's not.
Oh, yeah,
what
it's not
what did she write?
Can I read it?
She sent you more text?
Wait.
Oh God.
I'm curious what it is.
This is not what you. Okay, ready?
Uh-oh.
She said, "Read that out loud." Okay. The 5 guys I asked to be my boyfriend in the last episode.
Wait, what? I don't care. I don't care about
Not even want her to
I don't
say
care
it
about
herself.
that. She should have just stuck to her commitment to come on the show instead of last minute taking. Imagine how, like, if she had said a week ago, "Hey, I'm getting a book. I'm gonna take a different gig."
She didn't know until
the day
so that
of.
happens. That does happen. We'll be on like hold, and then we'll get the booking that day, and you got to tell your agent yes, and they drop you. And respectfully, I mean, you would probably say this, do the same.
What do you mean that her agent would drop her if she didn't?
Yeah, because
that's
basically
bullshit.
no, because like let's she get a $1,500 job, you say no to the job, that's their 10% that they're missing out on, 20%.
Yeah, but you're as somebody who's familiar with the entertainment industry, you as the talent has the agency to pick which gigs you do and do not do.
Right, but when the agency gets you a gig and you already said yes to it and then you book it, then you have to say yes to it.
But she had already committed. We had booked this with her a month. I don't know exactly when, but a month in advance.
Do happen. I'm gonna tell you. I don't know what it really was.
Right, but if you've already agreed to be on a show, you should hold to your commitment because that should have, like, I get that she wants to make like a $1,500 here.
I don't know how much money it was.
In any case, I would argue that the right thing to do would be to say, even though she stands to make supposedly
well, not
more
only that,
money.
You mess up the relationship with the agent.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
You said if it's a last minute thing, she's perfectly within her right to say, I've already made a commitment.
That's not how it works.
Of course that's how it works.
The most you've debated today.
The booking,
I know.
The booking is last minute.
Bro, you as the talent, you're the king. You are the king. Your agent does not get to dictate if you take a shoot or not.
If they're a good agency, you don't want to risk losing them.
No, that's not how it works.
That is how
they
it works.
work for you.
They do work.
They work for you.
Brian,
you're the
from
talent.
Someone who's had an agent for over 10 years, I'm telling you that is how it works. I don't know how long you've had an agent for.
That's not. I don't have an agent.
So then
I do my own thing. I do my own business.
All I'm telling you is that I promise you.
But I've grown up in Southern California my whole life. Like,
so you know.
I know. I'm familiar. Like,
yeah.
Like, so, it's bullshit. It's bullshit.
I'm here and I love you.
I do at least want to give you credit because when typically what we have happen when like a friend group if one girl cancels, the dominoes just. So I'm at least giving you credit for you showing up despite.
Show up to things I say I'm going to do. However,
and I appreciate that.
If I appreciate that. Booked on a paid job,
you would have flaked last minute. That's incredibly rude.
I understand that. I would have, but I also probably would have let you know. Hey, look, I may be up for a booking this day. I cannot fully commit. I would tell you probably, but I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I wouldn't have. I mean, I would have just
booked another day.
No, well, I would have just booked other people, but it's like. If you're letting us know day of, it's not enough time to secure other guests typically.
You did a great job though, looking at everybody.
Huh?
You did a great job.
Well, okay. It's just like.
I know you're upset. I'm sorry.
And Shannon, the other, like I would have
I don't know her.
I know, but it's just like.
And I offered her a ride. And she told me that
she should have at least still came.
I thought she would. She told me that she, I don't remember what she said, something about she wasn't going to be able to make it. And I was like, okay.
Okay. I mean, she's full of shit. She just probably got cold feet or something.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know her at all.
No, it's not your fault, but it's just because you decided to bring up Gabby again.
I thought I could read the little thing. I thought you might want to hear about it.
No, I don't. If she would have had the decency and the etiquette to stick to her commitment, then I would have been happy to hear all of her dating hijinks.
Got you.
But if she's not here,
you don't want to hear it.
Frankly, I don't give a fuck.
Understood.
I'm not considering her for rebooking. I'm not considering Shannon for rebooking, because if you're going to do that to us, there's no guarantee that you're not going to just flake last minute again. So I cannot consider them again for future shows. It's incredibly rude and disrespectful. It's what Shannon did is even worse, because I still think what Gabby did is bad. To just, you've made a commitment, just because something better comes along, if you have the opportunity to turn down that other opportunity and it wouldn't sour anything, and whereas it would sour the existing commitment that you have, then I think you ought to stick to the commitment that you made. For example, let's say I agreed to meet somebody for a date, and then a hotter chick comes along and says, Brian, I would like to hang out with you on the exact same date that you already have a date. This is a hypothetical scenario here, bear in mind. I would hold my commitment to that person, and then if I wanted to go on the date with the other person, I'd say maybe there's another time we could go on the date.
What if they said there was no other time? You have incredible integrity though, that you should be proud of that.
I guess. I mean, I think the whatever the paid gig was, I think it does more, it interferes more. The harm is better than the gain, I guess, because by flaking last minute on the show, the issues that it causes for our production, I think is a greater negative than it is a positive. Well, okay, whatever. It's just we deal with fucking flakes all the time, and it's super fucking annoying. And she claimed she had an emergency, but now you're telling me that
would be an emergency.
An emergency?
Yeah.
How's an emergency?
Well, we got.
But when somebody tells me it's an emergency, I think they're having some medical thing. There's something going on with a family member. So not only did she flake on her commitment, she also lied about it,
well,
which people frequently do.
Maybe she was lying to me.
I suspect she's more likely to
lying about it.
I suspect she's more likely to lie to me than she is to lie to you.
I mean, I don't know, but I can tell you that I know she felt really badly about it.
I'm sure she felt absolutely terrible about it.
She loves your show. She's very excited about it. I know, like, she was hyped and very excited. She's been checking in and making sure I was going to show up for the longest time, because I was like, yeah, I'm going to come, but I had a rehearsal before. So I know that her thought process is she was very excited about it.
It's just like the Shannon girl who's friends with her. Shannon was the one who was pushing for us to do another plus size panel, which that completely fell apart.
Had she been on before? I don't know that girl.
No, she had not been on before, but she reached out to us asking to be on the show. And like, it's just shocking to me. She wasn't prepared to take a ride with you. She was going to ride with Gabby.
Well, she has her own car, I believe.
She has her own car?
Because she was going to pick up Gabby and come to my house.
Really? Bro, there's lies upon lies here, because she told me that she was having car trouble.
Oh, maybe.
So I don't know what the truth is. I don't know what's true, what's not.
I don't know either.
Look, anyways, it's just one of the major issues that we deal with on the show is people being flaky. And it's just causes so much disruption to our production. It's stressful, so it's just annoying. So yeah. Anyways, I just got tilted because you brought her up, so whatever. Okay, let me read the final chats, and then here we have Trenton. Welcome back, Madison. Show isn't the same without you. You ever gonna put on that jacket, Farha? Let's go grab some coffee sometime. Cool. All right, we have Pradeep here. Pradeep, I don't know what is this. Anyone know what currency that is? Divorce rates are increasing in 50-50 is because men are insecure of career women, or 50-50 makes people compare deliverables and no two people can do the same job with same zeal. On contrary, workload on housewives is then career woman in bro, please, I don't know what the fuck you are saying, dude. Thoughts?
But he paid to say it.
What? Can anybody parse what he is saying here?
Divorce rates are increasing.
Wait, can you pull it back up?
Okay, whatever. I'm gonna wrap the show. I'm gonna wrap. Okay. All right, guys. Last call. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Twitch, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Thank you. Whatever. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, supports the show. Thank you to Grid One, LP, Monstacama, Jay Butler, Nickelodeon. Thank you to the wonderful panel. Be sure to check out everybody's socials. That's linked below. Check out Andrew Wilson's channel, The Crucible. The link is in the description. Check out Q's channel also. The link is also in the description. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM out whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, if you're interested in sponsoring the podcast, you can also DM out whatever. We'll be live again at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, and I think we're also going to be doing another Thursday show. It's going to be earlier, though. We're going to be doing a debate show, so be sure to tune into that. Let me just double check here, make sure we're not missing any of our chats or anything. I'm just double checking here, guys. No, I think we're good. Okay. I need to see 07s in the chat, guys. 07s in the chat. Tuesday, 5 p.m. Pacific. Got some good stuff coming on Tuesday, guys, so be sure to tune in. Yeah, good times. Okay, guys, we'll see you guys next time. Hope you guys have a good night, and we'll see you Tuesday.